Chapter 3464. Wu Zhongtian's current cultivation was expected. Nonetheless, seeing in action was still startling. After all, Zhongtian was still quite young. Many ancestors in their old age were still in this realm. Thus, his achievements far exceeded his peers. Even the older cultivators paled in comparison. Nonetheless, he cultivated before by Jianchan, but the guy was at the sacred level right now. From this, one could see just how incredible Bai Jianchan was, a genius among geniuses. Clank. He actually put away his sword and summoned two different weapons, one in each hand. They looked quite unique, resembling two long translucent needles. They had indelible Dao runes distinguishing them as artifacts or weapons. Otherwise, one might mistake them for being two crystal needles. The faint, flashing glow coming from them added an ethereal nature. They seemed to be pulsing in and out of existence. They lacked murderous intent and powerful Dao force. However, everyone could tell that they could take their opponent's lives in the blink of an eye. Shadowless divine needles. An ancestor recognized them. Those mythical weapons from Yin Yang? Others took a deep breath. Yes, according to the rumors, they're created from the Dao bone of a shadowless divine Bi by ancient Zen Dao Lord, the best at assassination. Another older expert said. This Dao Lord once met a Bi Lord, an extremely powerful chaos primal beast. The Dao Lord pursued it several times yet still couldn't kill it. Later on, Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang came to help and they were able to slay it at last. The DOA Lord used its Dao bones to create these two needles, a perfect tool for killing, virtually impossible to escape. Rumble. Wu Zhongtian channeled his yin yang energy into the needles. Their glow pulsed at an increasing pace. Once they left his hands, they would deliver the fatal blow to the enemy's chest in the blink of an eye. Let's get started. Li Qie looked relaxed despite being surrounded by three cultivators, fully showing his contempt. Boom! The lava surged out again and roared like a dragon to the horror of the crowd. Its target was Li Qie. Anyone else would be reduced to ashes in no time at all due to the temperature. Alas, Li Qie was unaffected. The lava immediately condensed on him, forming a thick layer of armor with flames on the surface with the image of a phoenix. One could hear a faint screech as well. He really does have a phoenix bloodline. The experts thought that their prior suspicion was correct. The other spectators felt the same way. Kill him. The godchild and the first prince didn't give Li Qie time to prepare after seeing the lava armor. They leaped towards him like tigers descending from the mountain. Rah! A massive lynx blotted out the sky and tore out space with its unstoppable claws. Its mouth could devour all living beings. That's terrifying. The spectators felt as if their souls were being targeted by this black lynx, on the verge of being swallowed at any moment. Boom! The first prince sent down his kingdom, crushing everything in its path. He resembled a god in charge of his own domain. Everything crumbled before the might of the lynx in the kingdom, especially the spatial area around Li Qie. It's a sure kill. One spectator said while his legs buckled. Break. Li Qie laughed before commanding. His armor lava exuded a harrowing torrent of flames, akin to the eruption of 1,000,000 volcanoes. Everything started shaking as a result. At this exact moment, Wu Zhongtian made his move. The two needles disappeared from sight before emerging right in front of Li Qie's forehead, ready to drill through his skull. The crowd didn't have time to gasp, thinking that he was finished. However, all three attacks still couldn't contend against the eruption of the lava armor. Boom! A deafening explosion blinded everyone. Once they could see again, they saw the trio being blown away. The domain broke down, the sword was sent to the horizon. Look at the needles. It's just like the legend, so deadly. Meanwhile, some were focused on the needles. No. A keen observer noticed that the lava still managed to stop the needles from penetrating Li Qie's forehead. The heat from the lava could burn anything. The needles actually melted into liquid dripping into the ground. How can artifacts refined by a Tao Lord be melted? This has to be phoenix fire. People took a deep breath. Power types of true flames wouldn't be able to do so. Ugh, all three opponents vomited blood and smashed into a mountain. They were grievously wounded. Standing up again made them vomit blood again due to their chaotic internal vitality. People couldn't believe it. That combination attack was insanely powerful and Li Chia should have died. The opposite actually occurred. So this is the power of a phoenix? One spectator stared at the lava armor. Chapter 3465. Everyone got chills after witnessing the previous exchange. The power of a phoenix. They truly believed that Li Chia had a phoenix bloodline. This allowed him to control the flames here. This brat is too lucky. Some became jealous because a phoenix was one of the most powerful divine beasts. This ordinary guy actually had the prestigious bloodline. The trio kept on puking several times before stabilizing their vitality. Nonetheless, they were as pale as can be, staggering backward in fear because of the lava armor. So weak, I didn't even do anything yet. You all would die after a single stomp then. Li Chia casually remarked. The casualness worsened the blow on the three. They nearly vomited blood again from anger while their expression darkened. Unfortunately, the three geniuses had no retort because Li Chia was telling the truth. There was an invisible palm grasping their throat, stopping any anger from coming out. They have never felt this level of frustration before. The spectators felt the same way, speechless. Even those who hated Li Chia or were jealous of him had nothing to say. He really just stood there and didn't do a single thing. The lava armor did it all. The eruption of its power sent the group flying, going as far as grievously injuring them. How? The first prince shouted, unable to accept this. He once loomed above everyone. Now, his opponent didn't move a finger and he lost completely. This was as humiliating as can be. Worst of all, he lost to someone he completely looked down on. In his mind, Li Chia was nothing more than a piece of trash. You all said that I have a phoenix bloodline. Consider it that. And it is true that this place used to be the nest of a phoenix, a place for rebirth. Li Chia smiled and said. Everyone exchanged glances, thinking that he had confirmed this speculation. Only the latter half was actually true. Because this place used to be the rebirth area of a phoenix, Li Chia had full control over its power. At this point, the princess raised her hand. The ancestors from firmaments and the armies of Yin Yang and Skylight moved forward. Rumble. The cavalry of Skylight surrounded the first prince. Get in formation. An ancestor shouted at the first prince. He immediately joined the group. Firmament's sword formation also activated above with loud clunks. Divine swords emerged to form a great formation. Get back. An ancestor from firmaments pulled the godchild back in to complete the formation. As for Wu Zihongtian, he also returned to the army of Yin Yang. One wouldn't be able to notice him anymore since he became a part of it. If you wish to challenge all of us alone, young nobly, we will do as you wish. It will be an honorless victory and I apologize for it. The princess politely said. Honorless victory? Whatever, you can come too. I'll kill all of you to prevent further annoyance. Li Chia smiled and did a hand gesture, telling them to come. Everyone took a deep breath since they no longer viewed Li Chia as arrogant. He had shown himself to be worthy of speaking like this. Is it possible? Those armies probably have 100,000 men. One spectator whispered. Wait and see. An older expert didn't know the answer. After all, the other side had an overwhelming force with actual ancestors. Though not that many were here, they were the strongest characters in their sections. They no longer cared about seniority and actually worked together with their fellow members to fight a junior. Okay, please broaden our horizon, young noble Li. The princess solemnly nodded. Their foe was invincible right now due to his bloodline and the area. Of course, she also thought about escaping, but it seemed that he wouldn't just let them leave. The two sides have broken all facades of friendliness. A fight to the death was in order. Firmament's sword art. An ancestor shouted, and the swords up above started spinning to form a terrible hurricane. It tore the sky vault apart and was enough to drag a star down and crush it to pieces, the same with a sect. People shuddered after seeing this. Being stuck in there meant being crushed. Merit laws and treasures were useless. Ra. Skylight's army turned into a golden dragon. This was their famous regal draconic formation that had saved their country many times from invaders. Boom! It landed on the ground and created cracks everywhere. It roared and released its torrential aura, showing off its destructiveness. The King of Skylight once presided over this formation and killed a heavenly sovereign near the border, or so they say. One spectator commented. Both Firmaments and Skylight have made their move. Only Yin Yang's army stood still. Because they were shrouded by chaos true energy of the Yin Yang affinity, no one could see what they were doing. This made them look even more dangerous. What will Yin Yang Gate do? Someone wondered. Chapter 3466, Firmament Sword Formation, Regal Dragon Formation, and Yin Yang Gate still waiting. All of this created an unbearably tense atmosphere. Who's gonna win? This became the key question. Even the experienced ancestors didn't have a good answer. They stared at Li Qie, then at the armies on the other side. In terms of troops, the princess naturally had an overwhelming advantage. They had around 100,000 capable cultivators or so with high morale. On any other day, the ancestors would bet on this side. The formations from these three sects had been famous for their prowess, not to mention the waiting Yin Yang Gate. However, it was difficult because Li Qie possessed the mythical phoenix bloodline with a home court advantage. He might be strong but not that strong. Someone's first intuition was to pick the princess side. Those three sects together would be unstoppable. No sect could oppose them, let alone an individual. I don't agree. An expert was still afraid of the eruption earlier. The true flame of a phoenix was mysterious and left a deep impression on them. He went on with a hushed voice, "This place is filled with phoenix true flame and he has that bloodline. No one should be able to contest this." According to the legends, even Skylight Dao Lord couldn't reach the deepest part of fire domain. This showed the might of the flames found here. Maybe his bloodline is extremely thin. A fan of the maiden and the saint scowled, showing off his jealousy. He might only be able to borrow a small amount of the domain's power. We'll see if he can stop the three behemoths. Another sneered. The young ones nodded in agreement. Firmament Sword Formation was this sect's strongest. The Regal Formation has been unstoppable for Skylight as well. Few ancestors from the big sects could hang on, let alone defeat them. On the contrary, the princess took this very seriously. She calmly said, "We'll have to try our best and use everything we have as a showing of respect. I also apologize for the lack of respect shown prior in our words." She made it clear that her allies would swarm him and use all means necessary. "That's fine. Use everything you have since this will be your last opportunity." Li Qie smiled. "I'm glad to hear that." The princess took out a treasure. It issued a buzzing noise. Poof! Li Qie's armor immediately reacted by sending out flames towards her. However, her treasure wasn't for defensive purposes. It flew above Li Qie and started rotating. It opened a portal releasing extreme coldness, enough to freeze the radius of 10,000 miles. It tried to turn Li Qie into a statue, but his lava armor had reacted earlier with the flames to stop this process. It became a battle between fire and ice. The portal didn't relent and continued sending the chilling affinity towards him. This was enough to freeze an entire ocean and the fabrics of reality. Li Qie's flames weakened despite several attempts of surging back. The cold seemed to be having the upper hand, successfully chaining the armor. People saw a mirror made of ice above him. On the other side of the mirror was a world of extreme Yin, the origin of the cold affinity. Everything there, including Tao laws, were frozen, and Wuxia became its prime target. Heaven Seal Frost Mirror. A supreme weapon left behind by Skylight Tao Lord. A golem expert became startled. Most didn't expect the princess to use a Tao Lord weapon at the start to suppress Wuxia. The Tao Lord used this mirror to enter the domain back then. An ancestor shuddered and felt the bone-biting chill despite the far distance. Impressive start, aiming for the weak spot. A spectator saw that she didn't waste time in using a fatal move right away. The Phoenix True Flame seemed to have met its nemesis. This mirror was one of the ace cards in treading this domain. However, she used it now to kill Wuxia. She spoke politely and elegantly with Wuxia as if they weren't enemies, completely different from the first prince. However, she wanted to kill him from the very start and hid it quite well. It had nothing to do with her brother, only for Bai Jianchan. Intuition told her that Wuxia would be a great threat. Attack! She ordered. The members of Yin Yang Gate obeyed. A fog of chaos emanated as they moved with lightning speed, too fast for the naked eyes. Clank! 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 Chains coiled around Wuxia in the next second. They were made from 5-colored divine metals, extremely resilient and impossible to be cut even by the sharpest swords. The chains came from all directions and were too fast to dodge, completely locking Wuxia in place. Chains from underground wrapped tightly around his legs as well. The chains also had blade-like barbs, so all of his weak spots were struck. Thus, the goal was to stop his veins and energy channeling. Chapter 3467. Wuxia was immobilized as if his veins had been sealed, unable to muster any strength. Fiendish confinement. A horrified spectator shouted. Yin Yang's terrible imprisoning technique. Someone had heard of it before. This was meant for capturing evil villains or traitors. A large-scale version of this technique could capture thousands of enemies on the battlefield in one swoop. If all the chains were focused on one person, it should be enough to capture a heavenly sovereign. This technique was both effective and cruel. Once trapped, the victim's muscles and veins were finished. They would become crippled and be stuck on a bed for the rest of their lives. He can't move. The spectators thought that Wuxia was a fish on the chopping board now. Kill him! A shout came from Firmament's sword formation. The divine swords started rotating into a circle, forming a massive drill of immense destruction. It intended to reduce Wuxia to bits. Ra! The golden dragon formation also roared. The scales on the creature shot out like the sharpest blades in existence. This torrential attack could add 1,000 holes onto a mountain. Wuxia wouldn't fare much better. The dragon didn't stop there and slashed at Wuxia's throat with its 10 claws, wanting to decapitate him right away. After a single flash, the claws were already next to Wuxia's neck. The triple attacks came in unison with the greatest urgency. Escaping was impossible. Of course, the victim was immobilized anyway. There's no avoiding this. Everyone thought that it was over. Right. They knew that it would be a terrible death, exploding to dust. That's what he gets for opposing Yin Yang Gate. Nothing good can come from it. Arrogant people like him will always be killed. It's an honor to go down to the princess and the others. What more does he want? Another coldly gloated. Quite a few people here wanted Wuxia to die, so they were applauding. Boom! In this crucial moment, an ocean of lava came out of the domain and drowned Wuxia entirely. It became a cataclysmic scene akin to the end of the world. The fight with the geniuses earlier had some erupting flames, but this was on another scale entirely. The shock waves from the influx of lava sent the spectators flying. Screech! A screech could be heard, one that could frighten even the cruelest Devil King and tear apart the azure. A phoenix. Someone saw the image of a phoenix within the flame. The rest became stunned. Just its image was enough to intimidate the 9 firmaments. Even the gods would run away since struggling was futile. A mythical divine beast, some dropped to their butt or their knees. This wasn't a real phoenix, but the image of one alone was unbeatable. The legends are all real, this was really a phoenix's nest. One ancestor became amazed. He didn't think he would be able to witness something like this in his lifetime. The image spread its fiery wings and blotted out the sky. It flapped once and unleashed the flames, ready to annihilate everything. The chains around Wuxia, the chilling mirror above, the countless divine swords, all were melted in no time at all. The wings of the phoenix severed all affinities in its path. Just a tiny touch immediately cut down the massive golden dragon and dissolved the formations. Ah! Blood rained down along with severed heads. The ground became red in no time at all. The armies of all 3 sects were immediately killed. The several ancestors along with the trio of geniuses weren't spared either. Their eyes were wide open while their head was separated from their body. They only managed to see the wings of the phoenix as the last thing. They finally learned what could be considered a sure kill move and total despair. Their merit laws and treasures were useless against this great bird. The bodies finally fell to the ground, resulting in loud thumps. Blood flowed like a stream in the domain. The alliance was massacred like insects. A while ago, Wu Zhongtian and the other 2 geniuses thought that they were untouchable. Now, their corpses were becoming cold on the ground. This result was as shocking as can be. Chapter 3468, Bones and corpses piled up like hills above the streams of blood to the horror of the crowd. These 3 sects were the strongest lineages in the north. How could an individual take them down so effortlessly and brutally? The crowd's stomach churned after hearing the stench. Their palms became sweaty as they stared at Wuxia. He didn't think twice before massacring them. Just think about it, it meant that all 3 sects would be pursuing him with everything they got. Heavenly sovereigns themselves would join. Yin Yang Gate was the worst to have as an enemy among the 3. Nonetheless, Wuxia simply didn't think about the consequences. How domineering. An expert from the previous generation took a deep breath. More like brutal, no one is more brutal than him in the north. An ancestor smiled wryly, feeling chills coursing down his back. Too weak. Wuxia smiled as if he didn't just kill 100,000 men. No one but him would dare to say this given the tough future ahead with 3 behemoths after him. The princess left. A meticulous spectator noticed this during the fight. Of course, he didn't dare to say that she had escaped in order to give her some face. The moment she saw the true power of the lava, she immediately knew that the situation was grim and escaped without any hesitation. Most thought that this was a wise decision. It didn't affect her reputation and prestige in the slightest. That's indicative of her vision and insight. The older cultivators praised her. Others wouldn't have been able to escape in time, or they would care about their sex reputation and their own to do so. She was quick and decisive, good qualities to have for a general. Wuxia had no intention of pursuing her since she didn't affect the grand scheme of things in the slightest. She won't let this go. One spectator quietly said. Even if she wants to, the others won't. Yin Yang? No, the same with firmaments and skylight. They will want blood for blood. An ancestor shook his head. Plus, the 3 sects had no choice. Swallowing this anger would destroy their status in the north. How could they intimidate their rivals and tributaries from then on? How could they remain at the top? Swift vengeance was essential in keeping their spot. This was especially true for Yin Yang. It has gradually grown to become the leader of the north, influential enough to give commands to the others. As long as Wuxia was alive, they wouldn't be able to walk with their head held high. Others would laugh at them for being cowardly turtles. Okay, the show's over, back to your own business, everyone. Wuxia shrugged and told the crowd. Some were actually happy to see this. At the very least, they could return to the domain to find some more treasures. He went back to the domain while Polstone Saintus and Shirwawa stayed outside. He had no fear of the domain in the slightest during this saunter. The Phoenix bloodline is incredible. The easy journey made others jealous. People from Divine Stone Ridge, despite their success, needed to exercise prudence with every step. Their path was meticulously planned. The ancestors from that sect were afraid of the heat because one wrong step meant becoming smoke. This wasn't the case for Li Qie since the heat didn't seem to affect him. Everyone believed that this was due to the Phoenix blood flowing through him. Polstone Saintus didn't say anything because she knew that it had nothing to do with the Phoenix bloodline. He could still do so without. This was just a repeat of what happened in the Beetle Valley. Miracles were common when Li Qie was around. The only real question she had were the mysteries regarding his identity. Is he not here for the treasury? People became surprised because Li Qie wasn't heading for the Dao portal. He walked towards the depth of the domain where the terrible flames resided. What does he want to do? The crowd started clamoring. Don't forget about his bloodline. An ancestor brought this up. They had a moment of realization and thought that this made sense. The guy was tracing back to the source. So what's actually there? One person asked. The ravaging flames in there frightened all of them. Nonetheless, they remained curious. The flames have been there for who knows how many years. What else was there? Maybe an extraordinary treasure, that's why Skylight Dao Lord tried to go there. Someone said. Chapter 3469. The raving flames reached the sky and created a terrible storm seemingly hellbent on annihilating everything that got close enough. No force could withstand the heat, becoming insignificant in comparison. Everyone outside the domain watched with bated breath, their eyes wide open. They wanted to see how he would face that terrible flame. Even Skylight Dao Lord had to give up in the end. How could a junior at the Silver Carapace realm do better? Will there be a phoenix nest within that flame? Someone boldly speculated. The rest felt the same way. Li Qie had a smile on his face while standing at the border of the fiery tempest. Remember, no other places in the domain had visible fires. It was strange because this tempest ravaged everything, yet it didn't spread beyond this point. It seemed that it was content to stay in this place, performing its responsibility as a protector. Perhaps this wasn't a regular flame that came into being the normal way. Perhaps the phoenix itself created it for a purpose. He's going into that inferno. One spectator shouted after keeping a keen eye on Li Qie. Li Qie took the first step and everyone thought that he could be annihilated by the inferno, either torn to shreds or reduced to ashes. This was based on the fact that the invincible Skylight Dao Lord chose against trying to enter this place. However, a miracle occurred since nothing happened to Li Qie. The flames erupted, but it didn't rush towards him. A gap emerged at the bottom of the inferno, akin to an entrance or a giant spreading its hands, wanting to embrace Li Qie. How can this be? Everyone became astounded, unable to trust their own eyes. Alas, this was reality. Li Qie then disappeared into the ravaging flames. Its merciless destruction didn't affect him at all. Not even a hair of his was hurt in the process. I believe everything now, this has to be a phoenix's nest and he has the right bloodline. Someone said with absolute confidence. This speculation seemed to be all but confirmed. What a noble and rare bloodline, even the thinnest type will still let him have boundless potential. Other geniuses became jealous. Phoenixes being ancient divine beasts was a well-known fact. They existed in a time beyond tracing. Someone with this bloodline was meant for greatness, regardless of the quality of their blood. The first prince and the others got really unlucky. Li Qie is invincible here, fighting him in this place was unwise. Another couldn't help but comment. Yes, they should have waited until he left this place and tried to kill him. Another added with hindsight. Li Qie most likely had the power to control the inferno. This would allow him to be unbeatable in the domain. Li Qie calmly observed the area inside the inferno. The internal region didn't have the same destructive affinity and the scorching heat. It was warm like a child sleeping in their mother's embrace. The flames served as the walls and the roof, but they were as pleasant and comfortable as can be. No existence and powers could enter this place. The barrier was perfect in separating the external world from this one. This was indeed a phoenix's nest, true to everyone's expectation. It was created in an exquisite and meticulous manner. The entire place could be considered a grand dao. The materials consisted of the precious phoenix roostwood beams. Each was carefully placed in a particular order. Their length, age, and grains were unique. This allowed them to culminate into a supreme grand dao. When people look at it, they would think that it was the dao of a phoenix, not its nest. The final masterpiece during the last moment of a phoenix's innate gift, rebirth. Li Qie sighed and praised. This was their innate grand dao, completely unique. Li Qie was one of the few who could actually understand it. He had seen one again back in Stone Medicine World. Its corpse emerged again and Li Qie let it fly towards the horizon. The nest had a feather with a divine glow, as beautiful as can be. Once the faint, embedded runes on it were combined, the ancient character with the meaning of virtue came to be. This was the phoenix's most precious feather. Moreover, the center had an egg around the size of a large bowl, too magnificent to be described by words. It looked as if it was made from snow-white jade, also pulsing with various runes depicting space, time, and the myriad ages. It was surrounded by a gentle flame as if its mother was caressing it. Millions of years have passed, but the incubation process still hasn't been completed. Chapter 3470. The egg has been here all along. If others were to see it, they would be driven to insanity. Its value was immeasurable. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was far more precious than a Dao Lord. There have been plenty of Dao Lords in history, the same couldn't be said about this egg. The thing was real, a phoenix might come out of it with a pure bloodline. Unfortunately, years have passed and it still didn't finish the incubation stage. Others might not know the reason. Some would assume that a lengthy period was required for the beast of a divine egg. This wasn't the case for Li Qie since he let this phoenix roam free back then. Still not enough. He shook his head, a fiery rebirth isn't that easy. The villainous heaven doesn't allow it. This phoenix roamed through space back then, seeking a way to reach rebirth. It experienced numerous tribulations and accumulated wondrous resources. In the end, failure was still the result. Of course, when strictly speaking, this phoenix still didn't fail. At the very least, it still left behind an egg. This was an opportunity eager to strike when everything lined up perfectly. It would be able to break out of the shell and soar above the 9 firmaments once more. Alas, fiery rebirth could be considered a great tribulation. The process back then invited a disaster, resulting in flaws in the egg. Otherwise, it would have hatched long ago. Li Qie stopped looking at the egg and focused on the entire nest instead. The profundity of this place was endless and complicated, on the verge of being inscrutable despite trying for a lifetime. However, it was continuously evolving and being derived in Li Qie's eyes. He became immersed while appreciating its beauty. Click, 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 he gently knocked the entire nest, also in a special rhythm. An unknown power firmly took root in the area. The nest seemingly came back to life. In the next second, it disappeared from sight, replaced by a massive cosmo. Each star here had a unique glow and an eternal mystery. A light flashed on Li Qie's forehead. This radiance turned into a dazzling maelstrom. The stars in the cosmos started flying towards Li Qie's forehead as if they had finally figured out their end destination. A portal appeared there and absorbed in all the magical essences. Loud clunks sounded as the Dao laws as big as gigantic veins twisted together to form a supreme grand Dao inside his brain. The innate grand Dao of a phoenix, rebirth. He took a look and sighed, unfortunately, this isn't the path I'm looking for, not what I want. Each divine beast had a unique gift, allowing them to be mighty and peerless. Others would be ecstatic and jump up and down after obtaining one. Li Qiye remained calm. Rebirth in this manner was brilliant but not part of his pursuit. It simply didn't matter to him. After the cosmos disappeared, the nest still looked the same as before. An outsider wouldn't be able to figure it out. Li Qiye put away the feather since it could be used to create an amazing outfit. He then looked at the egg. Only a fool would leave it here, but Li Qiye had no intention of taking it away. This place was the most suitable for its incubation. The entire domain served this purpose, especially the raging inferno. Taking it out of this place would remove the favorable circumstances, resulting in greater difficulties. Fine, since we have met again, I shall grant you a fortune. Li Qiye said. He became serious and raised his hand. A force enveloped the entire egg. Boom! 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 He sent out lightning bolts towards the phoenix. The thing lit up, not because of the bright bolts but because something in there was activating, seemingly reacting to the incoming currents. The power of the heavenly tribulation continued to pour into the egg. Li Qiye seemed to be the high heaven unleashing its supreme wrath to destroy this egg. A phoenix screech could be heard inside the light within the egg. A tiny phoenix flapped its wings and attacked the sky with its endless flame, wanting to stop the terrible tribulation. Alas, how could this little phoenix contend against the almighty Li Qiye? It cried out in pain as its wings were broken by the bolts. Alas, it didn't give up and healed its injuries, flapping its wings to meet the tribulation head-on. This seemed to be rather futile. Activate. Li Qiye raised his other hand and grasped the universe along with the little phoenix, protecting it with chaos energy. This empowerment allowed the divine bird to survive and bathe in the tribulation. Screech. The revitalized bird flew up and attacked the tribulation again. This contest lasted for quite a while. The continuous battles and surpassing the tribulations matured the bird. Li Qiye's clothes were drenched in sweat during this process. Of course, efforts were always rewarded. The little bird gradually turned into a full-fledged phoenix capable of soaring above the skies. Its feathers radiated an amazing glow, enough to deter anyone. It looked divine and unbeatable. Once it broke out of its shell, a true phoenix would come out. Li Qiye put his hands down and sat in the meditative pose to recover. The supreme phoenix inside the egg stared at Li Qiye and let out a screech of gratitude. The light within slowly dissipated. Everything returned to before as if nothing had happened. Chapter 3471. Meanwhile, everyone outside Fire Domain waited for Li Qiye, curious about the content inside the inferno. He's out, I see him. An excited spectator shouted. All eyes were on Li Qiye, who had just left the inferno. They carefully looked at him from top to bottom but didn't notice anything special. His expression, a stoic look, didn't divulge any hint either. What did he see and get in there? One wondered. The harvest in that inferno should manifest in some emotions. What was in there? Someone finally shouted at him. After all, even Skylight Dao Lord wanted to go in. There must be a rare and precious artifact within that inferno. However, Li Qiye ignored them and continued heading towards the peak with the Dao portal. Shit, this is so unfair. He already got the treasure in the inferno and now he wants that imperial treasury too. What about us? Jealousy permeated the crowd. In their mind, the imperial treasury should far exceed the content of the inferno. Now, Li Qiye was being too greedy, or so they thought. The legacy of the phoenix is all his, that's already an incredible fortune. If he can get the treasury all for himself too, nothing can top that. One ancestor said with envy. Just think about it, Yin Yang Gate and the other two countries wanted to share the treasury. This was already enviable enough. Li Qiye, on the other hand, was going to monopolize the entire thing. I wish someone would rob him after. Someone couldn't help but say. Heart started beating faster because the thin paper had been penetrated. Everyone had this thought, they just didn't want to express it. They exchanged glances, overwhelmed with greed. Fire domain was one thing, but if Wuxia were to leave, the majority of the crowd had their own nefarious plans right now. Buzz. Wuxia made it up the peak and disappeared into the portal. Damn that bloodline. Someone gritted their teeth and said. They also wanted to come into the domain for that treasury, but this was impossible. By this point, many experts and ancestors had quietly left the scene. The ones left behind eventually realized the thinning crowd. They all left? Don't want to take a look at all? One clueless spectator said. What's the point? A friend glared at him and signaled for them to leave. It didn't take long before only around 10% of the mass still lingered behind. Why are they leaving? The innocent Shirwawa asked curiously. Because this is fire domain. Pullstone Saintus naturally understood the reason why. Wuxia was the king here because he could control the domain's power due to his bloodline. Thus, trying to rob him here was suicidal. The best example was the coalition army earlier. No one wanted to repeat this mistake. They left early in order to come up with plans to ambush him in a different location. It would be extremely easy without the power of the Phoenix aiding him. Idiots. She murmured and shook her head. Those scheming against Wuxia was as dumb as can be. Their death would not be pretty. The area through the portal wasn't a treasury. No golden and silver mountains, no supreme imperial weapons and merit laws either. Wuxia saw a vast land with an ancestral vein brimming with life force. This place seemed to be the source of life in the north. It's just people didn't know about the story and secret behind the Tao portal. It has been too long, very few were privy to this fact. He crossed the vein to enter a secret location. His pace seemed relaxed. However, when he got there, he found that nothing existed in this place. Drystone Courtyard. He said with a hushed tone. He was back in an old place, one of the most dangerous areas in the 9 worlds, Drystone. Alas, the only thing left was a bottomless abyss. It seemed as if the entire courtyard had fallen down and became swallowed. Even back in the 9 worlds epoch, only a selected few knew about its existence. Thus, its disappearance might not be known by others. Wuxia focused his gaze towards the bottom of the abyss. Upon closer inspection, he found that the abyss wasn't caused by the ground collapsing. Something had drilled down there and dragged the entire courtyard down this hole. This was an unlikely guess. Remember, as one of the 12 burial grounds, this place was immensely dangerous. Even immortal emperors couldn't take it down. The villainous heaven itself turned a blind eye. Now, some unknown force had dragged it away. Was there someone capable of doing this? No, absolutely not. Alas, this was indeed the case. This abyss seemed to be leading to hell itself. No one could ever explain this event, not even Wuxia. How strange, this isn't your style. What happened? Wuxia murmured while looking at the sky. No one answered him, perhaps no one had the answer. Only the villainous heaven knew what happened here. Wuxia became silent because this was unprecedented. Such a thing never occurred even in the legends or any older epoch. Otherwise, the lords of the burial grounds wouldn't have lasted so long. He eventually crouched down and touched the abyss fringe, his brows slightly furrowed. Though millions of years have passed, he still sensed a few things. He decided to jump down the abyss without any hesitation, disappearing from sight. Chapter 3472. No one knew what was at the bottom of the abyss or if one could climb out of it after entering. Wuxia still jumped in without any hesitation. His body rapidly descended and disappeared from sight, seemingly swallowed by the abyss. After a long while, he finally appeared again, climbing out of the abyss. He sat down next to the cliff with a calm expression, albeit with a slight frown. How strange. In actuality, he didn't find anything under there. No danger or anything special. What is it? He pinched some soil off the top and then scattered them through the gaps between his fingers. The remnant aura here eluded him. Very few things in this world could actually escape his analysis. This was one of them. In history and all the epochs, this type of power didn't exist. Putting aside its actual strength, it was perfectly unique. Another similar power with the same uniqueness belonged to the villainous heaven. Today, there was another type. This made Li Qie ponder. I'm sure you have the answer. His eyes pierced across the myriad worlds to reach the deep azure. Of course, there was no response. This was to be expected. The opposite would make the whole thing more bizarre. Li Qie clapped his hands, then stared at the abyss with a sigh. How unbelievable. This news would cause an earthquake in the previous epoch. All inhabitants would shudder in fear from this unbelievable event. Li Qie himself had a hard time imagining what happened. He has been here plenty of times before, possessing a far better understanding than others. Drystone Courtyard is no more. Li Qie said sentimentally, then left. In reality, the 12 burial grounds were gone in the new epoch anyway. Li Qie crossed through numerous dimensions to reach the source of the ancestral vein. It didn't used to be this easy getting through the place, but everything had changed with time. A lake of incredible essences existed in this place, the embodiment of worldly fortunes. Alas, it was withered right now, just a hollow depression. Nonetheless, there were still runic lines around it. This has been the case for millions and millions of years. The destruction of the eras didn't matter. Epoch might have turned to ashes without affecting these runes. However, this was only an outward appearance. Those who have been here before would find that they were different after using their heavenly gaze. The runes have lost their divinity, or to be more specific, they no longer had life. This was akin to a metamorphosis. The living entities in the runes have left, leaving behind the shells on the ground. Breaking out to be an immortal or to fight against the immortals. Li Qie started thinking about certain things worthy of remembrance from the past. A smile appeared on his face. He took a deep breath and focused up. His eyes fell onto the lake. This place was the source of stone medicine, the center of the 3 grand veins containing fundamental essences and fortunes. Another difference he noticed was a stone pillar right on top of the lake. It wasn't that impressive in size, but the runes carved on it could clearly be seen. They were completely different from the ones in the lake. The latter was formed in a natural manner, the accumulation of worldly fortunes. As for the ones on the runes, they were domineering and supreme, the culmination from the grand Tao all over the places. The pillar seemingly reached the deepest location of the earth and became one with it. This allowed it to connect with the ancestral veins. Due to the empowerment gained from the veins, the runes on the pillar continued moving and changing. They engulfed one particular item on top of the pillar, obscuring it in the process. A meticulous observer would note that the runes weren't protecting this item. It was a suppression. Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he intended on bypassing the runes to see the thing inside. Boom! The runes of the lake gradually lit up and started a supreme symphony capable of piercing through time and space, from 8 desolaces all the way to 9 worlds. Rumble. Their lights shot to the sky. In the next second, these runes woke up again, brimming with life. A figure appeared in this boundless radiance. She seemed to be from the ancient era, ethereal and illusory. Others would mistake her to be from their previous dream. Li Qie quietly watched the figure. The figure itself was faint already and the light made it harder to see. However, one could tell that this was a woman. The figure alone could suppress the firmaments. Other masters and invincible experts weren't worth mentioning before her terrifying aura. The gods needed to prostrate and the devil would tremble beneath her feet. She was Immortal Assailant Emperor, the last immortal emperor of the 9 worlds, perhaps the most brilliant of them all. The two exchanged glances. This fleeting moment seemingly lasted millions of years. Within the Tao runes in the lake were laughter, competitions, and heart-to-heart conversations, some scolding as well. The past would always remain the same. I left something behind. Her voice was both pleasant and dignified. Li Qie found it awfully enjoyable. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure you can come up with a conclusion. Otherwise, this world is finished, the same for you. She added. Yes, I know. Li Qie stared at the suppressed item on top of the pillar and nodded. A brief silence ensued. Congratulations, that day has come for you. He broke the silence first and was happy for her. She didn't respond, only continuing to stare at him. 1. Now it says Immortal Emperor. It was Grand Emperor before, but the Grand here could just be great and not a classification. This is rather vague, so we'll have to go with the flow before more context. Chapter 3473. Time came to a halt. Words weren't necessary because one glance was enough for them to understand each other. It's not over between us. Her pleasant voice echoed, seemingly becoming a part of space. Once it dispersed, the light in her figure also disappeared from sight. The runes became lifeless once more. Indeed. He sighed and smiled wryly. He focused his attention on the stone pillar and the item again. It wasn't moving and didn't emit any special aura. The world has always talked about the Emperor's treasury and legacy. They thought it would contain countless treasures, peerless merit laws, and invincible weapons. None of that was here. She only left one thing, an item that she couldn't understand. Plus, it was meant for only one person, Li Qie. She knew that if she couldn't come up with an answer, the Dark Crow was the only one left who could do so. Now, in the case of Li Qie failing as well, only the villainous heaven would be left. However, it wasn't part of this world. Li Qie murmured while looking at the item. It wasn't a treasure at all. Nothing good would come of it, only a terrible nightmare to all of 8 Desolaces. That's why the Emperor took a painstaking effort to suppress it here. He then thought about the weakened Dao runes all over the ground. They weren't exactly useless just yet. Even a Dao Lord couldn't do anything in this place without thinking twice. He took out a stone egg obtained from the park. It became magnificent after his carving and had an unfathomable mystery within. He let it roll towards the Dao runes. Something magical happened during the roll. It actually absorbed all the Dao runes on its path. Nothing was damaged, all the runes were absorbed in their complete version. It was as if this wasn't an absorption but a mere relocation. The egg circled around the lake numerous times in order to grab all the Dao runes. The ground became glossy and smooth just like a mirror with the runes gone. This was the reason why he obtained the stone egg, then took the time to carve it. He needed it to move everything here. The egg eventually finished its task and Li Qie put it away. He then walked to the front of the stone pillar. The invincible runes on it were embedded by Immortal Assailant Emperor. The pillar pierced into the ground and was connected to the ancestral vein. A Dao Lord had no chance of moving the pillar. It has become one with heaven and earth. This power allowed it to suppress the item left here. He took a deep breath and tossed the egg at the stone. It latched onto the surface and started rolling up. The same thing happened, the egg absorbing all the runes during the roll. Only Li Qie could come up with this ingenious method of moving the runes without damaging them. The pillar eventually had the same smooth surface just like the ground. With the runes gone, the suppression disappeared as well. The item on top of the pillar finally showed its true form. It was around the size of a thumb, perhaps a bit bigger. There was a layer of ash. In terms of appearance, it resembled a tree root that has been burnt before. As for texture, it was soft like a severed part of a tentacle. No one would take a second look at this thing if it was randomly left on the ground. It didn't look valuable nor harmful, only a burnt tree root. However, Li Qie knew how special it was. Cut down, Li Qie understood which power did this. Trying to sense it was useless. It had no aura. Derivation didn't work either to analyze its materials. This was something unprecedented in this world. Nonetheless, he knew that it was dangerous because there seemed to be a bit of life in it. Perhaps this wasn't the right classification either. This wasn't the same life found in this world. He knew that it was growing at a slow pace, virtually indiscernible. An expert could keep an eye out the entire time without noticing the minute change. He waited until it grew another inch. Boom! Everything quaked during this moment. That's right, all of 8 Desolaces quaked once, including the isolated and hidden realms. The world felt so feeble. All inhabitants noticed this quake. What's going on? Even the ancient existences woke up in fear. Something seemingly pierced 8 Desolaces and left a huge wound. However, all 8 regions felt perfectly fine. No damage actually occurred. Only the top masters sensed this horrifying power and no longer thought that they were invincible in this era. This made them turn pale. Humph. Li Chia scowled and made his move with the egg, a direct suppression. Boom. The thing couldn't react in time before getting smashed by the egg. Instead of crushing it, the egg immediately sucked it inside, just like the Dao runes earlier. Chapter 3474. Within the stone egg was an apex grand Dao connected to the celestials and 3,000 worlds. Time and space embraced them, all powers within worked to suppress the thing. Li Chia specially crafted this prison with the help of worldly Dao runes and the Emperor's suppression. This completely stopped the thing from moving. He no longer sensed anything from it, it seemed inanimate like a piece of metal. One would be hard-pressed to imagine that it was capable of piercing through 8 Desolaces earlier. They would assume that it was a strange illusion. He started contemplating. It became clear how Drystone Courtyard disappeared now and what power dragged it away. The question was, what existence or what form possessed this power? He has never seen it before, it didn't exist in the records. In history, as long as something existed, there would be clues scattered about, especially in the legends or folktales. This wasn't the case here. He thought that it was certainly new. However, this was impossible. Reaching a power of this magnitude required time and accumulation, an arduous process. It couldn't have appeared out of nowhere like this. How interesting. Li Chia became awfully curious, not because of the looming threat. He simply wanted to find out more. Seems like I've spent all of my time on the villainous heaven and missed out on other details. He stroked his chin, realizing his carelessness. His main focus and vision were on the ultimate expedition. This made him neglect other matters. Perhaps this existence has been there all along, just slumbering in an unknown corner. It simply didn't want others to know. This didn't mean that it didn't exist. This will be very amusing. Li Chia looked up at the sky again. The party in the future won't be boring at all. More guests will be coming. Li Chia's eyes became profound. Well, I welcome it, the more the merrier. He grinned and stared at the thing in the stone. His next objective was to analyze it without missing any information. This required breaking it down completely. He was no stranger to this and had plenty of experience. Nothing could ever hide from his dissection and examination. This will be fun. He had a smile that would scare those in the know as he was leaving. He had smiled like this back during the ancient Ming era. What came next was a butcher with blood-stained hands. Crack. Crack. The area behind him started cracking before collapsing altogether. Only a hole was left. He then left Fire Domain. There wasn't anyone here, a stark contrast to the lively scene not long ago. Even Sher Wawa and Pullstone Saintus were gone. He chuckled and continued forward after taking a look around. Everyone had moved to the stone forest. In theory, now that the treasure hunt was over, everyone should be leaving. On the contrary, they decided to wait outside. The powers there far exceeded imagination, even more so than before. Numerous ancestors were here now. A while ago, the ancestors that came were relatively young or just elders. The more powerful ones chose to hide in the shadows because this land still belonged to Ancestral City. Now, they lost their patience and showed up in public. The reason was very simple. Li Chia had obtained both the imperial treasury and the legacy of the phoenix. No one would miss this opportunity to grab both in the case of success. Just one was enough to drive people insane from greed, taking a sect to the next level in no time at all. They might be able to exert total domination afterward. That's why it was worth the risk even if it meant offending Ancestral City. Numerous groups waited outside, including large armies from Yin Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments. More ancestors have shown up. They lost 100,000 men or so in Fire Domain, but this didn't matter. They were still able to muster mighty armies in just a short time. People couldn't help but be amazed. This was why they were the top dogs right now. All eyes were on the entrance, quietly waiting for the target to appear. Of course, not all wanted to rob Wuxia. Some knew their place and that they wouldn't be able to compete with the rest. Thus, they were only here to watch. I can smell the stench of blood already. One expert murmured. It was obvious that taking Wuxia down wasn't the end to this. The successful party would become the next target. Thus, this place would turn into hell soon enough. Numerous cultivators would fall as a result. That's why some have already prepared an escape plan. The moment they grabbed the treasury or the legacy, they would instantly retreat with haste. A few ancestors chose to hide their background just in case they were successful. Otherwise, others would come for their sects soon enough. Others wanted to hide for a long time afterward in order to fully understand the spoils before showing up again. The area seemed quiet from people scheming and being on guard with each other. Many actually wielded weapons already, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He's out. A furor started with Wuxia's appearance by the entrance. All eyes were on him, hot enough to shoot out rays and illuminate the place. They all wanted to know what he got from the Imperial Treasury. Time came to a halt, the greedy spectators clenched their weapons tighter. Of course, no one dared to be the first to make a move lest they wanted to be public enemy number one. This resulted in a deadlock. Chapter 3475. The stillness became unbearably eerie. They stared at Wuxia as if wanting to eat him alive. How lively. He didn't mind at all and smiled at the mass. Many shuddered after seeing this smile. Wuxia was only a silver carapace, yet he had such a calm bearing before the powerful crowd. It was as if he was looking down on inferior beings. Nothing happened yet. It was unwise being the first to make a move instead of waiting for a better opportunity. It would be best to watch the impatient groups massacre themselves first. Unfortunately, everyone harbored this thought, so stagnation continued. What did the emperor leave behind? One spectator got bored and shouted at Wuxia. Everyone naturally listened attentively, waiting to hear an answer. Their eyes became redder and greedier like a pack of hungry wolves. The emperor was considered one of the most brilliant immortal emperors, the last of their kind. Her treasury encompassed all the treasures of the 9 worlds, perhaps the largest one in history. Their greed seemed justified after putting things into perspective. The treasury? Wuxia smiled after seeing their expression. Each word of his right now stirred the crowd. So even though he purposely spoke slowly to tease them, they still remained patient. There's nothing in there, only scrap metals. He concluded. No one believed him despite this actually being the case. They exchanged glances of doubts. They saw him entering the Dao portal and he certainly got the treasury. Plus, the emperor should have left something behind. Who are you trying to trick? One older expert snorted. The emperor possessed the greatest treasury in the world. No one will believe your nonsense. Others nodded in agreement because his answer was too illogical. Up to you, I don't care either way. Wuxia waved his hand dismissively. That treasury has items belonging to everyone in the 9 worlds. It should be given back to the descendants. Everyone should have a share. Another old cultivator said. Robbing Wuxia would be improper since some of them were from righteous sections. How could they attack a junior without the right justification? It would ruin their sect's reputation. That's why they needed the right excuse regardless of how forced it was. True. The crowd applauded and agreed. Another expert from a big sect said, "The treasures of the world belong to the wise and capable, not you alone. Yes, it's for all to share. Take it out now." One ancestor fanned the fire. "Don't make the mistake of monopolizing it out of greed." The crowd loudly shouted, forcing him to hand the treasury over before taking action. "You all look like clowns right now, a bunch of ruffians trying to act all dignified. How shameful for the righteous sects to stoop down to this level." Li Qiye was amused. A few of the shouters earlier turned red, but most didn't care. "Hand it over or everyone will attack." An impatient crowd member shouted. "That's right, don't think about leaving with it." Another guy pointed his weapon at Li Qiye, ready to attack. "I see. Fine, I'll deliver all of you to the next life." Li Qiye had a smirk on. Normally, a silver carapace was no threat at all, but Li Qiye managed to deter some of them. They shuddered after recalling how he massacred multiple armies not long ago. The brutal carnage still haunted them, so his words carried plenty of weight. No one wanted to be the first to try, since death might be the result. Foolish and cowardly. Li Qiye shook his head. This disdain still wasn't enough to force anyone to attack him. They all wanted to wait for someone else to go first. Boom! An old man interrupted the stalemate and landed in front of Skylight's army. "Prepare the formation," he shouted. Rumble. The high morale soldiers moved to the right position, raising their weapons and shield. They were just watching earlier until this man came. Now, they were ready for battle. The national teacher of Skylight. The vanguards of the crowd retreated after seeing him. "He's actually here." Most felt dread after seeing the old man. He was a fierce character in charge of Skylight, having conquered the nearby territories. His hands were stained with blood. Clank. Next, a divine sword landed and pinned on the ground, causing a loud blast. It looked just like a peak due to its size. People who looked up saw another old man, his robe fluttered to the wind. He seemed to be an unsheathed sword due to a sharp, rampaging aura. Firmament Sect Master. A few recognized him. The dead godchild was his direct disciple. He embarked on the path of the sword, having killed many opponents and gaining notoriety during his youth. Chapter 3476. The colossal sword seemed capable of splitting the world into two. This momentum was enough to frighten the spectators. Clank. Clank. CL Lank. The spectating disciples from firmaments unsheathed their sword and let their aura roam free. The area became engulfed by terrible sword energies. Both Skylight and firmaments have brought their top leaders to deal with Li Qiye. Is it happening? What should we do? Those harboring nefarious intents wondered about the correct course of action. These two sects have made it clear that they wouldn't let this go. The others naturally wouldn't either. Keep watching, maybe? An ancestor pondered. Most still didn't know how much force the two sects have brought, especially the number of ancestors. Thus, hesitation arose since they didn't wish to provoke nor oppose these behemoths. Alas, the temptation of the treasury was just too much. Some considered the risk to be acceptable. Li Qiye, you have shown your cruelty by murdering 100,000 good men, nothing less of death should be the punishment. Blood for blood is the norm, but we're nothing less than reasonable. Surrender and a fair trial shall be granted. The national teacher spoke as if he was on the side of righteousness. Only new, naive cultivators would take him seriously, thinking that he was being merciful despite having an army killed by Li Qiye. This was the style of a big country? It's a cat crying over a dead mouse. The older cultivators were too experienced for this. One snorted and said, "They just want to capture and bring him back to keep the treasury and legacy." He made it sound so flowery. The naive ones immediately reacted and understood the situation. Older ginger is hotter indeed. This comment was aimed towards the older cultivators and the national teacher. This high-ranking official didn't bring up the treasury at all, only that Li Qia was a heinous villain while still wanting to give him a fair trial. This was killing two birds with one stone, earning admiration and the treasures. All feel nothing but rage and indignation for what you have done, murderer. Nonetheless, righteous sects like ours won't execute you right away. We'll give you a chance to defend yourself and state your case. Surrender and you might survive. Firmament's sect master said seriously. He had the same tone as the national teacher. The two were clearly working together for three things: the imperial treasury, the legacy of the phoenix, and even the phoenix bloodline. Their justification trumped the ones earlier who talked about their right to the treasury. It was harder to refute since they took the moral high ground. I see. Li Qia chuckled and casually responded, I'm a heinous villain, so I don't need to defend myself or a trial, definitely not repenting either. Don't spew bullshit about justice, just say that you want the treasury in the phoenix's legacy, it's right here. Come, they'll be yours if you're capable enough. His words were even more moving than his opponents. So there are treasures. Some members of the crowd shouted excitedly. That's right, phoenix true feathers, phoenix grand Dao, phoenix eggs, which ones do you want? Li Qia leisurely said. See, I knew it. That area was really the nest of a phoenix containing its legacies. A furor broke out among the crowd. Eyes turned red once more. Any of the aforementioned treasures was priceless. The national teacher and firmament sect master's eyes flashed with a terrible glint as well. Though they were powerful and held important positions, they had never seen these phoenix treasures, let alone possessing some. That's why they were about to go crazy. Rumble. They raised their hands and the two armies immediately rushed towards Li Qia and surrounded him. A trial requires the presence of everyone else, Skylight and Firmaments alone can't give a fair trial. Someone immediately protested. He's right, your two sects alone can't be in charge of this. Other powers should have a say. One ancestor stepped up. Some of them got in the way of the two armies, whether on purpose or not. They weren't on Li Qia's side, it's just that once he was captured, trying to seize the treasures then would be next to impossible. Li Qia watched with a smile on his face, ready to see a fight between these sections. Move aside or face the consequences. Firmament's sect master's eyes turned cold. Logic and reason trump all. One disciple from a big sect shouted, since you have been talking about a fair trial, you should follow your words. Let everyone have a say on Li Qia. I agree, that's the only way for the trial to be just. Others chimed in, wanting to stop the two behemoths. In their opinion, Li Qia was completely helpless against these two armies and the rest of them. He had no chance of escaping the blockade. Kill them. The national master of Skylight was fierce and decided to attack without wasting words. Kill. Both Skylight and Firmaments began attacking the crowd. Ah! Laments of battle echoed across the field. The two armies were elite and quickly caught the crowd off guard. Numerous cultivators were massacred. Enough. A few ancestors became enraged and channeled their energy. Explosions detonated as the earth trembled. These ancestors were capable enough to resist the two armies. Thus, the fights became contested and bloodied even though they still didn't have the treasury yet. Greedy trash. Li Qia shook his head and smiled. No one paid attention to him right now due to the raging battle. Chapter 3477. Heaven fell and the earth suffered from this battle. The celestials lost their shine. A storm of blood and corpses rained down the area. Heads rolled on the ground like pumpkins. The ancestors from the other side didn't relent against the experts of the two behemoths. They were willing to fight to the death. This wasn't only because of Li Qia and the treasures. It also pertained to dominion over the north. Currently, Yin Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments were undoubtedly the strongest sections. Many others had conflicts or even small-scaled wars with them previously. This usually ended with the three being the victor. Today, the other powers have gathered together, quite a rare occurrence. Thus, this became a catalyst to an all-out battle due to past animosity. They were preoccupied and forgot about Wuxia. Thus, this left room for the cultivators who only wanted to spectate at the start. They had an opening to seize the treasury from Wuxia. Rumble. Loud blasts suddenly came from the horizon. A flood of steel suddenly emerged from the distance, enough to shock everyone including the busy combatants. They looked up and saw billowing dust emanating from a great army with unstoppable momentum. There might be 1,000,000 troops or so. It consisted of golem giants, some had a bright pulse around their body. Another was a mixed blood with a head seemingly made out of jade. The mighty army affected the land itself, not just the battlefield. Their vitality surged like a primordial flood, capable of engulfing the world. This naturally frightened the hell out of everyone. Their legs shuddered from just feeling the army's momentum and aura. The combatants on the battlefield stopped their deathmatch and backed off right away. Golems from Ancestral City. Some turned pale at this sight. Everyone finally got a good look at the power of Ancestral City and the golems. So powerful. Others took a deep breath. They finally realized that this was the stone forest belonging to Ancestral City. Gathering and fighting here meant not giving the golems any face. They're stronger than expected. Even the elite cultivators became nervous. This army could completely crush everyone right now. The armies of the three behemoths couldn't come close to stopping it. Skylight and Firmament's members became afraid, realizing that a direct confrontation was foolish. Ancestral City had 2 Dao lords before and kept a low profile compared to the prominent Yin Yang Gate. This often misled people on its power, thinking that it was inferior to Yin Yang Gate or even Skylight. This certainly didn't look like it was the case right now. Neigh Dash, a warhorse neighed with an impressive presence. A cavalry led the way for this army. Pullstone Saintess. People recognized the leader. She looked both kingdom-toppling and heroic, not inferior to any general. The duality of femininity and masculinity made her irresistibly enchanting. Everyone held their breath as she led the army of the golems to battle. Ancestral City is not a place to settle your personal feuds, nor is it a ground for killing. She glared at the outsiders and coldly uttered, "All armies, immediately leave the city's limits." She was as direct as can be, leaving no room for questioning. Everyone exchanged glances first before staring at Wuxia. The duck was already cooked, so they didn't want to miss the feast. Alas, it was abundantly clear that this army from Ancestral was unstoppable. This brutal butcher slaughtered 100,000 men from our 3 sections. The national teacher of Skylight pointed at Wuxia and said, "Let us bring him and we'll leave right away, we'll apologize in the future. The young master is our esteemed guest. Don't even think about it while being in our territory." The Saintess refused right away. Her firm response and strong attitude naturally surprised the crowd. "Saintess, our sects are in-laws. We should stand together when dealing with enemies and ridding the world of evil." An ancestor finally showed up from Yin Yang's camp. He carried more weight than most due to his position at Yin Yang Gate. "Elder June." The Saintess replied, "Since you have brought this up, I'll formally announce that the marriage pact between Yin Yang and Ancestral is now annulled." What? Everyone clamored after hearing this, thinking that they have misheard. How sudden, this doesn't make any sense. Confusion struck the mass. Even the ancestor from Yin Yang became stunned. A formal marriage pact between 2 sects was a big deal, especially this particular one. Making the wrong moves here might result in deep animosity and long-lasting wars. This was unwise because a war between 2 behemoths was calamitous. What's going on? A disagreement shouldn't be enough to tear the pact. A knowledgeable ancestor in the audience wondered. He knew that in the past, Ancestral City had 2 separate factions on this matter. The objectors said that their sect didn't need to resort to a marriage alliance to consolidate their status. As for the supporters, they wanted a powerful bloodline. 2 bloodlines together could give birth to something even more incredible. Initially, this alliance was a failure. Alas, Polstone Saintess ancestors from her own clan pushed for it hard enough. That's why her decision today shocked everyone. Saintess, is this your decision or ancestral's? It's not a matter you can decide on your own. The Yin-Yang ancestor asked. If she was being impulsive right now, Yin-Yang Gate could still forget this. Both. She said decisively. Her unfriendly tone meant that Ancestral City wanted to separate themselves from Yin-Yang Gate. This wasn't just a simple annulment. I need to see Elder Shi. The ancestor demanded. No need. An ancient voice answered him, this is the end to the marriage agreement. Young Lord Bai can come and we'll give him an appropriate answer. Ancestor Lu. Others cried out. He was another influential ancestor from Ancestral. Chapter 3478. Ancestor Lu might not be the most powerful in Ancestral City, but he was quite influential. Thus, his direct denial of the marriage pact took the crowd like a storm. Earlier, the Saintess comment could be considered the hot-headed temperament of a woman. It would only lead to minor disharmony between the two sections. After all, a junior had no say in something so important. Now, it became more than just empty talk when it came from Ancestor Lu. This meant a complete disregard for face. Any friendly relationship between the two sects was finished from this point onward. This happened too quickly for the crowd to react. It was especially hard for Yin-Yang Gate because Ancestral City showed no signs of it previously. What is Ancestral doing? Maybe the non-supporters have taken charge? Many ancestors quietly discussed this matter. They have heard about the two sides previously. Perhaps Ancestor Lu's faction has taken charge and made this decision. Elder Lu, this is a matter of utmost importance. Please think about it first. The ancestor from Yin-Yang said. This ancestor was confused because he had met Ancestor Shi just several days ago. Elder Shi was a supporter of this marriage alliance and he was still in charge. Moreover, he hasn't heard of any political changes in Ancestral recently. Elder Shi and his faction shouldn't have lost authority. Therefore, why the sudden change of mind? He couldn't come up with a reason. This is a unanimous decision of Ancestral City after considerable deliberation. Elder Lu answered with a solemn expression, we are no longer friends, let alone allies. This stirred the crowd more than the previous statement. Breaking the marriage pact was one thing because not all ancestors there supported this. The other faction had plenty of support. But now, the latter sentence was much harsher and carried more gravity. Previously, the two sects were still friends for many eras despite not having a marriage alliance. What was Ancestral City up to now? A declaration of war in the future? One neutral ancestor took a deep breath. Not necessarily. His wise friend whispered, I just think they want to sever all ties with Yin-Yang. Many felt this way when the Saintess revealed her stance. Elder Lu's confirmation made them confident in this speculation. But why? What would make Ancestral City turn from Yin-Yang Gate? Such an extreme decision? One listener wondered. Ancestral City kept to itself but still maintained a cordial relationship with the major powers in the north. This change of attitude could include Skylight and Firmaments as well. Elder Lu, I want to see Elder Shi. The ancestor from Yin-Yang demanded. The marriage alliance was one thing, but this was one step short from embarking on a path of no return. You may see him whenever. He's right in the city. Ancestor Lu spoke with a calm demeanor, a sign of absolute confidence in their choice. Okay, leave if you have no business here. Polstone Saintess then told the rest. A hush fell over the scene. Many glanced over at Wuxia, the target of their mobilization. They naturally didn't want to leave without the imperial treasury. What about Wuxia? A hidden crowd member asked. The young master is our city's esteemed guest. Polstone responded. Esteemed guest? This is clearly the case of a wine lover's heart not being in the cup. You only want to monopolize his imperial treasury. Another hidden speaker said. The crowd traveled far just for Li Qie. Now, they were annoyed that Ancestral City would take him away. Just be straight about wanting the treasury, don't act so righteous. Someone else added. They might not dare to fight Ancestral City's army but also didn't want to give up so easily. No one can accept this. Another purposely instigated. The ancestor from Yin Yang cleared his throat and declared, Li Qie is a heinous murderer. Our three sects wish to try him along with the rest of the world. That's right, Ancestral City can't keep him. Skylight National Teacher added. I agree. Firmament Sect Master said. All three behemoths were on the same side now, clearly having reached an agreement. Yin Yang Gate, in particular, was more pressed to not let Ancestral City have the imperial treasury after this conflict. Ancestral was already strong enough. If they were to get the treasury, it wouldn't be long until they became unstoppable in the north. Thus, the situation became quite interesting. The other side had just fought a bloody battle over the treasury. Now, they decided to team up to capture Li Qie again. The other sects realized that the behemoths were using them, but they didn't mind at this point. It would be all over if Li Qie were to leave with Ancestral. Both the imperial treasury and the Phoenix's legacies would be gone. We support Yin Yang Gate. Li Qie's trial should be open to the public. Ancestral City can't just take him away. An ancestor from a big power said. Right, this has to be the way to go, a public trial. Others chimed in. They had no chance to fight against Ancestral City alone. However, all of them combined could do so since Ancestral City might not risk offending everyone else. What if I want to go with Ancestral City? Li Qie smiled. No. An ancestor immediately shouted, this is no longer up to you. We demand justice for the death of our disciple. The Yin Yang ancestor shouted. 1. Idiom meaning having an ulterior motive, to have other things in mind, a drinker not really interested in alcohol. Chapter 3479. The Yin Yang ancestor only wanted to find a reason to stop Ancestral City from taking Li Qie. That development would be as bad as it could get for them. Ancestral would become superior afterward. No other sect in the north could take Ancestral, not even them. He must stay behind to pay for his crimes. The national teacher from Skylight shouted. Ancestral can't just take a murderer away. Everyone used this reason to stand alongside Yin Yang. They thought that they had the perfect excuse, trialing a murderer instead of focusing on the treasury. Ancestral shouldn't cover up for him. That's going against justice and the rest of the world. Another ancestor used this opportunity to accuse Ancestral. Yes, protecting him is akin to opposing everyone else, that's not acceptable in the north. The crowd became agitated and assumed the role of justice. Loud complaints echoed across the field in order to stop Ancestral from bringing Li Qie away. So what? Today, those who oppose the young master will become our enemies. Shi Qingjian looked straight at the crowd and declared. She spoke with confidence and determination. Everyone felt as if her words were knives pricking their heart. They took a deep breath to calm down. She raised her hand and the army of Ancestral immediately prepared battle formations. Their battle intent could sweep through 8 desolaces, rendering others breathless. No mercy for those who stand in our way. She became domineering, ready to kill. The scene became quiet right away. The shouters earlier closed their mouth and exchanged glances. Though they were vocal with their complaints earlier, no one wanted to make a move after seeing the army of Ancestral. It would be foolish to be the vanguards and cannon fodders right now. Who would be dumb enough to rush forward first and die? They needed to wait for the 3 behemoths on their side to make a move first. Miss Shi, are you adamant in opposing us? The Yin Yang ancestor's expression darkened. Don't make me repeat myself. Shi Qingjian replied. It became abundantly clear that Ancestral City was firmly on Li Qie's side. It didn't matter who they would antagonize in the process. This is the will of Ancestral City or yours? Firmament's sect master asked. Qingjian is in charge of Ancestral now. Her decision is the sect's decision. Ancestor Lu revealed. The crowd became astounded, especially the members of Yin Yang Gate. This was way too early for her to be in charge. Sure, she was a brilliant genius not inferior to Skylight Princess. However, Ancestral City had plenty of powerful ancestors. In terms of seniority and cultivation, it simply wasn't her turn. Moreover, the city didn't have any intention of doing so anytime soon. Why did this happen overnight? This made it tougher for Yin Yang Gate as well. If other ancestors were in charge, perhaps the two sects could still reconcile. With her in charge, not even an opportunity would arise. By this point, everyone understood that the marriage annulment was her decision because she was in charge now. Miss Shi, why do you want to be our enemies? Ancestral has a great army, but so do we, and they're here now. The ancestor from Yin Yang said. If Ancestral won't back down, Skylight will stand with Yin Yang. Our army will come as well. Skylight National Teacher added. Firmament's sect master hesitated for a bit before speaking. Everyone needs to work together for the sake of justice. Firmaments does not wish to fight, but in order to destroy the villain named Li Chia and avenge our fallen disciples, we will mobilize our army. These two powers have chosen Yin Yang's side. However, Firmament's sect master spoke with some leeway and more finesse. After all, Firmaments came from Ancestral City and it mainly consisted of golems. Thus, it was ridiculous for it to attack Ancestral City. The rest of their race would spurn them for doing so. Therefore, he focused on Li Chia and the vengeance aspect. It became more understandable and reasonable. They didn't wish to fight and disrespect Ancestral but had no other choice. No one could criticize a sect for wanting to avenge their disciples. Of course, this sect master had an even more sinister plan outside of the treasures and legacies. In the case of an actual war, the fall of Ancestral City meant that the golems would lose their leader. At that point, they could take that spot instead and replace Ancestral City. They would have supremacy over the golems for generations to come. This was worth any risk and effort. I agree to help Yin Yang Gate for the sake of justice. Another ancestor took the opportunity to join. My sect's army will come whenever. Everyone is responsible for slaying evil. Count our clan in. The first elder of a clan said. That's right, we won't just sit idly by. The rest of the crowd seemed eager to help. They were ready to surround and attack Ancestral City at this point. This was a considerable threat because this alliance was mighty. Ancestral City might actually fall against the rest of the north. Ancestral, rethink this. Are you ready to fight against the coalition of justice? The Yin Yang ancestor threatened. Everyone stared at Qingjian because her next move could decide the fate of Ancestral City. Miss Shi, hand over Li Chia, and no trouble will come to your sect. Firmament's sect master persuaded. My answer is, come, bring as many men as you like. She didn't relent in the slightest. Chapter 3480. Facing the rest of the world was a serious matter even for the strongest ancestors. However, a junior like Shi Qingjian still made this decision in a domineering and fearless manner. Then wait for the destruction of your sect. The myriad heroes of the world will come and siege Ancestral City. Nothing will be left here but ashes, one crowd member bellowed. However, he couldn't finish due to a massive detonation. The ground trembled violently in the north. A majestic power rushed up from underground with a boundless life force towards all 8 directions. Everyone could sense a colossal being awakening. The turning of this lord's body could crush the realms. A mountain not far from the city suddenly shifted. The trees and terrains nearby were destroyed in the process. Debris and dust covered the sky while boulders rolled chaotically. After everything settled, they saw a golem with half of his body still buried underground. Rumble. More earthquakes happened as he slowly climbed up. Once he got on his feet, he stood among the clouds. Boom. His terrible power shocked the firmaments and the cosmos before smashing back down onto the north. All the clouds in the region were swept away. Other slumbering existences woke up as a result, in the depths of Yin Yang Gate, in the ancestral Hall of Skylight, and the Mountain of Firmaments. These big shots in the north had a serious expression, even the invincible heavenly sovereigns. Those actually aware of his identity exercised extreme prudence. Back in Ancestral City in an old restaurant, an old man sitting by the counter also opened his eyes once before dozing off again. Humph. The golem's scowl sent the world into a state of chaos. He opened his eyes and gazed at the crowd outside of the stone forest. They looked like two blinding suns sending rays down on the mass. The majority couldn't withstand the pressure from the great being. The weaker cultivators dropped to their knees but since they were scared out of their minds. The gaze, in particular, affected even the toughest ones. I've never said anything about destroying Ancestral. A few lost their courage and expressed their innocence. Their fear was warranted since they felt like ants before this gigantic golem. A pseudo-atavistic forefather, an ancestor murmured in fear. The ones near him became shaken after hearing this. These forefathers were immensely mighty. The realm of heavenly sovereign was only the starting point for them. Even a fool could tell how powerful he was judging by his aura and divinity. The reason for his awakening was obvious: people were threatening Ancestral City. The Sioux clan has no intention of disrespecting Ancestral City. Very few people could stand straight right now, let alone looking straight at the forefather. Myriad Mountain sect will leave right now. Other sects started changing their stance. We'll leave right now. Us too. Just this forefather alone could annihilate the coalition army, no need for Ancestral City to actually do anything. Numbers no longer mattered here. Sects started retreating without uttering any more nonsense. They fled and disappeared into the horizon. The forefather only glared at them for a bit before closing his eyes, returning into hibernation. The top-ranking members of Skylight, Firmaments, and Yin Yang weren't fully intimidated. They only had a pale expression and relative dread. They knew that the coalition army was only a useless mob against a golem forefather. It was impossible for them to take Li Chia away now. Just one palm strike from him could flatten their side. If they wanted to fight Ancestral, they needed their ancient ancestors to come as well. Any less would be suicidal. Some of them thought about the takeover from Pullstone Saintess. Perhaps she had garnered the support of a forefather. That's the only possibility. Do we need a send-off party? Shi Qingjian glared at the ancestor from Yin Yang Gate. The coalition had no choice because they weren't qualified to handle the situation any longer. Reinforcement was necessary, especially their ancient ancestors. Let's go. They left the city limits in dejection, no longer possessing the same morale as before. The ones who shouted the loudest earlier about capturing Li Chia for the sake of justice were the first to flee. The great coalition army scattered like birds and beasts in the blink of an eye. This was a wake-up call to the city's true power. Some neutral spectators looked up at the forefather. He no longer had the same oppressive aura during his slumber state. However, they still felt a great sense of reverence, especially the golems. The latter had an innate respect for these great beings. Thus, they started bowing and worshipping the forefather. On the other hand, Li Chia only gave him a glance. "Young master, I thought you were dead for sure. It's good that the saintess brought reinforcement." Shi Wawa ran over and excitedly told him. Shi Qingjian jumped down from her warhorse and walked to Li Chia's front. She bowed her head and said, "Welcome back to the city, young master. We are ready for your orders." Chapter 3481, Welcome to Ancestral City, young master. The great army of the city bowed towards him, resulting in a magnificent scene akin to the coming of a king. Anyone would feel as if they were basking in a historical event as their ambition for power increased. Who wouldn't want to have an army kneel before them? They would feel invincible during this event. The spectators couldn't believe this either. It was a rare scene to see an army of 1,000,000 kneeling down to one man. What is Ancestral doing? Some didn't understand. No one in the north could enjoy this welcoming ceremony, not even the forefathers of the important sections. This grand ceremony exceeded all others, perhaps the highest showing of respect possible. This Li Qiye deserves this treatment? People became jealous, especially the younger cultivators. How can he be so lucky? Loved by women everywhere he goes, the heaven is really blind. One of them indignantly complained. First was the maiden, now the saintess. The latter was a more serious case since she tore apart her marriage agreement with Bai Jianchan and made an army bow to him. This whole thing felt surreal and unimaginable. Why does the saintess want to plead her loyalty? He can't be that strong. Another said bitterly. Can't be stronger than young Lord Bai for sure, humph. Another peer snorted. They attributed his success to luck while glaring at him with eyes brimming with jealousy. Gotta do as the golems do, I suppose. Li Qiye casually shrugged and accepted the ceremony. Shi Qingjian helped him up a carriage while the army roared loud enough to cause an echo across the land. Thus, Li Qiye was escorted into the city by the saintess and the great golem army. Many spectators saw this along the way and smacked their lips. One said, I don't think even a golem forefather enjoys this level of treatment. Those who wanted to capture Li Qiye gave up right away because he was as safe as can be. They didn't want to die so early. Li Qiye didn't go around the city for sightseeing, choosing a place to stay right away instead. The city prepared the best possible room and accommodations for him. Of course, he didn't really care either way. He told everyone to leave and sealed the area. His time was better spent focusing on figuring the background of this item. Shi Qingjian's group didn't know why he wanted to go into isolation first thing. Nonetheless, they didn't let anyone bother him. They also commanded their best disciples to guard his location. Meanwhile, the city was busy talking about this matter with a focus on Shi Qingjian's decision. Did you hear? A silver kappa race cultivator won the favor of both Dragon Phoenix Maiden and Pulstone Saintess. How? A jealous youth said. Leaving his cultivation aside, he still has his incredible Phoenix bloodline, so he'll definitely be desirable. An older cultivator knew how precious this bloodline was. He is indeed special because of this bloodline. An ancestor who didn't like Li Qiye still admitted, why did Ancestral City agree to the marriage pact? It's for the sake of a better bloodline. Two excellent bloodlines together will give birth to amazing offsprings. Among these bloodlines, Draconic and Phoenix bloodlines are definitely priceless. Well, isn't his bloodline extremely thin? A few youths still wanted to put down Li Qiye. A thin bloodline can still pass down to his descendant. If it's pure enough, the chance is quite high. A logical ancestor explained, however, judging by his fire control back in the domain, his bloodline can't be that thin. It should be thick and pure since he was able to reach the last area of fire domain. How can it be impure in the slightest? A pure Phoenix bloodline, insanity. A high elder added, it should be more valuable than young Lord Bai's dual-inborn talents then. It's way rarer, maybe once in 1,000,000 years if we're lucky. Don't compare that Li guy to young Lord Bai who will become a Dao Lord eventually. A supporter of Bai Jianchan retorted. This group thought that it was ridiculous bringing the two up in the same sentence. It makes sense for the saintess to nullify the pact. A clan elder had great insight. Unlike the young ones blinded by jealousy, she didn't agree to it in the first place, so her action is understandable after taking over. Plus, what was the point of the engagement? Wasn't it for a greater bloodline? So now, if they can recruit Li Qiye, the supporters of the previous engagement will more than welcome it. It's not just the bloodline. A big shot smiled and shook his head. Don't forget, Li Qiye obtained the imperial treasury and the legacies of the Phoenix as well. He's a walking treasury right now, as rich as can be. No other sect or power in the north can match him. That's true. The old foxes agreed. One of them said, she'll get more in the future by marrying Li Qiye. This is a win-win scenario. Li Qiye requires Ancestral's protection while they require his wealth. Seems like Ancestral will take charge in the north in the next generation, maybe all of West King. Many big shots nodded in agreement. What Li Qiye had would truly boost Ancestral to an unprecedented height. If they were to choose, they would choose Li Qiye as well. The engagement with Yin Yang Gate was no longer necessary. In reality, these speculators lacked information from the start. Ancestral did break up with Yin Yang because of Li Qiye. However, it had nothing to do with the non-existent bloodline or his treasures. Ancestral's choice was far more serious, an existential one. They needed to make it clear that they had nothing to do with Yin Yang. Otherwise, they might get dragged down into the mud. This could lead to the destruction of their city or worse, the extinction of their race. That's why some forefathers woke up and gave authority to Shi Qingjian. Are you saying that the saintess will marry Li Qiye? He doesn't deserve her. Chapter 3482. People had different speculations and feelings regarding Li Qiye's entry to Ancestral. Some spread nonsensical gossip as well. Nonetheless, the fact was that Li Qiye was an esteemed guest of Ancestral. Moreover, most knew that it became virtually impossible to capture him at this point. The city had numerous ancestors and experts at the ready. Some have come up with plans and methods only to give up in the end. The other powers eventually retreated from the city altogether, albeit unwillingly. After all, the closer they were, the more likely they could take advantage of the situation or even capture him. The issue was that Ancestral had increased its vigilance. The patrols became more numerous, not to mention the mobilized army. Then the most important reason, their awakened forefathers. The saintess demanded everyone to leave. It was wise to heed her warning given the circumstances. For those daring to disobey at first, they quickly changed their tune the moment they looked up and saw the towering forefather. Even if they were lucky enough to stay around, provoking Ancestral might result in a palm strike from this forefather. That's enough to render their army to flesh pulps. That's why none wanted to take the risk. The best they could do was return to their sect and let their ancestors sneak into Ancestral. This was the case for the three behemoths as well. They didn't dare to antagonize Ancestral any further given the circumstances and also withdrew their troops. When will Yin Yang Gate make an announcement? Someone quietly said. In order to break the current deadlock, everyone knew that Yin Yang Gate must take charge. It was the only sect with ample power to oppose Ancestral City. Plus, even if others had enough military forces, they didn't have a reason to declare war. This wasn't the case for Yin Yang. Ancestral City broke the marriage pact and the alliance. Therefore, Yin Yang was justified in demanding an answer. They couldn't let go of this issue as well since it was humiliating and detrimental to their interest. They needed to make an example out of this in order to maintain their prestige in the north. Clank. Today, a sword hymn emanating from firmaments echoed across the region. A pillar of sword beam reached the deep azure and became as bright as 10 suns. Clank. 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 The millions and millions of swords in the north hymned in harmony, whether they be hanging on their master's waist or hidden in the storages. Everyone could feel rippling sword waves as a visual phenomenon emerged above, a divine sword emitting terrible energy slashes. One slash alone could sever the 6 Tao. So strong. The experts noticed this and shuddered, the more cowardly type felt their legs trembling. Who is this? Just the sword aura alone made people think as if they were being decapitated. Blaze Blade, heavenly sovereign of firmaments. The news of this existence spread. Meanwhile, a cut from a sword technique split the sky apart above Firmament's gate. Who is that? The young ones had no idea. What? Is he not dead? The few ancestors knew about him and took a deep breath. One of them continued, how is he still around? His sword Tao burned back then, no chance of surviving that. They thought that they had misheard due to the rumors about the sovereign's death. That's why his appearance right now startled them. He didn't die. Someone got information from firmaments. The sect was purposely releasing this piece of news. The sovereign tried to reach a greater height back then, leading to the burning of his sword Dao. He didn't die from that, only needing to be in a final cultivation session. He probably broke through it to be here now. The sovereign was frightening enough, how strong would he be after another breakthrough? An ancestor became afraid. Maybe the strongest sword user in West King. His friend, a high elder from a clan, replied. A junior asked for more elaboration. I never heard of him before. The oldest ancient ancestor of firmaments. The high elder elaborated. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign is the disciple of that sect's patriarch. He has incredible sword comprehension and earned continuous praises from Firmament's Heavenly Sovereign. He swept through his peers during his youth with his sword Dao. Later on, because of his status, he rarely fought any longer. Nonetheless, people still thought that he was the strongest sword user in the north back then. That strong? The youth was impressed. His appearance at this crucial moment was no coincidence. People couldn't help glancing at the gigantic golem. However, the golem forefather still closed his eyes, not affected by the rampaging sword energy. It seemed as if he was a silent guardian of Ancestral and would only retaliate against actual attackers. Does Firmaments want to attack Ancestral? They are so closely related, and Firmaments has always been respectful before. They even listened to Ancestral's commands many times in the past. Another cultivator found this hard to believe. The city was considered the ancestral ground to the golems, and Firmaments was a golem sect. It became hard to know whether the sovereign came out in support of Ancestral or otherwise. Both possibilities were plausible. Nothing lasts forever, self-interests trump all. The High Elder put on a serious expression and continued, the Imperial Treasury and the Phoenix's legacies are worth the risk. These things can elevate someone to a greater height. More than that. The ancestor smiled mysteriously and said, there's another matter. Firmaments might want to replace Ancestral as well. No one wants to be inferior forever. The group quietly pondered. Yes, this would be the best opportunity for Firmaments to rise up. Ancestral's reputation and role have been untouchable for the golems in history. Firmaments had no chance to change this. They might risk criticism and scorn with any attempt. This was no longer the case. Ancestral chose to become everyone's enemy. Plus, it had a good chance of winning because of Yin Yang Gate. Chapter 3483. The emergence of Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign caused a stir. Most thought that he was aiming his sword at Ancestral City. However, no reaction nor message came from the latter's side. A powerful aura came next, this time emanating from a grand temple in Skylight. The royal energy also tore apart the sky just like the sword energy of the sovereign. It spread across the realm in a rather soundless fashion. Normal people didn't notice this at first. Once it became obvious, the aura was already thick and ever-present, engulfing all inhabitants in the north. It wasn't oppressive or frightening, only containing a strange sense of authority and prestige. This feeling permeated bone deep as if an emperor stood before them, one capable enough to convince the rest of the world. The big shots stared towards that direction. Those in the know shuddered since it came from that one temple. According to the rumors, this temple was off-limit to most. Only the king of Skylight and a few ancestors had permission to enter. Inside were numerous sleeping ancestors at the heavenly sovereign realm. This was the reason why Skylight was such a big threat. No one really knew how many ancestors they had slumbering inside. An ancestor in that temple just woke up. This became obvious to most people. It must have been an important one too in order to have a visual phenomenon like that. Rah! The majority was still thinking about which ancestor it was. Suddenly, a dragon roar assaulted the sky and wouldn't dissipate for a long time. Boom! A draconic aura could sweep the mountains and flip the oceans over. It came from the temple as well. The current of the rivers in the region started reversing, the trees in the forest collapsed. So strong too. The weaker cultivators couldn't stand because of this draconic sound wave. Save me. Some of them were swept off their feet and got blown up into the air. Boom. The royal energy earlier was blown away next. Sunlight returned to the north, only there was an azure dragon with shining scales up above. The shimmers from the scale had a cold touch. It was a 5-clawed dragon, capable of untold destruction. Everyone else felt insignificant compared to this creature. Skylight true dragon art. An ancestor gasped at this sight. Another powerful cultivator murmured afterward, "From what I know, there is only one person in Skylight who had mastered this art. Azure Dragon King." A big shot finished the line. He should be called Azure Dragon Ancient Ancestor or Ancient King now. He has abdicated many eras ago, now he's the strongest ancestor there. An old ancestor said. Another influential ancient ancestor is out now. That's the ace card of Skylight. Another commenter said. He was the most excellent king in Skylight outside of their Tao Lord. The country prospered under his leadership with more territories acquired. He ruled for 3 generations before passing it down to a new successor. He then spent his days in the Grand Temple. Nonetheless, whenever something important or contested happened, the current king would enter the Grand Temple and ask him for guidance. Thus, though he was retired, he was still controlling the direction of Skylight. He hasn't shown up for a long time until now, to everyone's astonishment. The ancient king is a great genius who managed to cultivate their special art, not inferior to Bai Jianchan by much. One expert said. Is that dragon art that amazing? A junior asked. Very few people have heard of the Skylight true dragon art. This included the disciples from Skylight. Any ancestor would have a serious expression after hearing the name of this art. One of them said, it's extremely strong, not just a simple heaven-level one. Some believe that it's the strongest art left behind by Skylight Tao Lord. According to the legends, he watched a true dragon and became enlightened enough to create it. A true dragon? The group became startled. This art was the strongest and hardest to cultivate in Skylight. Few managed to do so after their Tao Lord. There were variations of this legend. Some said that the Tao Lord saw a true dragon. However, some researchers, later on, stated that it was only the remains of one. He learned and understood the innate talents of a true dragon by studying its bones before creating the art. He left it behind in Skylight, but his future descendants couldn't understand it. The talent requirement was absurdly high. Many people took a look and didn't comprehend anything, even those labeled as geniuses. Thus, the ancient king's success in this endeavor was indicative of his talents. That's why the ancestor earlier said that he wasn't far off from Bai Jianchan. Firmament's blaze blade heavenly sovereign and Skylight's azure dragon ancient king. It's a war. People shuddered after seeing the dragon and sword in the sky. They're not messing around. The Saintess caused a lot of trouble this time. One observer said. These beings normally never showed up unless something pivotal was happening to their sect. A war against Ancestral City could be a reason. It seemed like peace was unlikely between the parties. The coalition armies of Yin Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments aren't enough to take down the city even if they muster every man from their territories. In order to win, they need powerful ancient ancestors there. Regular troops can't do anything. An ancestor glanced at the massive golem and said. Millions and millions of troops still couldn't kill that golem forefather. They needed equivalent cultivators. For example, Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King. Chapter 3484, 2 big shot ancestors came out at the same time, a truly shocking matter for the North. It has been a while since the last exciting event. What about Yin Yang Gate? Many turned towards the third sect. Everyone knew that Yin Yang must be the one to take charge in the offense. It wasn't only due to their power and influence, allowing them to keep their allies honest. Most importantly, they had the best reason to siege the city. For example, if Skylight was in charge, Firmaments might not fully listen to them. Only Yin Yang Gate fulfilled all the requirements. Will Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang come out too? Someone looked over towards the direction of this sect. The tone of those speaking about him was one of prudence and respect. This ancient ancestor was different from the others since he was comparable to a Tao Lord. It has been eras since his previous appearance. This will go down in history. A younger ancestor commented. Impossible, the last time he came out was to train a Tao Lord. He stopped showing up after returning from the Forbidden Zone. His peer quietly said. Very few ancient ancestors in the north could compare to Chan Yang. He even trained one of their Tao Lords, ancient Zen Tao Lord. This was indicative of his ability and status. Wait, he went to the Forbidden Zone? A younger cultivator hasn't heard about this matter. Yes, according to the rumors, he's one of the few survivors after going there. His trip caused quite a stir back then. A high elder said with a serious expression. That's so heaven-defying. A fearless young genius became shaken. That's why people in the north view him so highly. The elder added. Because of this, the young ones in the group no longer ran their mouth and put on a dignified expression. Previously, they knew that he was strong but didn't have a full gauge. This was no longer the case after finding out about his trip to the Forbidden Zone. Buzz, as people were talking about this issue, a quiet sound began spreading into their ears. They felt a spatial ripple as if a supreme being had flapped its wings. This was enough to create a widespread fluctuation. Each buzz seemed to be dissecting the world, akin to the primordial rays shining on the world during its chaos stage. Look, Yin Yang Gate at last. A keen observer could see through the long distance. Yin Yang was now surrounded by chaos energy with a Yin Yang touch. Rays emerged from this expanse and created the primordial world, a new beginning for all. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Something deep underground seemed to be turning, ready to get back on the surface. The yin-yang chaos expanse surrounding the sect started churning. Something inside wanted to come out. However, no one could see through the expanse to see the scene within. Explosions continuously sounded with blossoming rays. This would make people think of invincible masters coming out of their hibernation coffin. Powerful auras still managed to seep through the yin-yang expanse and started ravaging the area nearby. People were horrified by their sheer destructive capability. Which ancestors are coming out from there? The experts of the north knew that powerful cultivators were awakening. Definitely the impressive ones, they're coming out of hibernation. Most were shaken by the auras. For a mighty lineage like yin-yang, ordinary ancestors weren't qualified to hibernate. The weaker ones would follow the normal aging process. Only the top ones were preserved in this manner. Several auras could be sensed, a sign of multiple ancestors coming out. Though they didn't make it public like Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign Azure Dragon Ancient King, this still showed their determination. As the crowd was preoccupied with shock and guesses, a group of men rushed out of Yin-Yang Gate with an incredible speed. They traveled without any fanfare, nor did they show off their strength. It didn't take long before they made it to Ancestral City. They didn't enter and chose to wait outside instead to avoid any confrontation. Perhaps this was an attempt to reconcile. Bai Jianchan is there. People figured this out and received another breaking news. Bai Jianchan wishes to see the ancestors of Ancestral. Who knows where this piece of information came from? Yin-Yang Gate itself might have spread it. On that day, Bai Jianchan's request letter was brought to Ancestral. This showed civility and propriety. Peaceful measures before using force. An ancestor from a neutral party understood their intention. It'll be fun with young Lord Bai there. The younger crowd couldn't contain their excitement and started discussing. We'll be able to see his supreme appearance. This might be the biggest harvest. Our trip wasn't wasted. The girls went crazy after hearing this. I'm satisfied just to see him, or maybe I'll be able to speak with him for a bit. That's all I ask for in life. One girl became silly, completely infatuated. He's a dragon among men, I was fortunate enough to meet him once and can't forget his handsome face. A girl who had met him before revealed. I don't ask for much, just one passionate night with him. Some started fantasizing. Their male friends were annoyed but couldn't do anything. Even the most talented youth paled in comparison. They couldn't keep their head up in his presence. Bai Jianshan was just too exceptional and could be considered the #1 genius of the North. 1. Changing Zhenyang to Chanyang and assuming that it is a name instead of a title. Both are acceptable translations, but doing this for consistency. Chapter 426 for a refresh. Chapter 3485. People couldn't help singing praises whenever Bai Jianshan was brought up. Even the most prideful genius admitted inferiority. He was the young lord of Yin Yang Gate, but some believed that he had taken over several years ago. However, dealing with administration wasn't his thing since he focused solely on comprehending the Tao. Nonetheless, he was no different than their sect master. All the disciples listened to him. He also made decisions on important matters. The only thing lacking was an official title. Not only was he talented, but his cultivation was also considered the best among the young generation. He has traveled the world recently and competed against other rivals. At the start, many geniuses thought that he was too arrogant. They came to challenge him and eventually became convinced by his skills after losing. Losing was something foreign to him. In fact, even some ancestors have competed against him before with regard to the Tao. They also thought highly of his comprehension and talents. There's no doubt that young Lord Bai will become a Tao Lord in the future given his talents. People often heard this about Bai Jianshan, especially from those who have lost to him. He had 2 innate gifts, true fate and Tao physique. Everyone in the north knew this. Moreover, there was a rumor that his talents allowed him to meet the slumbering heavenly sovereign Chanyang. For millions of years, Yin Yang had produced plenty of geniuses, but only a selected few were lucky enough to see the sovereign. One of them was the young ancient Zen Tao Lord. Now, it was Bai Jianshan's turn. Most importantly, the sovereign thought highly of him and taught him a physique art from the ancient era, allowing him to obtain an immortal physique. This caused a huge wave across the northern West King. Though the sovereign didn't personally train Bai Jianshan, just giving him that art carried plenty of significance. Thus, most believed that he would be the second Tao Lord under the tutelage and protection of the sovereign. This greatly increased his probability of becoming a Tao Lord. He didn't let people down, nor did he waste the precious resources of Yin Yang. He reached the sacred level at such an early age, the youngest in the north. Bai Jianshan is here in person? Ancestral City was in a furor. This was indicative of Bai Jianshan's charisma and fame. This has to be a call for peace, right? Yin Yang Gate is keeping such a low profile. People noticed that Yin Yang was acting differently than Skylight and Firmaments with their ancient ancestors. It has to be about the engagement. This became the next speculation. What drug did the saintess take to like someone so average like Li Chia? He doesn't deserve to carry young Lord Bai's shoes. His fans scowled and said, "True, I rather become the young lord's concubine than marry that Li guy." Many beauties shared this thought. Being Jianshan's concubine was more than enough for many of them. Buzz. During sunrise today, Chaos and Yin Yang opened the way for a portal right outside of Ancestral. Images of deities making mudras and chanting mantras could be seen. This paved a golden path capable of reaching the firmaments. It looked supreme after being blessed by the deities. Finishing this road could lead to the ultimate ascension. A youth walked on this path, enjoying the blessings and empowerments of the deities. He exuded immense divinity and a unique aura, seemingly the one chosen by heaven. Handsome, bright eyes, sharp brows, heroic. Each of his actions appeared transcending, above anyone else in 8 decilaces. He garnered attention wherever he went regardless of what he was doing, always the one in the spotlight. "Young Lord Bai!" The spectators shouted. The girls were affected the most. Their background no longer mattered, all were mesmerized by him. "I love you." One noble daughter actually screamed in public. "He's so handsome, I can't believe it." Most got closer in order to win his attention, shooting him gazes of love. "Chosen by the heaven. Chosen by the heaven." The crowd, consisting of mostly women, loudly cheered. "I'm so happy to see him. As handsome as the rumors." A girl from a big sect had hearts in her eyes. The men were annoyed, but they still came to greet him. He took his time entering the city and smiled at the crowd, nodding at various people. His style was charismatic and elegant, especially due to the divine blessings earlier. People felt that he was peerless and supreme. "He smiled at me, he actually smiled at me." The girls started screaming more, their soul nearly left their body. "He smiled at me too. I'm about to faint, hold me." A noble lady couldn't stop shouting in excitement. His path was completely filled with people since they wanted to see him in person. The girls were pushing and taking big risks in order to get closer to him. He didn't meet the ancestors right away and chose to go to the stone park instead. Why is the young lord going there? Some were surprised to hear this. Maybe to comprehend the stones there? He might be able to, given his talents. One speculator said. People agreed with this because Bai Jianshan should have the best chance out of anyone to win some stones. Don't forget, Li Qie got a divine stone not long ago. Bai Jianshan is clearly here with a competitive mindset. An older cultivator took it further. A challenge, I see. Others agreed with him. Chapter 3486. The mass consisting of mainly young cultivators followed by Jianshan into the park. Female cultivators were crazy, wanting to make it to the front in order to be as close to him as possible. The park was large enough, but it seemed crowded now due to the sudden influx. Bai Jianshan did indeed come for a divine stone. He patiently strolled the area in search of a suitable one. The mass followed him with loving eyes. The girls found each of his actions to be so beautiful and immaculate. Young Lord Bai will definitely be able to comprehend one. Many had complete confidence in him. Yes, no one else among the young generation can do better. A noble daughter stared at Jianshan's handsome face with nothing but adoration. Well, Li Qie comprehended a divine stone not long ago. A bitter male cultivator quietly said. Bah. The noble daughter instantly retorted, he was just a lucky bastard, that doesn't count. Yes, a blind cat coming across a dead mouse, that's all. Young Lord Bai will actually comprehend one. A saintess from an ancient ground said with disdain. Stop comparing that nobody to young Lord Bai, his crappy stone is nothing. Another girl immediately denounced Li Qie. The male cultivator earlier got saliva all over him, so he knew better than to speak again. His bitter peers felt the same way. If they dared to say anything offensive regarding Bai Jianshan, these girls would immediately jump on them. Eventually, Bai Jianshan found a suitable stone and sat down in front of it to meditate. Quiet down, let's not bother young Lord Bai. The girls became orderly and stopped others from disturbing him. The jealous guys didn't say anything either despite their surging jealousy. To go against Bai Jianshan right now was awfully unwise. Just his fans alone could drown them with saliva from all the insults. A few experts and ancestors from the previous generation became curious as well regarding his ability to comprehend a divine stone here. There's a big chance given his talents. One high elder said, no one else has a dual and born talents like him, maybe once every million years. Moreover, he's an erudite learner with powerful cultivation. His friends agreed with this assessment. It was impossible to find another youth superior to Bai Jianshan in the north. It's not shameful at all to fail. One ancestor smiled. In history, geniuses at the same level as him have come and failed. This applied to the ancestors in Ancestral City too. Very few managed to do it. True. An old cultivator added, everyone loses eventually, it's perfectly acceptable. It might be a good thing too, bolstering the Tao heart. The older cultivators stated their opinion, resulting in a rather neutral stance. Success would be understandable and the same with defeat. Days passed by during the enlightenment process. People grew restless, but Jianshan maintained a calm expression. Buzz. One day, the stone finally had a reaction. A beam shot to the sky, visible to most and ancestral. Yes. The girls cheered loudly, forgetting about their maiden image. What a god young Lord Bai is. He understood it. A girl spoke with a flushed complexion, unable to contain her emotion. Who do you think he is? Only the most perfect husband in our heart. This isn't a big deal at all. One of them was fully infatuated with him. Young Lord Bai, that Li Qie is finished with you as his opponent. Another girl cheered, causing a huge uproar that could reach the firmament like a heat wave. The jealous men had no choice but to accept Jinshan's superiority in silence. He's really the best in our generation. So many tried and failed, not him. One male youth had to admit. No one in this generation has been able to do so with the exception of Li Qie. However, they didn't accept his achievement due to his method of a blood ceremony. This could be attributed to luck. As for Bai Jianshan, he relied purely on his abilities and power, something worthy of admiration. He didn't linger around the park and returned to the city to meet with the ancestors. Though the saintess had bluntly removed the engagement, the city still gave Jianshan a fair reception and took him in. Not just anyone could see the ancestors of Ancestral. Thus, the conversation between them remained private. Powerful sects waited quietly. This created a somber atmosphere filled with unrest. These big sects didn't want to see peace since it meant the war wouldn't start. There would be no chance for them to take advantage of the situation and capture Li Qie. Nonetheless, they also didn't dare to incite trouble because that would be unwise. Where's Li Qie? This question came up because Li Qie hasn't shown up recently. From what I know, he hasn't left the room after being treated as an honored guest. A cultivator close with Ancestral divulged. I think he's afraid, definitely. I would be scared too if young Lord Bai was my enemy. A female cultivator said. Chapter 3487. People assumed Li Qie was hiding in his room out of fear. Bai Jinshan's female fans certainly thought so. They thought it was ridiculous that he would be brought up in the same breath as Bai Jianshan. One was perfect while the other mediocre. One noble daughter said with disdain, he's probably ashamed of his inferiority. Meeting someone like young Lord Bai will destroy his confidence, too humiliating. He's not leaving his hole after hearing about young Lord Bai. Another lady from a prestigious clan added. On the other hand, a few ancestors had better insight on this matter. He's not afraid of seeing guests, it has to be about cultivation. One of them mused. It could be to understand the treasures too. His cultivation might not be enough to use the imperial weapons, but don't forget about the Phoenix's legacies. He has the right bloodline. An influential elder said with a serious tone. Right, his bloodline is extraordinary, that's an immeasurable advantage. Others might not be able to do anything with those legacies right away, but it won't be hard for him. An expert who has seen Li Qie's power back in fire domain said. Many knew how Li Qie killed 100,000 men from Yin Yang using the Phoenix True Flame without putting in any effort. Thus, these legacies were immensely powerful, definitely not inferior to any Dao Lord weapon. If Li Qie could control these legacies and use them to the limit, he would become quite frightening. With perfect mastery, a silver kappa race like him might be able to kill sacred physique cultivators, truly unbelievable. An ancestor shuddered after thinking about this. Everyone wanted his treasures, but in the case of success, his power would soar. It would be extremely difficult to rob him even outside of fire domain. They found that their initial plan became increasingly harder with time. Hurry up with the negotiation and go to war. Numerous ancestors shared this thought. Time was not on their side because Li Qie was growing stronger. By afternoon, their anxiety was interrupted by a loud explosion. The entire city quaked to everyone's astonishment. It seemed to be a palm strike breaking down a rock. Good. Some ancestors celebrated since this seemed to be a bad sign for the negotiation. It's not good, the negotiation between young Lord Bai and the ancestors was a failure. This news traveled quickly. No, it's great. The ancestors became ecstatic, akin to finding warm shelter during winter. Young Lord Bai and Polstone Saintess have a scheduled match. This news came next. What? The ancestors' expression changed upon hearing this. Young Lord Bai is the one who said it. The messenger elaborated, if he were to win, then she'll have to marry him. A draw or a loss on his part will mean that the two sects no longer have anything to do with each other. Seems like Yin Yang doesn't want to go all out. The ancestors understood. Yin Yang Gate was strong, but in a full-scale war, the gains just weren't there. It would be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, this request from Bai Jianchan was logical. Of course, the ancestors didn't wish to see this at all. What about Li Qia? Most cared about Li Qia because of the treasures. Young Lord Bai's condition is that if he were to win, Ancestral would have to hand over Li Qia too, but they refused. However, if Li Qia were to leave on his own, Ancestral would not interfere. Bai Jinchan's goals became clear. First, win the Saintess again and lessen the conflict between the two sections. Next, think about how to capture Li Qia. He's a wily youngster. The ancestors approved of Jinchan's plan. This was indeed the best-case scenario for Yin Yang. However, many female cultivators felt indignation about this matter. This Saintess, why does she keep opposing the young lord? One of them angrily said. She must be blind to pick Li Qia over young Lord Bai, it's throwing away a beautiful marriage. Another noble daughter said. I'd rather be young Lord Bai's concubine or a bed-warming maid than Li Qia's wife. Only a fool would pick him. Everyone wants to marry young Lord Bai, I don't understand this Saintess at all. A princess joined in. Female cultivators began denouncing the Saintess and Li Qia. The latter seemed to not be worth a single coin in their eyes. As for Li Qia, he had no idea that he had become the public's target of hate. In the last few days, he has been thinking about the thing left behind by immortal assailant emperor. After numerous analytical attempts, he finally figured out something. He decided to leave since this wasn't the right time to act on it. Creak. The tightly shut door finally opened. Young master, you're finally out. Shi Wawa has been keeping an eye out and stood up to greet Li Qia. The youth was worried about him until now. It's nothing. Li Qia stretched and smiled after seeing the youth's serious expression. That's good to hear. Shi Wawa revealed an innocent smile. He was pure and cared about anyone who treated him well. Young master, that young lord from Yin Yang is here. He then got to the point. And? Li Qia looked up at the sun, seemingly enjoying the warm rays. I heard that Miss Shi will have to fight him. She'll have to marry him if she loses. The youth added. He thought that the Saintess should marry Li Qia because she was too nice to him already. It would be strange if she were to marry anyone else. Oh. Li Qia smiled. Shi Qingjian had just heard the news from a fellow disciple and came over right away, looking quite relaxed. Greetings, young master. I hope you had a fruitful session. She bowed her head. Don't bother with these boring conventions. Li Qia waved his hand. Qingjian heard his command but still bowed. I heard you want to fight against the young lord from Yin Yang? Li Qia asked. Chapter 3488, Yes, young master. The date is 5 days later. Shi Qingjian had a dignified expression as she nodded to confirm the situation. And if you lose? Li Qia stared at her. She quietly pondered, the same with Shi Wawa. The youth had heard from others about how strong Bai Jianchan was. No one else was a match for him. It'll be a fight to the death in that case. Qingjian took a deep breath and declared without any hesitation or room for takeback. This was her decision, the best choice for both her and Ancestral City. She has been told to make it clear that they had nothing to do with Yinyang Gate. Otherwise, it might lead to their downfall being dragged down with Yinyang. Others might think that it was her personal choice since she picked Li Qia for his bloodline and imperial treasury. Some took it a step further and said that she wanted them all for herself. In reality, it had nothing to do with the treasury itself, only Li Qia, and her desire to protect Ancestral. She also readied herself for death because she knew that she wasn't a match for Bai Jianchan. Her death would end everything because it would protect the sect's reputation and ensure its survival. It's no big deal, no need for you to die. Li Qia chuckled and said, if this tiny sect named Yin Yang is smart, they'll stop this and tuck their tail between their legs. Anyone else present would think that Li Qia was being too arrogant for calling the strongest sect in the north as tiny. However, she didn't think so because this was indeed the case for someone of Li Qia's stature. Fine, I'll play the role of a meddlesome mediator then. Li Qia smiled. I think young Lord Bai is in Sacred Spirit Hall. Shi Wawa hurriedly said. Let's go. Li Qia walked outside. Qingjian quietly walked behind him, aware of Li Qia's supremacy. Everything would be decided by his whims. Yin Yang's next decision was pivotal to their survival. Young Lord Bai is at Sacred Spirit Hall. This news spread to the rest of the city before Li Qia's arrival. Countless ran there in order to see how Bai Jianchan would do at the Sacred Hall, especially the golems. It's a wise choice. An ancestor heard this and praised, gaining the recognition of the hall will shorten the distance between him and Ancestral. Yes, the spirit of the sages there might recognize him. That'll be a good chance to mend the relationship. A high elder agreed. Though the great powers didn't wish to see peace, they still admitted that he chose the right way to go about it. What will he get from it? The younger crowd didn't care about the relationship between Yin Yang and Ancestral. I heard Polstone Saintus has been there before. Another youth said. Yes, it was a secretive ceremony. An older cultivator said, no one knew what she got from there outside of the city's ancestors. From what I know, the one who got the most from the hall was Celestial Stone Dao Lord. An erudite cultivator revealed. Same, I heard that too. The Dao Lord was very young back then, one of the youngest to be allowed in the hall. When he climbed up there, visual phenomena emerged and shocked the entire city. They were seen all over the northern West King. Someone else added. Celestial Stone Dao Lord came from Divine Stone Ridge and also had impeccable talents. I'm sure young Lord Bai will shock everyone, maybe he'll be the most excellent genius to ever climb the hall. His fans already lost their patience and lined up outside of the hall. It didn't take long before people gossiped about the implications of his attempt. Sacred Spirit Hall was a sanctified area in the city, a place for ceremonies. However, not just anyone was qualified to climb up there. First, they needed the city's permission. Doing so without was akin to antagonizing the entire golem race. It was disrespectful to the spirit of the wise golems of the past, such as Golem Ancestor, Stone Monarch Dao Lord, Celestial Stone Dao Lord. Unlike its name, it was actually a platform with numerous steps. Once at the top, one could reach up and touch the sky. The air above was different, a type of independent dimension. It had pulsing lights and endless space. The Celestials were different with Grand Dao hidden in them. One could also hear the roars of magnificent beasts or the shapes of wondrous treasures. Any Dao Lord from the Golem race would climb up this hall and leave behind their mantras, techniques, and treasures in this dimension. Thus, it served as a treasury and a place of blessings. Those capable enough had a chance to earn the recognition and the blessing of the remnant spirits above. Just being eligible for the climb was a great honor. Actually being recognized or blessed could be one's greatest achievement. However, the qualifications were stringent, decided by the ancestors of Ancestral. Most disciples from Ancestral weren't allowed up there. Nonetheless, there was a large field outside. This allowed others to come and show their respect on top of watching the ceremonies. This field was as packed as can be even before Jianshan got there. The crowd's shoulders touched uncomfortably, many were sweating from the heat. The female fans of Jianshan came early enough to occupy the closest positions. Buzz. Bai Jianshan finally arrived before eager eyes. The yin and yang behind him had visual phenomena like the opening of a divine world. The gods blessed him, bestowing him a divine aura. He looked calm and elegant, living up to his worldwide reputation. Young Lord Bai. The young generation erupted after seeing him. Chapter 3489, Young Lord Bai. You're so handsome. The roars of his fan pushed the atmosphere to the next level. Saintesses and princesses screamed at the top of their lungs. Others waved at him or posed suggestively. Bai Jianshan's popularity reached its apex, adored by the entire crowd. Two emotions ran rampant, adoration and envy. The latter was eventually won over after actually seeing Jianshan's temperament and style. He was indeed superior and overshadowed the rest. He was clearly the undisputed king of the north, the lover in all the girls' dreams. Jianshan stood at the bottom of Sacred Spirit Hall and politely gestured for everyone to quiet down. The screaming girls immediately stopped, their eyes completely fixated on him as if wanting to imprint his image into their mind. This might be their only chance to be this close to him. Everyone watched with bated breath, waiting to see his next move. What visual phenomena would come during his ascend? Could he receive the blessings of the golem sages? Jianshan bowed towards the platform to show the highest respect towards the sages. This naturally won him a favorable impression from the golems watching. After the rite, he tidied his clothes and began the climb. Each step was exactly identical to the previous. It seemed as if he had meticulously measured each lift up and put down. His footsteps weren't loud, but everyone clearly heard it in their heart instead of their ears, akin to him leaving behind 2 lines of perfect footprints in there. This culminated in a unique and extraordinary rhythm. The Grand Tao seemed to be harmonizing with him. It's so pleasant. Those who didn't know about the Tao aspect still found it to be special. The fangirls were absolutely fascinated by him to the point of being obsessed. They had no way of escaping his charisma. He's checking the hall. An ancestor could tell what was going on. The crowd remained patient during the climb, feeling excited. Eventually, Bai Jianshan made it to the top. He did it. Eyes were wide open in disbelief. All focused up in order to not miss a single detail. He's amazing. One princess shouted. Some girls remained nervous because they were afraid that he might not get anything from there. That would be quite a blow to his fans. Some covered their mouth, as tense as can be. Buzz. The unique sky above lit up and poured light down onto him. He became the main character on the stage, brilliant and watched by all. Success. Young Lord Bai is really a supreme man, even the golem sages are recognizing his peerless talents. One saintess happily applauded. Yes, it doesn't even matter that he's an outsider. Another noble daughter added. This only confirmed his excellence and made the girls like him even more. One influential beauty among them gestured for everyone to quiet down lest they disturb Jianshan and the sages. The girls hurriedly obeyed. His future potential has no limits. Many were in awe to see him engulfed in the light. Those who were jealous of him recognized his greatness. Boom! A blast quaked the area with enough force to frighten the crowd. A door up in the sky seemed to be opening. Next came a torrent of divinity just like a waterfall, ready to drown the world. The light intensified, the sages seemed to be returning. The show is about to start. An ancestor who had seen this process before knew that it wouldn't be so simple. It's not just a recognition, Jianshan might get more. A high elder added. Just being recognized by the sages was already amazing enough. Plus, he was an outsider. Now, he was about to earn a fortune, living up to his reputation as the #1 genius of the North. I told you young Lord Bai can do anything. The girls fell more and more in love with him after seeing the proof of his talents. Boom! The door began to open, affecting the Grand Dao in the process. A barrier on the other side seemed to be collapsing. A massive figure emerged and loomed over the plains. A majestic divinity poured down like an unstoppable storm, demanding others to submit. It turned out to be a stone dragon. Its scales had a blue glow and were extremely sharp. It carried a primordial aura as well, clearly coming from the distant past. The weaker cultivators couldn't handle the pressure and dropped down on their knees. A sage of the golem, rumored to have a true dragon bloodline. He turned into a dragon for his atavism. A knowledgeable golem ancestor revealed. The others in the audience had no idea, not even ancestor-level characters. This sage was born during the chaotic era with a thin true dragon bloodline. He was unbeatable and led the golems during the exploration of 8 desolaces. Chapter 3490. The Stone Dragon commanded respect and fear. However, Bai Jianchan could still handle it. His back remained straight at the start. He then bowed towards the sage of the golem race to show his respect. Many gave him a thumbs up. He was talented, powerful, and influential yet still humble. How could anyone not like him? The godly dragon's eyes flashed brightly, seemingly taking a good look at Ancestral City and its inhabitants. It eventually withdrew its gaze and let out a deafening roar, causing people's legs to go weak. Many prostrated on the ground, feeling helpless before the aura. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind an item that fell into the ground. Clank. It then leaped up straight into Bai Jianchan's hand. What is that? Everyone took a look. A gift from the stone dragon. An ancestor immediately responded, looks like he earned the recognition of the sages and their praises as well, hence the treasure. The treasure became visible at this point, a dragon scale far larger than an adult's palm. It seemed to be made from jade with a glowing surface, sharper than any divine sword or saber. The Dao lines on top twisted together to form the rune of a divine beast. It oozed with a majestic profundity. There could be a Dao law hidden inside. A dragon scale, wow. Many were in awe. The records state that this wise sage left behind his oldest scale with the best essences. It contains a great fortune, not comparable to a Dao bone from a divine beast but should be as valuable as a high-level heaven Dao bone. A golem ancestor knew about this story and put on a serious expression. That's young Lord Bai for you, being praised by the golem sages. More became envious, especially the golem geniuses. They considered it an honor to be able to climb up to the top. That would confirm their talents. As for earning the recognition of the sages, the glory of a lifetime. On the other hand, an outsider like Bai Jianchan woke up a spirit and was bestowed a present. You don't have to say that again, everyone knows that young Lord Bai is the #1 genius in the North by now. The girls who like him took pride in this. In their mind, his glory and achievements made them proud. Not comparable to Celestial Stone Dao Lord but still impressive. #1 indeed. Another golem ancestor said. The Dao Lord during his youth climbed up the hall and had a visual phenomenon shocking all of the North. Bai Jianchan's achievement wasn't at that level. Buzz. The Dao lines on the scale started floating around Bai Jianchan. He sat down and meditated on top of the steps, taking advantage of the momentum found here for comprehending the scale. He can focus anywhere, would be so distracted. One spectator said. Others would be lost and pressured by the auras of the wise sages. However, Jianchan managed to stabilize his Dao heart to learn more about the Dao. The sky can fall down and his expression wouldn't change in the slightest. Don't compare yourself to him. A golden daughter said. Everyone stared at the meditating youth. Even experts from the last generation thought that they wouldn't be able to learn in a holy place like this. It required immense willpower, far exceeding his peers and many seniors. Suddenly, a furor broke out from the outside as a group made their way in. Li Qie is here. Someone shouted. Li Qie. Everyone turned their head towards the group right away and saw Li Qie walking together with Shi Qingjian. Many became astonished to see her because she could be considered the prettiest of the three beauties. Both the Phoenix Maiden and Skylight Princess might be 1 or 2 levels below. So pretty. The young males were instantly captivated, especially the first-timers. They became immersed in this beautiful scenery. The saintesses, princesses, and noble daughters normally thought that they were gorgeous enough to enchant any man. This sense of pride was completely destroyed today. They sighed, unable to refute the disparity. And that's Li Qie? Some calmed down and took a better look at Li Qie. The first-timer's reaction was strong due to his ordinary appearance and weak cultivation. In spite of these factors, Pullstone Saintess walked next to him like a maid. I thought he has a phoenix bloodline. One spectator spoke with disappointment. Prior to this, they assumed that there was something special about him. Maybe he wouldn't be as exceptional as Bai Jianshan, but he should still be handsome and charismatic. He looks so normal. Another murmured. You didn't see how he killed 100,000 without changing his expression. His senior witnessed the previous massacre and was afraid of Li Qie. These men knew just how ruthless he was and weren't fooled by his harmless appearance. Why does the saintess like him? I wouldn't pick him even if I were blind. One noble daughter snorted. Her friends felt the same way. I don't get it either. It's the difference between heaven and earth. Another girl said, not having a good impression of Li Qie at all. The dumbest blind girls still wouldn't pick Li Qie over Bai Jianshan. They weren't close to being on the same level. Chapter 3491. All eyes were on Li Qie, but most gleamed with derision, disdain, and greed. Of course, a few were carefully pondering as well. Everyone knew about what Li Qie had right now. Just any item from the 2 treasuries could let someone prosper and completely change their life. Alas, this was Ancestral City, so no one dared to make a move. Even Yin Yang Gate chose to exercise prudence, let alone them. Li Qie sauntered forward without any divinity, blessing, or visual phenomenon. This style of his was frankly embarrassing compared to Bai Jianshan earlier. The latter had blessings from deities, visual phenomena, and wondrous hymns. One couldn't help feeling impressed while looking at him. This further reinforced the notion that he was the #1 genius of the North. As for Li Qie, he looked like a foot soldier or an unknown junior. One couldn't spot a single ray of power emanating from him. If it wasn't for Shi Qingjian standing next to him, no one would even recognize him. He might have been able to sneak in unnoticed. Don't people with a divine bloodline have a similar aura? He has nothing like that. An expert who didn't go to Fire Domain said. They couldn't be blamed for doubting him since he truly looked like a mortal right now. It's probably as thin as can be if he has it. Another expert quietly said. Li Qie made it to the base of the platform. He looked up a bit and started ascending without showing respect. Humph, so arrogant, that Phoenix bloodline is nothing compared to the incredible wise sages of the Golem race. Someone scowled. How rude. The Golems became unhappy. A while ago, Bai Jianshan performed a rite of respect before starting. This earned him a favorable impression, especially from the Golems. Now, someone inferior such as Li Qie walked up without a care in the world. This naturally attracted negative sentiments. However, the actual ancestors from Ancestral quietly watched and ignored it. So uneducated and vulgar, it's night and day. One female cultivator reprimanded. Right, young Lord Bai is a dragon among men. They can't be mentioned in the same vein. A few saintesses and important daughters from various sects chimed in. They found Li Qie to be an uncultured country bumpkin. Li Qie took his time and actually seemed to be having a hard time climbing the stairs. Qing Shijian had to help him, a stark contrast to how cool Bai Jianshan looked earlier. The rhythm from his steps was unforgettable. He can't even climb some steps, how can he be qualified to go up there? A golem became unsatisfied because this hall was a holy place for their race. Plus, being able to do so was a supreme honor. However, their ancestors turned a blind eye and let this useless person insult their tradition. They couldn't say anything since Ancestral was in charge of the hall. Look at him, needing support from a woman, how useless. One girl said. The brat must know magic, it makes no sense why Polstone Saintess likes him. Numerous male cultivators became jealous. Qingjian quietly left after they made it to the top, leaving behind Li Qia, who looked around once in a casual manner. It was nothing more than a high platform to him. Will he receive the recognition from the sages? One neutral soul asked. Are you joking? How can this brat ever receive anything from our sages? A golem snorted right away. It's easier said than done, even the talented geniuses might not be able to do it, let alone someone as mediocre as him. No chance. A genius added. He's only humiliating himself. A princess sneered, young Lord Bai is pretty much a god, hence his success. This Li Qia is nothing, he's not qualified. Li Qia gave Bai Jianshan a quick glance before stretching. No reaction came from above, no light and visual phenomena, only a frightening silence. See? He has 3 mortal aptitudes, 0 chance to receive any recognition. He shouldn't be up there in the first place. Someone excitedly gloated. The ancestors from a few powers shook their head after seeing the lack of response. Yeah, seems like he's still lacking a bit. One ancestor was surprised. He assumed that the Phoenix bloodline would be enough to garner some form of reaction. I suppose the bloodline isn't as thick as we thought. His high elder friend speculated. How embarrassing. Just a worm compared to young Lord Bai. The girls hated Li Qia the most. Remember, Bai Jianshan invoked a beautiful visual phenomenon. Now, Li Qia had nothing to offer the crowd. He's not worthy of being young Lord Bai's opponent, not worthy of a woman like Polstone Saintess either. One genius scowled. You're Li Qia? Bai Jianshan stared at Li Qia. Light emanated from deep within his pupils. Indeed. Li Qia smiled. Different from my imagination. Jianshan shook his head and said, what is your purpose? His tone remained civil. Everyone became attentive and wanted to listen to their conversation. Chapter 3492, Nothing, I'm just here to tell you to pack your stuff and leave, that's the best option. Li Qia smiled. A storm of protest from the crowd emerged. Bai Jianshan's fans were furious. Ridiculous. Northern West King isn't your home, you're not the sect master of Ancestral City either. A genius shouted. The saintess and female cultivators felt indignant and openly criticized Li Qia. Take a look in the mirror and know your place, how dare you talk to young Lord Bai like this? A female cultivator said with disdain. You're courting death, nobody. A noble daughter uttered. These girls would drown Li Qia with their saliva if it was possible. He only smiled and didn't mind at all, evident by his nonchalant expression. Bai Jianshan wasn't angry. His eyes merely narrowed a bit as his forehead became resplendent. He challenged, I come with humility and respect. If you wish for me to leave, then at least show your true abilities. The experts and ancestors appreciated his polite tone. His manner was indeed special, not arrogant in the slightest. A few big shots liked him more as a result. Only young Lord Bai has this level of patience and magnanimity. If it was me, I would have kicked that guy off the hall already. One genius scowled. Young Lord Bai is too magnificent to stoop down to that guy's level. This only further displays how exceptional he is. A princess took pride in this. The other girls nodded in agreement. Their eyes had nothing but passion and adoration for him. My true abilities? Li Qia smiled. Others thought nothing of this smile, but the ancestor from Ancestral were horrified. They felt a storm looming on the horizon. That's right. Bai Jianshan nodded. I heard about your phoenix bloodline and that you killed our army in Fire Domain. I wish to see what else you can do outside of this. Remember, not just anyone is qualified to challenge me. His tone became slightly domineering and arrogant. However, people thought that this was indeed the case and that he was only telling the truth. His status and power dictated so. Random cultivators weren't worth his time. I don't know why young Lord Bai is wasting breath on him. A saintess was completely charmed by him. I am simply here to pay respect to the sages of the Golem race and to show my gratitude for their contribution and sacrifice for this world. They are looking at us from the high heaven. I am lucky enough to receive their blessings despite personal inadequacies. The scale from Stone Dragon Ancestor is my greatest honor. The fateful ties shown today in Sacred Spirit Hall will only strengthen the friendship between Yin Yang Gate and Ancestral City. Though the conversation was with Li Chia, Bai Jianshan was actually telling the ancestors from Ancestral. His flowery words were well received by the crowd. Some girls blushed and needed to cover their face out of embarrassment. If I were the saintess, I would marry Jianshan right away. That Li Chia isn't worthy of cleaning Jianshan's shoes. One beauty said. Spring was coming for the female cultivators thanks to Bai Jianshan's pleasant words. Enough, no more spewing nonsense. Li Chia waved his hand and chuckled. Don't be so complacent over one dragon scale. Bah! Insulting the young lord is deserving of death. One genius shouted. How can he still be so arrogant when he didn't get recognition from the sages? One princess started shouting without caring about her image. Jianshan wanted to mend the relationship between the two sects, but Li Chia kept on interrupting him. Moreover, the actual problem seemed to be Li Chia. Feel free to try and see if you can obtain a blessing from the wise sages. If you can do at least that, I'll start listening to you. Jianshan calmly responded. As easy as can be. Li Chia smiled. The majority of the crowd found this ridiculous, the golems included. As easy as can be was definitely the wrong way to describe the prestige and honor gained from obtaining the blessings of the sages. One could interpret this as Li Chia insulting the golems. Ignorant child, watch your words. One golem expert shouted. Still so shameless after not being recognized by the sages. One pretty cultivator sneered. Huh, some people just have thick skin like that, they don't know how to not be shameless. Just a clown in front of the young lord. One saintess chose some harsh words. The majority made fun of Li Chia afterward. Alright, it'll be your win if you can get one small gift from the sages, Bai Jianshan suggested. However, he couldn't finish because Li Chia raised his hand and loud rumbling ensued. Glimmers of treasure and immortal rays filled with divinity erupted. Numerous artifacts fell down from above. It was as if the sky was a treasury and Li Chia had just poked a hole through space after the previous tug. A fiery cauldron, a saber with dragon roars, a heavenly mirror capable of illuminating 8 desolaces, world-quaking bells. They piled around Li Chia like a small hill. The entire area became engulfed in multicolored radiances. The spectators stared at the pile. Those in the know noticed their shocking background. Qilin Cauldron, one ancestor trembled. That's our ancestor's dragon rune saber. One golem expert blurted out. The legendary mirror known as Heaven Illumination, another expert rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Any artifact here could become a sect-defining heirloom. The ancestors from Ancestral City gasped in horror. Everything in Sacred Spirit Hall was part of the city's resources and power. Now, so many have fallen into Li Chia's possession. Chapter 3493, to be exact, the pile consisted of Dao Lord weapons and treasures of heavenly sovereigns. This far exceeded the resources of most countries and sections. Jaws dropped to the ground as a result. The crowd became completely frozen. The geniuses, ladies, and golem experts felt as if they had been slapped on the face without being able to bark back. Most have never seen so many treasures in one place before. Their eyes were as wide open as can be. Bai Jianchan's fans looked down on Li Qia for being utterly inferior to Jianchan. Now, the guy simply raised his hand and Jianchan's dragon scale looked silly in comparison. The taunters earlier felt the weight of the pile pressing down on them, akin to their honor and pride being trampled upon. The girls turned red, speechless. What the hell just happened? Ancestors from the big sects took a deep breath. This is unprecedented, even Celestial Stone Dao Lord didn't do something like this. A high elder murmured, no, this is 10,000 times more devilish. This completely overshadowed the Dao Lord's achievement back then, let alone one item like Jianchan. This Li Qia, devilish back in fire domain, devilish here too. A wise cultivator from the last generation said, trying to fathom his depth is impossible. The ancestors from Ancestral calmed down and started thinking. None of them could do something like this. Celestial Stone Dao Lord returning here after his attainment wouldn't be able to do so either. After all, the hall was built during the era of Golem Ancestor. Stone Monarch Dao Lord and others blessed this area. Its power was beyond imagination. What Li Qia had done couldn't be replicated by a Dao Lord. See? Li Qia stared at Bai Jianchan, who had an unnatural expression. This was as illogical as can be. Bai Jianchan didn't know what to say. He even questioned if this was reality. Meanwhile, the unfriendly crowd didn't dare to let out a fart, let alone words of derision. Well, he was right. Just one dragon scale is nothing. One member said with a hushed tone. Normally, a whisper like this couldn't be heard in an area with Bai Jianchan around. Why? Because his fans would be screaming in excitement. However, because of the current circumstances, everyone heard it clearly. His fans found this unbearable. No one retorted because this was obvious. They took pride in him obtaining the dragon scale earlier, especially the female fans. Now, the pile far exceeded the value of the dragon scale. This was putting it mildly. Bai Jianchan himself knew how pitiful his harvest was when compared to Li Qia's. Thus, he put away the dragon scale to avoid further humiliation. Of course, some in the audience also celebrated because they were jealous of Bai Jianchan's luck with the ladies. They kept it to themselves since he was too strong. Thus, Li Qia's ruthless takedown allowed them to gloat while looking at Jianchan's awkward expression. If you don't scram within 3 days, I'll hang your head on the city gate. Li Qia said, then left, not bothering to look at the pile of treasures. His declaration struck everyone like sudden thunder. They quickly exchanged glances after calming down. A long time ago, some still challenged Bai Jianchan since he didn't have the current fame and reputation. Today, not to mention the young generation, even the older cultivators didn't dare to do so. The guy was sitting firmly on a throne. To challenge him was asking for humiliation. Moreover, he had a behemoth in Yin Yang Gate backing him up as well. Thus, Li Qia's strong declaration felt so strange. He spoke with such triviality as well. No one would dare to say something like this. Some ancestors who were stronger than Bai Jianchan wouldn't do so because that would be declaring war against Yin Yang Gate. Bai Jianchan was groomed to be the next Dao Lord of Yin Yang. If someone were to kill him, Yin Yang would do everything in their power to seek vengeance. This might result in a total massacre. Li Qia didn't seem to mind the consequences before speaking before everyone. Most shockingly, he left the pile of treasures behind him without looking back. They definitely could drive anyone crazy with greed, yet he thought nothing of them. No one here would be able to do this. Bai Jianchan, has never been intimidated by anyone. Jianchan regained his wits as Li Qia was walking down the steps. I'll never back down. We'll see who's the better in 3 days. If I lose, I'll leave. If you lose, do the same. He spoke with enough confidence to show the crowd his courage. The girls couldn't help cheering. Their hero was still as cool as ever. Your head is mine in 3 days. Li Qia answered without looking back, leaving behind Bai Jianshan with an ugly expression. Chapter 3494. The news of the fight between Li Qia and Bai Jianshan spread like wildfires across Ancestral City, then to the rest of the north. Most haven't heard about Li Qia and wondered about his identity. Because of this, an expert from a slightly big country became curious. I've never heard of this guy before. He dared to challenge young Lord Bai. Too arrogant, no? A more knowledgeable soul replied, this person has a phoenix bloodline on top of immortal assailant Emperor's treasury and a phoenix's legacies. Ancestral City is supporting him now, going as far as annulling their engagement with Yin Yang Gate. Really? This guy might be the luckiest man in this generation. The listeners started salivating. People knew about the Imperial Treasury a while back. This was enough to drive people crazy and jealous of this unknown junior. Not just that, I heard both Pullstone Saintess and Dragon Phoenix Maiden like him. He's pretty much the Heaven's favorite. The whole thing seems like a legend. The more information they found out about him, the more jealous they became. So 2 of the 3 beauties, only Bai Jianshan was like this before. So lucky. So what if he's lucky? Some were on Bai Jianshan's side and didn't think highly of Li Qia. One person snorted and added, his luck will end here, only death will come from opposing young Lord Bai. Many agreed with this frightening comment because Bai Jianshan was just too strong. Even those who haven't seen him in person thought that Li Qia was being suicidal. I think his ego grew due to all of his successes recently. Even the neutral cultivators thought that Li Qia had 0 chance of winning. Young Lord Bai is at the sacred level already, how many others are in the north? So few among the young generation. He's strong enough to fight an ancestor from a big sect. This Li Qia has only started recently. It's very unwise. A high elder analyzed. He should have taken a step back and waited for more time. The sky's the limit. Another logical observer added. In their opinion, Li Qia had the right bloodline and resources. In fact, no one else had comparable advantages. If he could wait long enough and escape, it wouldn't be late in the future to challenge Bai Jianshan. He could become a strong candidate for the Dao Lord position too. Ancestral City's conversations were actually more heated than the ones in the outer regions. One could hear about it from one end of the street to the other. Everyone was talking about the duel 3 days later. It was too exciting, a must-watch. Young Lord Bai will definitely win. One female cultivator clenched her fist and confidently declared. Who knows if she was supporting Bai Jianshan or trying to make herself feel better. There's no doubt about it. Young Lord Bai's victory is assured. A saintess announced. No one can stop young Lord Bai. It didn't take long before various chants and lines were spread all over the city. Bai Jianshan had an irreplaceable position in these girls' heart. They thought that he was an unbeatable god. Not necessarily. A jealous cultivator barked back against the mass. It's not like Li Qia is useless. Have you all forgotten about the treasures he summoned at Sacred Spirit Hall with one hand? That's an unprecedented and magnificent feat, one to be remembered for eras to come. The jealous cultivators couldn't compare to Bai Jianshan, so they wielded Li Qia like a sword in order to put Jianshan down. The atmosphere soured after this was brought up. The excited girls had nothing to say because they still remembered the humiliation suffered during that event. Maybe he got lucky again. Just the right time for when the treasury in the hall opens. The treasures drop down for all to share. A golden daughter defended by Jianshan. This group naturally wouldn't accept Jianshan's defeat or Li Qia's achievement. That's why they came up with various reasons and excuses. All in all, they said that it wasn't a real victory from Li Qia. It had everything to do with luck. I completely agree. Another girl nodded in agreement. He won't be as lucky on the stage during a fight to the death battle. Only skills will matter then. He's obviously inferior in that regard. young Lord Bai is already at the sacred level while Li Qie is only a silver carapace. Just one finger is enough to crush the guy. A prestigious lady immediately said. It was the jealous cultivator's turn to be speechless. Jinchan's strength was well documented. Many felt that Li Qie didn't have a good chance. Don't forget, Li Qie massacred Yin Yang Gate's army back in Fire Domain not long ago. One youth brought up another matter. The pretty girls instantly focused on the weak point of this argument. One of them said, "This isn't Fire Domain. I was also there, he only relied on his phoenix bloodline to borrow the power of the true flame found there." Yes, what can he borrow here? He's not a golem nor is he a disciple from a golem sect. His phoenix bloodline isn't of use in this place. Moreover, his weak cultivation won't let him activate the bloodline to its limit anyway, he has no chance. The other girls were sure of this. Meanwhile, the ancestors from other sects didn't bother arguing. They were too busy celebrating after learning about this fight. Looks like there is no salvaging this relationship. One ancestor said, Ancestral City considers Li Qie their Jeel right now. Well, it doesn't matter who dies, one side will be furious. These powers were eager to see a conflict between the top dogs. They might be able to take advantage of the situation. Bai Jianchan had no choice but to fight. A high elder there knew about the tough situation. Li Qie declared his murderous intent in public. Not to mention a top genius like Bai Jianchan, no other youths could stay calm after this humiliation. His reputation would be ruined if he were to refuse. People would question his number 1 rank that has already been damaged by Li Qie's showing at the hall. He needed to use his power to protect his prestige. I wonder if Li Qie has anything else up his sleeve. A big shot became excited since he has been watching Li Qie the entire time. Something conventional won't do. He'll really be killed then. Who knows? Li Qie is inscrutable. He might repeat the same devilishness during the battle. An old man said. It's worth watching for sure. This was the consensus. Chapter 3495, 3 days passed in a jiffy. Everyone rushed towards the stage in order to watch the fight between Li Qie and Bai Jianchan. In fact, some from the distant regions didn't mind the long trek to get here. This resulted in people being packed like sardines outside the stage. The field itself was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands. It seemed rather inadequate now. Not even water could make it through. Some came early in order to secure the best spots. The spectators were divided into several camps. Some thought that Bai Jianchan's victory was assured. Others believed that Li Qie could concoct another miracle. There was a neutral side as well, not favoring either. All in all, these parties had a jolly time talking and arguing about the fight. Of course, the majority still believed in Bai Jianchan's victory. Bets were naturally placed and Li Qie was a clear underdog. Most were excited to gamble. Bai Jianchan's supporters and fans chose him, the same with a few people who wanted an easy win. However, some gamblers placed bets on Li Qie, wanting to win big if Li Qie could do something miraculous. The stage was rather quiet since the crowd remained patient. This was a rare opportunity. Normally, one wouldn't be able to see Bai Jianchan fight. This could help their cultivation greatly, especially the younger ones. By noon, a buzz could be heard, then bright visual phenomena emerged. The sky was split by them with a man walking forward. Young Lord Bai. Everyone knew who it was from the images, blessings of the gods. Who else could it be but Bai Jianchan? Even some ancestors didn't have this impressive aura. He looked like the ruler of the cosmos, the lord of the grand Tao, a deity in the mortal realm. Some had seen him before, but this didn't diminish their enthusiasm. Young Lord Bai. They shouted and screamed, especially the girls who had the best spots. They covered their face, blushing while trying to steal a glance from him through the gaps between their fingers. You'll be victorious. Victorious. A saintess began chanting. The other noble ladies loudly roared. His popularity came in full display again. He nodded to greet the crowd, looking cool and transcending. Li Qie wasn't here yet, but Jianshan wasn't in a rush. He sat down on the stage, runes and laws emerged around him. He seemed calm with everything under control, certain of victory. This reassured his fans and supporters. Looks like young Lord Bai is 100% confident in winning. One of them said. It was time, but Li Qie remained missing. Bai Jianshan quietly waited in the interim. Why isn't that Li guy here yet? Probably too afraid to come. An expert lost his patience. No. An ancestor shook his head. Li Qie isn't a coward, he's actually always fierce and fearless. Then he thinks too highly of himself being late to a scheduled duel. The expert scowled. Alas, the only thing the angry crowd could do was wait a bit longer. They still wanted to watch the fight. He's here. Someone shouted and made the crowd turn around. Li Qie showed up by the entrance and strolled towards the stage. Pullstone Saintess was next to him. She still garnered more attention due to her peerless beauty. He was quickly forgotten in the background. Those who saw her for the first time nearly lost their mind. It took a while before they calmed down and stared at Li Qie instead. He had a calm and cool expression, but the problem was his ordinary appearance. It wasn't impressive like Jinshan's aura. So uneducated. One female cultivator said. So arrogant too. Young Lord Bai got here early, yet this guy purposely came late. One youth was unhappy with Li Qie. Li Qie got up the stage and stretched with a smile. He lazily spoke, let's start. Finally. Jinshan stood up and stared at Li Qie. He had a peerless aura with visual phenomena and pulsing divinity, clearly a dragon among men. On the other hand, Li Qie, whether it be his aura, clothes, and temperament, was nothing special. People would think that he was a mortal if it wasn't for his silver carapace cultivation. As the two stood facing each other, the disparity between them became obvious, similar to a prince and a beggar meeting each other. Is he really qualified to fight young Lord Bai? One spectator was skeptical. Remember what he did at Sacred Spirit Hall. An older cultivator said with a serious tone. The skeptics immediately shut their mouth. Li Qie's showing they're completely dominated by Jianshan. Jianshan didn't attack right away. He focused his gaze in order to see through his foe. You don't want to start? Li Qie asked. I heard about your bloodline and phoenix legacies. I don't buy it. Jianshan's brows furrowed. He didn't see any clue about a phoenix bloodline at all, regardless of his prying. Phoenix legacies, right? Take a good look then. Li Qie smiled and casually took out a feather. It wowed the crowd with its fiery light, as immaculate as can be. They could feel immense power oozing from it along with a phoenix aura. A phoenix feather. One spectator shouted in astonishment. Chapter 3496. The feather looked as light as can be, ready to be blown away by the wind. The astonished crowd imagined how comfortable it would be when it brushed on their face. All eyes were on the feather with a focus on its flame. The flame looked like a fire spirit that wouldn't hurt anyone. On the other hand, it seemed to have a healing affinity. Even a fool could tell that this wasn't a fake. It was impossible to fake its aura. Just one strand contained a supreme divinity, as if the proud divine bird was here among them. Its proud eyes forced others to be humble. It's really a phoenix feather. This became obvious to all. In reality, no one here has seen a feather from the divine bird before. Nonetheless, they still believed that Li Qie's feather belonged to the real thing, not another inferior branch. In this world, birds with a thin phoenix bloodline were called phoenixes as well. They simply weren't the real thing. It's exactly like the painting. An ancestor stared in a daze. Many ancestors have heard about the legends of the divine beasts. some saw the great bird in paintings. Thus, this feather broadened their horizon and knowledge. He really got the legacy then. Many swallowed their saliva. They all heard about his spoils but haven't actually seen any of it until today. Their eyes naturally gleamed with greed as a result. That's just one feather. A high elder began to covet. The feather alone was mysterious and wondrous enough. What about a more complete legacy? He had the imperial treasury as well. Thus, he turned into a boundless treasure grove in the eyes of others. Their greed intensified and nefarious plans took form. A while ago, they were ready to fight to the death over mere speculations. Now, some countries and sects wanted nothing more than to capture Li Qie. Bai Jianshan stared at the feather, slightly narrowing his eyes. He had obtained a dragon scale back at the hall, but it didn't come from a pure dragon. Nonetheless, it was still extremely precious. Unfortunately, he recognized the gap between his scale and the feather instantly. Pure blood was still far superior. Very well, let me see the power of this mythical item. He nodded and put on a serious expression. Make your move, it'll be your last chance. Li Qie playfully fanned his feather. Humph, you're still not a match for young Lord Bai with a phoenix feather. A young genius couldn't help but shout after seeing Li Qie's contemptuous attitude. People are powerful, not treasures. One top female cultivator snorted, young Lord Bai's grand Dao is peerless enough to face all the treasures in this world. Her friends nodded in agreement after hearing this. However, the rest of the crowd wasn't so sure, especially the big shots from the previous generation. On one hand, treasures shouldn't be enough to defeat Bai Jianshan due to the gap in cultivation. One was at the sacred level while the other was only a silver carapace, a different tantamount to that of an ant and elephant. No treasure could ever make up this disparity. On the other hand, some have witnessed Li Qie's devilish style back in Fire Domain and Sacred Spirit Hall. Thus, it would be silly to judge him using conventional logic. I won't hold back then. Bai Jianshan let out a battle roar and released his vitality. Chaos energy billowed upward. Rumble. His energy seemed like a hurricane, capable of breaking through anything. Numerous spectators were blown away. Those nearby hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. It then turned into a star infused with space itself, illuminating the sky as a result. Everyone could see a galaxy with bright stars right above him. They rotated around him and made everyone gasp in wonder. They felt as if he was grasping the universe and everyone else's life. Ancient Zen Azure Art. An old cultivator took a deep breath. The Tao Lord's strongest mantra, a high-level heaven mantra. Many cultivators have heard of it before. It wasn't surprising for Jianshan to have access to a high-level heaven mantra. However, this was Yin Yang's best. It's very hard to cultivate. Only geniuses among geniuses can do so. An ancestor said. The Tao Lord used an ancient art to create it, it's not suitable for modern cultivation. A high elder knew the specifics and said, it is to be used with Yin Yang's old physique art for an unbeatable effect. People exchanged glances because Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang taught by Jianshan just that, an ancient physique art. This is it, the ultimate attack. The girl's confidence soared after seeing this. Everyone in the north knew just how wondrous Yin Yang Gate's ancient physique art was. Of course, many were surprised to see Jianshan going all out so quickly. This showed how serious he was taking this fight, wanting to deliver a fatal blow right away. The world is mine. Jianshan roared and began the offensive. His body became increasingly larger until the stars were right above his head. However, he suddenly disappeared after reaching the limit. This happened in the blink of an eye, so the crowd was caught off guard. The massive Bai Jianshan was no longer there. What's going on? Some spectators became confused. A legendary ancient physique art. One ancestor focused on observing this cultivation technique. Void physique. Li Qie chuckled after seeing this. This so-called ancient physique art turned out to be one of the 12 immortal physiques from the previous epoch, Void. Chapter 3497. This wasn't an invisibility technique but rather, a fusion into space. The area became a part of his body. People always talked about this ancient physique art from Yin Yang. Alas, few in 8 decilaces actually had concrete details. The technique used to be famous back in the 9 Worlds epoch, originating from the physique scripture. However, this scripture was no longer present in 8 decilaces. Nonetheless, these techniques were still passed down to the next. Everyone felt as if Bai Jianshan was omnipresent after disappearing, existing in every corner and little spots. This feeling seemed directly perceived through the senses, akin to being surrounded by thousands of Bai Jianshan. Moreover, each had an identical divinity and vitality. It became a fight against thousands of him. The intimidation from this could make someone shudder, their Tao heart would waver. It felt impossible to win. The ancient physique art. One ancestor became aghast. Buzz. The space around Li Qie was being twisted by someone like fried dough. There was no way to run or hide. Li Qie seemed to be trapped there, his body was being twisted as well. No one saw Bai Jinshan's attack from start to finish. There was a lack of technique and suppression, just straight spatial manipulation. Some shouted in horror because they felt the same twisting motion with their body. It was one of helplessness, on the verge of crumbling to pieces. The power of the physique didn't stop there. The world spun and turned dark after loud explosions. Layers of space suddenly stacked on top of each other, resulting in an unbearable crushing force at a single point. Li Qie was the one stuck at the single point. He also disappeared from sight as if he was reduced to the smallest particle. What a terrible technique. An ancestor murmured. I felt myself being crushed to dust. One youth dropped to the ground, unable to get up. Young Lord Bai is unbeatable. Just one move. A saintess calmed down and started cheering, excited after witnessing his power. Many were pale at this point. Most have heard of Jianshan and accepted his supremacy over the young generation. However, actually witnessing him in action was something else. They all admitted that he was worthy of his reputation. He's dead, didn't even have the chance to use his phoenix legacies. One youth gloated. He asked for it, trying to fight young Lord Bai while only being a silver carapace. Treasures can't make up the gap. A golden daughter said with disdain. Dual and born talents in Tao physique and true fate, nothing less than a god. An ancestor praised, the moment he reaches grand completion with this ancient physique is when he'll prove his Tao. Everyone assumed Li Qie was dead by this point, judging by the stacked space into a single point where he used to be. Boom! Suddenly, this dimensional point crumbled and crystal pieces scattered. Space spread again and returned to its original shape. Li Qie walked out and was perfectly fine. He waved his feather ever so slightly and this was enough to stop the suppression of the void physique. The crowd looked like they had just swallowed a fly after seeing him alive. Void was indeed an incredible physique art. Unfortunately, Bai Jianshan was facing Li Qie, the ultimate expert of the physique scripture. He was an existence that started a new page for this heavenly scripture. Thus, he easily found the weakness and just needed a slight touch to nullify it. Buzz. The feather then shot out a beam of fire, piercing through the sky like a thrusting spear. Boom. The highest dimension crumbled and a figure was sent flying. He slammed into the ground, damaged by the backlash from the broken dimensions. This so-called void physique was useless before Li Qie. It was simply defenseless and without any profundity. Impossible. The crowd thought. How could Li Qie send Bai Jianshan flying like this? The ancient physique art was as fragile as a piece of paper before Li Qie. How can this be? The ancestors couldn't believe it. Though they didn't experience the actual attack, the power earlier couldn't be described with words. Bai Jianshan's physique art was dreadful. They themselves might not be able to easily break this art. In fact, he could actually kill some of them. Li Qie simply made it look too easy, as if that art was only a paper tiger. This certainly wasn't the case, hence the confusion among the crowd. How the hell did he do it? No one had an answer to this question. Chapter 3498, by Jianchan, the famous prodigy of the North, has been utterly knocked down in the first exchange despite using the renowned ancient physique art. The saintesses and princesses yelling in support prior stopped speaking, leaving their mouth wide open in astonishment. Their confidence was all but shattered, their expectation betrayed. The ancestors felt the same way. They thought that only people like Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang would be able to easily break this ancient art. How, so easily too? This doesn't make sense. One ancestor murmured. It would be acceptable if Li Qie used all of his abilities or paid a great price to break the art, not in this manner. Impossible. One genius refused to believe it. The young ones believed in Bai Jianchan's supremacy. Li Qie should have been reduced to a pulp of flesh or dust. Boom! Bai Jianchan jumped out of the pit and shook the dirt off his body. He was still pulsing with divine lights. However, blood could be seen by the corner of his lips. He didn't look bad by any means, just lacking the previous impressive temperament. After all, it was hard to stay calm after losing the first exchange. Yes, go young Lord Bai, impeccable defenses. The fangirls cheered after seeing the minimal damage. They clenched their fists towards Li Qie, sharing the same enemy. They needed Bai Jianchan to crush Li Qie right now since he humiliated them earlier by proving them wrong. Who are you? Bai Jianchan stared intensely at Li Qie. The fear he felt was due to how well Li Qie understood his void physique. In fact, the guy knew more than he did regarding the flaws and openings. This physique was passed down from the previous epoch from a grand heavenly scripture, superior to any current merit law. He knew that no one else in all of 8 Desolaces knew more about void than his ancestor, Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. Li Qie's knowledge exceeded his imagination, perhaps rivaling his ancestor. This didn't make sense because their sect never availed this secret to outsiders. Li Qie. Li Qie smiled. Jianchan didn't know what to think or feel. Was this a coincidence? Or was it because of the phoenix feather? He preferred the latter options, but intuition told him that Li Qie simply knew the physique like the palm of his hand. Very well, I still refuse to yield, let's see what else you can do. Jianchan took a deep breath and summoned a sword. It emitted an illumination spreading across the realms. The blade was as white as snow, enough to blind all the spectators. A tiny indentation existed on the blade. It contained a domineering and wild aura as if a supreme existence was within. Ra! A beast roar echoed and sent out torrential sound waves. It flipped a nearby mountain range over. Tyrannical Kuei. Someone shouted after seeing the sword. Created by ancient Zen Dao Lord, a high-level heaven sword, quite fierce. An old man's expression changed. This sword was made from the Dao bone of a tyrannical Kuei. This creature was rumored to have the bloodline of the divine beast, Kuei. Thus, it had the power to summon lightning bolts. The Dao Lord spent untold efforts to create it. The sword itself isn't the most terrifying thing, the fusion of the blade and the Dao is far stronger. One ancestor put on a serious expression. People watched attentively because this sword was famous. The Dao Lord had used it to defeat numerous top masters in the past. Bai Jianchan looked dominating. The flame of the sword reached the crevices of the sky. Empowerment. He roared and the visual phenomena behind him became more real. The gods began to move and formed various mantras. They chanted and became engulfed in bright radiance. Jianchan became empowered by them and looked like a god as a result. The indentation suddenly became bigger and turned into a large portal. Ra! A massive beast finally emerged with lightning currents coursing through its body. Its aura could crush everything. An ocean of lightning was its company, resulting in thunderous crackles to the horror of the crowd. That's frightening, many panicked and ran far away. There are 3 variations to my sword technique. This is the first. Bai Jianshan spoke as if sentencing death to Li Qie. The Dao Lord's ultimate sword art stemming from the tyrannical Kuei's Dao bone. Looks like Jianshan is not holding back. An ancestor became emotional. Meanwhile, his fangirls became excited after seeing his unstoppable state. One saintess shouted, "Young Lord Bai, rid the world of this villain." "That's right, show us your invincibility." More cheered for him. He ignored all of them, focusing all of his power and mind into this slash. He stopped using the void physique and resorted to another ace card. Li Qie simply knew too much about the ancient physique, so Jianshan no longer dared to use it. "I don't think I can stop this slash." One powerful ancestor stared at Jianshan with dread in his eyes. Chapter 3499. The girls couldn't handle how amazing he looked with a sword in his hand, truly a sight to behold. All admitted that he looked like a deity. No way Li Qie will survive this invincible sword art. One of them coldly uttered. They wanted Li Qie to die to their young Lord Bai as soon as possible. Kuei God severing the heaven. Bai Jianshan roared and the sword released its power. The slash cut through the air in an omnipotent manner, capable of slaying gods and devils. Sword energies ravaged the area as a result. Rumble. Loud explosions hurt the eardrums. The ocean of lightning seemingly erupted as the bolts flew towards Li Qie. Just imagine the sheer destruction before this massive explosion. The world turned white while the crowd became confused. Everything seemed to be affected by its power. Even the strongest defense would falter. People didn't need to watch to know the outcome, Li Qie being reduced to ashes. This was still not the worst thing about the attack. One could see a majestic slash within the ocean of lightning. It could flatten the myriad ages with its tyrannical and bloodthirsty presence. The stench of blood was unbearable, with illusions of gods being decapitated. The slash swept through an army of deities, causing corpses to fall to the ground and pile up like mountains. It was clearly aimed at Li Qie, yet the spectators still sensed a terrible fear, as if they were the ones targeted. They wanted to scream, but no words came out. Only the ancestors could speak about how horrifying it was. They thought that they would die to it as well. The world became quiet, all returned to the origin as if nothing had happened after the slash. "It's over?" People gradually regained their vision. "He's dead for sure." This became the consensus. No one could have stopped that slash from young Lord Bai. "Where is Li Qie's head?" One noble girl said proudly. "He was an idiot for challenging young Lord Bai." Another spectator felt great respect after seeing the sword technique. However, the comments suddenly stopped once they got a good look at the situation. This was the opposite of their expectation. Li Qie wasn't reduced to ashes. On the contrary, he stood there calmly without a single wound from top to bottom. Even his hair was just like before. All eyes fell onto the phoenix feather. Its flame was pulsing and taking the shape of a fiery sword. It easily parried the sword named Tyrannical Kuei. The feather was light and could be blown away by a breeze. Alas, it still stopped the slash without needing any effort from Li Qie. Bai Jianshan's eyes opened wide since he mustered all of his strength on his sword, wanting to suppress the phoenix feather. This seemed rather futile. The audience was stunned for the second time today. No one saw how Li Qie actually stopped it. He didn't seem to use a single technique against the god-slaying slash. How? One spectator rubbed his eyes. Even the strongest master would have a hard time stopping the slash earlier, needing to put some effort into it. Therefore, people attributed this to the legendary power of a phoenix. There was no way a silver kappa race cultivator could have stopped it otherwise. A phoenix is really this strong? Someone questioned. The mass started thinking about the unimaginable power of a divine beast. Just one feather was enough to stop Jianshan. Jianshan didn't have a good expression because he himself had no idea what happened. Was it Li Qie or the feather? My turn. Li Qie chuckled. The true flame of a phoenix surged out of the feather towards the azure, instantly blowing Jianshan away. A true flame, this is the power of a phoenix. Someone shouted in astonishment. This confirmed the theory of Li Qie borrowing the phoenix's power only. Screech. The flame took the form of a phoenix, its heat waves could incinerate all things. So that's a phoenix. The audience was shocked to see this. Kuei God severing the heaven. The shaken by Jianshan used the same technique against the incoming fiery bird. The latter flapped its wings, releasing flames that could refine the myriad worlds and all within. Boom! The world seemed to be broken. The lightning bolts above dispersed. The gigantic tyrannical Kuei also let out a cry before being reduced to nothingness. Bai Jianshan fell from the sky while vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Boom! He slammed into the ground, resulting in a deep pit stained with his blood. Chapter 3500. The unstoppable Bai Jianshan of the North was beaten down again by Li Qie to everyone's astonishment. No way, so many female cultivators refused to accept this. He was perfect in their mind, whether it be his appearance or achievement in the Tao. No one should be able to defeat him. As for Li Qie, he was nothing more than a common worm. None of them gave a damn about him, and that would be the nice way of putting it. Unfortunately, their gods seemed as fragile as porcelain before this unknown junior. They couldn't accept this cruel reality and were stunned by the disparity. Impossible. Young Lord Bai can't lose, one girl felt suffocated. The perfect vase was full of cracks now. On the contrary, the common stone in Li Qie looked like a resplendent diamond now, blinding beyond words. It was no longer a slap on their face like before. It has turned into a full stomp on their pride and glory. The power of a phoenix is insane. Everyone still thought that Li Qie wasn't the real culprit behind this. It was because no matter how hard they tried to look using their heavenly gaze, Li Qie was still only a silver carapace cultivator. Thus, treasures and schemes shouldn't be enough to make up for the gap. Moreover, Bai Jianshan had tyrannical Kuei as his weapon as well. Seems like I was mistaken. His bloodline is probably far thicker than expected. One ancestor became frightened. So if the power of the phoenix is this strong already, what will Li Qie look like once he reaches the sacred level? Another powerful ancestor murmured. Other ancestors had the same question. He would be able to suppress heavenly sovereigns and maybe challenge Tao lords? This Li Qie is just unfathomable. Back in Sacred Spirit Hall first and then now. There's nothing he can't do. Another spectator added. The only ones quiet among the crowd were Bai Jianshan's supporters. There seemed to be something stuck in their throat due to Bai Jianshan's swift defeat. Boom! Bai Jianshan leaped out of the pit again, no longer looking as transcendent as before, ghastly pale with bloody wounds everywhere. People couldn't help but pity him since he looked like a dead rabbit found in the wild. A great genius has fallen to such a sad state. If it was anyone else facing Li Qie, the result might be even sadder, a death without a grave. Bai Jianshan stood up, struggling to straighten his back and arch his chest. His legs were shaken. Was it from a lack of energy or fear? He stared at Li Qie. The guy was still the same as before, as average looking as can be. The phoenix feather was still pulsing with a gentle flame. He started feeling fear due to how inscrutable Li Qie was, a mystery that could swallow him at any moment. The two of them faced each other just like during the beginning of the duel. Albeit, the atmosphere was completely different. At the start, Jianshan was nothing short of a deity beloved by all. Li Qie, on the other hand, was a nobody suffering disdain and contempt. Now, one had their image broken while the other became a source of fear. Who are you? Jianshan had always believed in his vision. This time around, it had betrayed him. I've answered this already and I told you to leave or I would hang your head on the city gate. Looks like you don't have the chance to leave now. Li Qie smiled. A solemn hush fell over the crowd. Some felt their heart beating faster. Just 3 days ago, they would have considered this to be a ridiculous and arrogant statement. Now, the same words rendered them breathless. Jianshan clenched his sword tighter. He couldn't back off or beg for mercy. The only thing to do was fight to the death. Life is so unpredictable, waves rise and fall. A spectator murmured. Boom! A beam of light suddenly emerged and caused the world to spin. A portal materialized on stage next to Bai Jian before anyone could react. What? Everyone was taken by surprise. Rumble. Figures appeared and landed in front of Bai Jianshan, stopping Li Qie from approaching. Chapter 3501. The leader of the newcomers turned out to be Skylight Princess. She led numerous ancestors to this battlefield, seemingly ready to fight to the bitter end. Skylight Princess. People exchanged glances. In reality, she has been here the entire time without showing up. She came out in order to buy time for Bai Jianshan. Go! She shouted without looking at him while exuding a heroic and decisive aura. Rumble. The portal was next to him so he could flee at any moment. Alas, hesitation struck. He was the heaven's favorite, the #1 genius of the north, the successor of Yin Yang Gate. Any of the above stopped him from running. His personal reputation would be ruined, Yin Yang would also be shamed. Everyone watched with bated breath. Bai Jianshan was clearly not a match for Li Qie, this was as clear as day by this point. However, he was in a tough situation. Even if people were to understand the decision, he found it excruciating to make a choice. Go. There is always firewood as long as the verdant hill remains. Take him away. She looked back at him and shouted. With the last command, the portal rushed towards him. The choice was no longer his. The entrance sucked him in and brought him away from the battlefield. She didn't bother to look back while feeling a bit of pain. From today on, she would never be able to see her lover again, for they would be separated by 2 realms, life and death. However, tears would never shed because she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Leaving so soon? Li Qie was amused, evident by his smile. Get ready for battle. She didn't wallow in sadness and summoned her weapon, the same with the ancestors nearby. Kill him. She served as the vanguard and the ancestors followed her lead. Rumble. They formed a wall around Li Qie, wanting to separate the domain to stop him. This bought enough time for the portal to shrink into a single point then disappear from sight. You're courting death. Li Qie chuckled and waved his phoenix feather. A flame swept by with enough intensity to immolate the firmaments. It swallowed everything in no time at all. Boom! The wall made by the princess force couldn't stop the flame, so they were sent flying. One ancestor after another screamed. The fall of the wall meant they were susceptible to the heat. Ah! All were reduced to ashes with the exception of the princess, who slammed into the ground and vomited blood. The crowd shuddered at this sight. What a powerful love! One spectator commented. The engagement between Skylight and Yin Yang was there long before the one with Ancestral. Contrary to Polstone Saintess, Skylight Princess and Bai Jianshan grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. Thus, this engagement went smoothly without any opposition. The two of them were practically husband and wife, just lacking a formal ceremony. Thus, she knew many things about him and was in charge of certain matters pertaining to administration. Today, she fulfilled the responsibility of a wife, making a tough decision for him. Many respected her for this virtuous trait during a perilous moment. She climbed up and looked back to find that the portal was no longer there. Goodbye. She whispered, her eyes slightly moist. The years spent together fostered a strong love. This allowed them to always be together regardless of the danger and difficulties. Alas, she would need to leave him today. He would walk alone on the path towards the Tao in the future. Perhaps he would be able to find someone else who can love him the same way. Many noticed the tears in her eyes and became emotional. They showed respect by not speaking. Surrender and I'll think about sparing you out of consideration for this rare sacrifice. Li Qie nonchalantly said. The crowd stared at her with bated breath. Surrender. Someone said softly since they had been touched by her. At the very least, she would be able to survive. Plus, it wasn't humiliating to lose to Li Qie given the circumstances. Her courage and sacrifice made up for this. She took a deep breath and declared, I, Bai Jinchan's wife, will never surrender. How courageous. Li Qie didn't make fun of her and continued, very well, I'll see you off. Don't worry, you won't be lonely for long. The princess trembled but mustered enough courage to raise her halberd again. Die. She roared and the halberd released a terrible beam filled with murderous intent. Clank. She flew into the air, thrusting the halberd downward to crucify him with lightning speed. Alas, she alone couldn't do anything to Li Qie. He gently raised the feather to stop the halberd in its track. The scene became frozen. She was still in the air while pushing down with her halberd. Poof! A flame erupted from the feather. However, it didn't light her on fire. A small buzz could be heard and it disappeared. Chapter 3502. A breeze gently brushed by and rustles could be heard akin to fluttering sands. In this case, it was the princess. The princess in her mid-air pose was blown away by the wind as if she was made from smoke. In the previous moment, she was turned to ashes by the terrible flame. She didn't scream in pain, no blood either. She simply disappeared from the world without leaving any trace behind. The halberd became ashes as well. This death could be described as beautiful, but the crowd had cold sweat in their palms. They thought that it was worse than a bloody death because nothing was left of her in this case. Skylight Princess, one spectator softly said, feeling very complicated. Her admirers were speechless as well. Their goddess was dead now for Bai Jinchan's sake. An admirable woman. One ancestor sighed and praised. Many didn't know whether this was a good result or not. She died but still successfully allowed Jianchan to escape. This is it? The girls among the audience felt their soul leaving their body. This was one of the worst possible outcomes, a stark contrast to their confident expectation. The image of the perfect man in their hearts shattered, their scorn and derision towards Li Qie turned out to be a slap on the face or worse, a stomp keeping their head down in embarrassment forever. Most stared at Li Qie with a fearful expression, not daring to open their mouth. By this point, it didn't matter if it was the power of the phoenix or something else, Li Qie truly defeated by Jianchan in front of them. The number one genius of the north couldn't stop a single blow from him. How could people not be afraid of Li Qie now? Those who made fun of him earlier were particularly nervous, no longer having the courage to look straight at him. That's what you get for not listening to adults. Should have listened to me and left earlier to avoid this. Li Qie chuckled and said before turning to leave. He walked slowly down the steps, seemingly without strength. Shi Qingjian came up to help him down. This was a familiar scene that was met with ridicule. Now, the crowd didn't dare to breathe loudly lest they bother him. A few were afraid that Li Qie might turn around and wave his feather, completely obliterating everyone here. They heaved a sigh of relief after he disappeared from sight. They had no idea why he exerted such unbearable pressure on them just now. He was still the same as he was at the start, not displaying any aura or might. Perhaps his nonchalant expression, whether it be deliberate or not, made it more terrifying. Others didn't know what the hell he was thinking, that his mood could randomly change. At least this is over. One spectator said as the pressure dissipated. No, this is only the beginning of the show. An ancestor disagreed. The landscape has changed, a war is inevitable. Those nearby exchanged glances after hearing this. Don't forget, the armies of the behemoths were still waiting outside Ancestral. Would they be able to accept this outcome? Of course not, hence an inevitable storm. The end of the battle painted a different mood in Ancestral City. The liveliness and rampant discussions were nowhere to be found. The girls, in particular, were out of control. Now, they no longer spoke about this matter just like everyone else. It pertained to both Li Qia and Bai Jianchan. Losing like that for the latter was utterly humiliating. A while later after the battle, one could feel the ground shaking from inside Ancestral City. Banners fluttered and dust filled the air. The million-strong armies were no longer staying by the outskirts, they started marching closer. The horns of war could be heard, they were answered by similar horns in other regions of the north. Yin Yang Gate is summoning their forces. One listener said. Skylight Country and Firmament's Gate followed suit not long after. Rumble. Troops from all over northern West King began marching towards Ancestral City, accompanied by rotating Yin and Yang affinity, a royal aura, and the presence of the Sword Dao. It didn't take long before they made it to Ancestral. The outer regions became packed with an ocean of troops. All three sects are fully mobilizing. The spectators became afraid. A siege is coming. Another ancestor noted. The neutral parties were eager to give it a go as well. This would be a great opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Ra. An azure dragon emerged above the sky. Ancestral, hand over Li Qia or face destruction. The voice contained wrath and fury. Azure Dragon Ancient King. People knew that the battle was going to happen soon with this ancestor here. I hope Ancestral will not harbor a villain. A sword Dao surged after this person spoke. It engulfed the entire region and frightened everyone. Chapter 3503, Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign. Everyone sensed the billowing sword energy. The heat from it seemed to be burning their heart and organs. One side has made their intention clear. Now, everyone else waited for a response from Ancestral City. After all, armies were waiting right outside consisting of ancestors and powerful cultivators such as the Ancient King and a Heavenly Sovereign. The mighty sect still needed to exercise prudence against these opponents. Some spectators had a heavy heart, afraid that the flames of war might get out of control. All of the north could be dragged into this conflict at that point. The golems, in particular, felt the worst, not knowing what to do. After all, Ancestral had a special significance to their race and also served as home. The destruction of the city meant many golems would become refugees. The uneasiness was interrupted by a tear in space. Something seemingly tore it apart and another light emerged akin to a second sun. Everyone looked up and realized that another massive golem had awakened. Another forefather, the golems cheered at this sight. This forefather has never woken up before. Boom! The eyes of this forefather released a terrible aura like a tsunami, crushing the stars above. He focused his gaze at the area outside of the city. Space itself was pushed outward, so many were blown flying. The aura of Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King were separated as well. The forefather successfully established his dominance over the other combatants. This forefather might be stronger than the Sovereign and Ancient King. Some ancestors were moved at this sight. Forefather. Numerous golems prostrated, some had tears streaming down their cheeks. The strongest ancestors of their race have undergone either pseudo or full atavism. However, these pseudo-atavistic beings still woke up to protect their descendants. Ancestral City can't be underestimated. One powerful ancestor felt dread. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King reigned supreme during their era. However, this forefather was actually stronger than them. Moreover, Ancestral had more slumbering forefathers. Boom! A blast seemed to be answering this forefather. The radiance from this overshadowed everything else. A magnificent scene emerged by the horizon, a golden sun of unimaginable size. The world became adorned with a golden layer as a result. People had a hard time keeping their eyes open. "What's that thing?" a spectator shouted, since this new entity was more overwhelming than the actual sun. It caught everyone by surprise. Pop! Next came a silver light resembling mercury pouring down like an endless flood. The earth already had a golden layer, now a silver layer was added. This didn't end there for the unsuspecting crowd. A moon also materialized in the sky. It wasn't far from being close to the golden sun's size, but its lunar light was just as impressive, quickly engulfing everyone. Another? The crowd was stunned. First was a massive golden sun, then came a moon. Everything seemed to be changing because a darkness came next. Both of these massive celestials disappeared from sight. The last thing to happen were stars emerging in the darkness. They looked just like beautiful diamonds. "I know who they are." One high elder took a deep breath and shouted, "The Celestial Trinity. 3 ancient ancestors from Yin Yang Gate." Most have not heard of this title outside of the older cultivators. "I remember now." One ancestor pondered for a moment before replying, "They're even older than ancient Zen Dao Lord." Yes, very few know about them. They did show up when the Dao Lord was competing for the world in order to protect him, not for too long though. The High Elder had a serious expression. "My master told me about them as well. They're only second to Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang in terms of power and status in Yin Yang." A different ancestor added. "Only second to Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang?" Others became shaken. Just this phrase alone indicated the trio's potential. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang was a being comparable to Dao Lords. Now, these ancient ancestors weren't that far behind him. The night eventually dispersed and everything became normal. However, the sun, moon, and one star could be seen outside Ancestral in an oppressive manner. "Fellow Daoist, hand over Li Chia and we can deliberate other matters, or we'll start the siege and flatten the city," a powerful voice declared. Everyone could tell that this wasn't an empty threat and exchanged glances. The great armies would start attacking soon. The golems took a deep breath. "What should we do?" One golem expert didn't know what to do. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King were strong enough. Now, the Celestial Trinity was here as well. Quite a formidable team. Chapter 3504. 5 ancient ancestors have arrived on the field, a truly shocking group. This was before mentioning the great coalition armies. I don't think any sect in the north can handle this invasion. Even the experienced ancestors trembled in fear. They truly want to take down Ancestral? The golem experts were distressing. Their race had a deep loyalty towards this city since it could be considered their ancestral ground. "The best choice is to hand over Li Chia." One golem expressed his thought. This was rather popular among the golems after seeing the great armies. It's not wise to implicate the city over a stranger. Other neutral parties felt the same way. After all, Li Chia was an outsider and a human. Why would they ever risk Ancestral City that has been built over millions of years for his sake? Moreover, no one would mock Ancestral for doing so either, since it was a wise choice. Avoiding war and needless death was more important in the eyes of the golems. Many began staring at the towering golem. They knew that the city's choice would be up to this forefather. He was currently the strongest with the highest authority, qualified to make a decision for the city's future. Alas, his eyes were still pulsing brightly, seemingly ready to fight off any invader. They're not messing around this time. It became apparent that Ancestral City wanted to fight against the 3 behemoths. What are they thinking? People didn't simply understand why they were going to such length for Li Chia. No other ancestors from Ancestral came out to make any declaration, not even Pullstone Saintus, who was in charge. The lack of communication made the crowd wonder. Could it be that Ancestral doesn't give a damn about the armies? In reality, some ancestors of the golem race had no idea what was going on either. What a shabby alliance. A lazy voice interrupted everyone's rumination. It's Li Qia. A listener blurted out. The silence from Ancestral was finally broken. It's just that it was Li Qia instead of anyone from Ancestral. You all have 3 days to prepare the coffins and say your last words before the massacre. No chances afterward. Li Qia declared. Listeners stared at each other in astonishment. The coalition included 5 ancient ancestors and numerous masters. However, Li Qia still declared his intent on killing all of them. This could be construed as both domineering and contemptuous. That's just his style. Some said with admiration. Jeers and mockeries were no longer a thing since Li Qia had proven himself time and time again. He was mighty regardless of his method. Right. An ancestor smiled wryly. By this point, he attributed the viewpoint of Li Qia being arrogant and haughty as a public misperception. The guy was simply speaking the truth. An outsider like you can make a decision for Ancestral City? An old voice filled with divinity replied. This was one of the celestial trinity, Golden Sun ancient ancestor. Yes. A thunderous answer came and swept away the clouds. Everyone looked up and saw that the speaker was the newly awakened golem forefather. Both the volume and significance of the answer took everyone like a storm. This forefather hasn't said a thing after waking up. Nonetheless, this only word changed the whole landscape. He closed his eyes and withdrew his aura, seemingly becoming a statue once more. He has made his stance crystal clear. Everyone couldn't believe it, especially the golem ancestors from the other sections. This meant that Li Qia could represent Ancestral City or even go as far as make all decisions for them. No one would ever question the validity of Li Qia's authority after listening to the forefather. It was as final as can be. Most still found it unbelievable despite being here in person. The leader of the golems was now putting a human in charge. I see. Golden Sun ancient ancestor replied, if that's the case, then we have nothing else to say. Don't blame us for destroying Ancestral City. The 3 behemoths didn't expect this either. They assumed that Ancestral City would acquiesce and negotiation would start after feeling the pressure of their forces. Not in their dreams did they expect Ancestral refusing to hand Li Qia over and actually put him in charge. Plus, Polstone Saintus wasn't the one making this decision but rather, a respected forefather. It would be understandable if she was the one to do so, a decision based on emotions and carelessness. Stop blustering. You have 3 days. Feel free to use it to prepare for battle or to prepare your funeral arrangements. I'll personally come out alone and to slaughter all of you. Make sure to treasure these last moments. Li Qia answered right away. 1 against that army and 5 ancient ancestors? The listeners smiled wryly without criticizing him for not knowing his limits. He earned the right to be haughty after easily defeating Bai Jianchan. Chapter 3505. The news of Li Qia's intent traveled across the city. His opponents were mighty beyond words. This alliance was massive, one couldn't come up with a larger one in the north. Not to mention a single cultivator, no sect would dare to challenge this. They would tremble from just looking at the army, let alone fighting it. Golden Sun ancient ancestor didn't answer right away. He pondered for a while before replying, so be it. A fight to the death in 3 days. It became apparent that the Great Coalition still didn't dare to underestimate Li Qia. They considered him a mighty foe. He's serious about fighting alone. New discussions sprung up after people calmed down. Anyone else would be cowering or pissing their pants if they were put in this situation. Some might start kneeling to beg for forgiveness as well. Only someone tired of living would act like Li Qia. No one else in the north can do this beside Li Qia. Those who looked down on him couldn't help changing their mind. Young Lord Bai can't do it either. One genius murmured. No one retorted despite their feelings towards Bai Jianchan. The young ones admired him while the old cultivators thought that he had boundless potential. Unfortunately, recent losses have weakened his reputation and status. Though none wanted to be blatant, they still thought that Bai Jianshan couldn't do the same thing, not even his undefeated self in the past. It required immense courage and confidence, something they no longer thought he had. I'm won over. An expert smiled wryly. I don't care how annoying he was in the past, it makes sense now. This courage is commendable. Can he do it? Someone else quietly said. Li Qiye could be strong, but facing that coalition alone still seemed to be outrageous. Others didn't directly attribute this to arrogance, but some certainly thought so. Of course, by this point, calling Li Qiye arrogance was no longer an insult but rather a type of praise. It's difficult, maybe just the armies alone is fine, but the 5 ancient ancestors. Li Qiye could have the greatest techniques and schemes, he's still facing heavenly sovereigns that have dominated 8 desolaces. One ancestor mused for a bit before replying. Others nodded in agreement. Putting the armies aside, the 5 renowned ancient ancestors were truly intimidating. Well, Li Qiye has always done the unexpected. Maybe he'll perform another miraculous feat, one high elder remained optimistic. The group didn't say anything. Everyone has underestimated Li Qiye previously, thinking that he would lose to Bai Jianshan. What was the result? An utter defeat for Jianshan. Rumble. The inhabitants of Ancestral stopped speaking due to loud commotion outside. They knew that armies were marching into formations. There were deafening blasts and blinding lights, perhaps terrible formations were being erected. The 3 armies are working together. An older expert noted after 2 days of rowdiness. Seems like Yin Yang Gate is leading them to create a supreme formation. A big shot revealed, they found something amazing in an old domain, perfect for large-scale conflicts. They rarely needed to use it until now. A large-scale formation? Just for Li Qiye? One listener asked. The power of a formation empowered by 3 armies should be insanely powerful. However, they thought that it was the same as using a cannon to kill a mosquito in this case. So what happens after Li Qiye's defeat? Someone speculated. People thought that the armies would march towards Ancestral right away. Perhaps this formation would be able to crush the city. We need to prepare for the worst. Some knew that danger was coming. Most didn't say anything and quietly withdrew from the city, choosing to stay by the outskirts instead. They didn't want to be dragged into this mess. The invaders might think that they were disciples of Ancestral and kill them. This was especially true for the golems. Of course, a few powerful ancestors decided to hide in the city, wanting to take advantage of it. The siege would give them ample opportunities to steal treasuries. 3 days passed by in a hurry. All eyes were on the outer region, waiting for a great battle. This region consisted of a large plain separating Ancestral from the rest of the world. The 3 armies gathered here. It became clear that it would serve as the battlefield. The sky and mountains were filled with eager spectators. The outcome didn't matter since this battle would go down in history either way. They considered themselves fortunate to be able to witness it in person. The soldiers of the armies had palpable bloodthirst. The audience could still sense it despite being far away and were intimidated. Each squadron was positioned in a meticulous manner. While looking down from above, the groups made up a unified whole resembling a primordial bird with all-engulfing wings. Its claws could tear down anything. Damn! Even the powerful masters shuddered after seeing the troop arrangement. Chapter 3506. The armies became increasingly frightening after ample preparation. This was enough to trample multiple sections. I don't think Li Qiye can do it. Someone said despite having a high evaluation of Li Qiye's power and abilities due to the murderous aura of the armies. We'll find out soon. An ancestor remained calm and said, the armies actually don't matter as much as the 5 ancient ancestors. Each of them has massacred millions and taken down sects before. a high elder said with a dignified expression. The juniors shuddered after hearing this, since it was true. The 5 ancestors were battle-hardened, their hands stained with blood. Fighting all 5 alone was an arduous endeavor. This battle will shock the heaven. Most were eager to watch. Li Qiye's here. A keen-eyed observer saw Li Qiye leaving the gate of Ancestral. He has become the focus of the entire world. He still looked as carefree as ever, not like someone who was entering a perilous battle against a great army. It seemed like he was heading into a feast instead. His appearance was still ugly and his cultivation remained at the silver caparase realm. Nonetheless, no one uttered a single word of disrespect. They viewed his nonchalant attitude as being freed and untethered from anything in this world. Still at ease and carefree before the great army, no one can match this. I definitely can't. One ancestor said. Others agreed with him and nodded, thinking that Li Qiye was special indeed. Li Qiye made it outside and only glanced at the armies once. It became a stark contrast, a sea of ferocious soldiers versus one lonely cultivator. The armies could walk over and instantly reduce Li Qiye to a meat paste. My legs would be shaking already. Someone said, and the crowd wholeheartedly agreed. I would run too. Another expert smiled wryly. Running before such overwhelming odds wasn't shameful at all. How should we do it? I need to kill all of you and go back for a nap. Li Qiye stretched lazily and said. The soldiers in the armies were furious, shooting flames out of their eyes. This didn't affect Li Qiye in the slightest. The soldiers were rightfully vexed because they were the elites of the elites among the 3 behemoths. They have rampaged through the battlefields and earned numerous distinguished commendations. In fact, other sects would cower in fear after hearing about them. Alas, he made it sound as if they were nothing, just specks of dust that needed to be swept away by a broom. Nonetheless, they were trained well enough to not shout back at him. One person eventually broke from the rank and moved to the front. Young Lord Bai. A spectator blurted out. Bai Jianshan still had a bright glow with visual phenomena, still the same awe-inspiring genius as before. However, his expression was one of coldness. The friendliness and amiability were gone now. The previous event had done a number on him. White cloths wrapped around his arms, clearly a sign of grief for the late princess. Young Lord Bai, a female cultivator, pitied him after seeing this. They naturally still supported him, albeit not in the same blatant manner. They have learned their lesson this time and didn't want to humiliate themselves. Impressive, his mental state isn't bad. A big shot from the previous generation praised him. The previous defeat should have crushed him. After all, he had never experienced defeat before. Such achievements were worthy of pride. Unfortunately, he lost to Li Qiye in just 2 moves and it wasn't even close. Worst of all, his fiancée bought time for him to escape and lost her life in the process. This was enough to destroy someone. They wouldn't be able to face this loss and the grim reality. In the rare case of recovery, others would need a long time to do so. Meanwhile, Jianshan still looked composed, just hardened from the experience. He was indeed a capable genius. Li Qiye. He glared at Li Qiye with determination. There was no rage or teeth gritting. You want to start? Li Qiye chuckled. Everyone stopped breathing for a moment. No one made fun of Bai Jianshan. In fact, he has done a good job already after facing such a monster in Li Qiye. Anyone else would have suffered even more. Today, I shall fight you until death. If I fall, more men from Yin Yang will come in waves. We will have vengeance. Don't think about leaving this place alive. Jianshan spoke powerfully, each word came from the chest. His tone wasn't one of resentment and hatred, he simply used strong words to express his determination along with the sect's goal. So be it, you will fight first or everyone together? Li Qiye stretched again, seemingly fatigued. Not long ago, no one would worry about Bai Jianshan in a duel. This was no longer the case since Li Qie was clearly superior. Chapter 3507. The crowd thought that it would be foolish for Jianshan to fight alone. I will fight but not alone. I'll borrow everyone's power for the sake of killing you. Bai Jianshan took a deep breath and solemnly declared. He didn't resort to scheming or any other plan, just a direct confrontation. You can do it, young Lord Bai. A few girls still clenched their fists and still rooted for him. It won't be easy. An ancestor sighed and said, he has no choice but to get through this. Otherwise, the heart devil will consume him. That's why Yin Yang Gate can't let Li Qie leave this place alive if Bai Jianshan wants to become a Dao Lord. They have to kill him at all costs for their future's sake. One high elder said. The loss of both his pride and wife had left a deep shadow in him. Thus, even if he could leave this place alive, it wouldn't be enough without Li Qie's death. That would spell doom to his future. Do whatever you want. Also, the 5 old geezers, no need to keep on hiding. Li Qie smiled and said. Humph. A sharp snort resounded just like the hymn of a sword pricking the heart. People would jolt from the pain. Clank. A massive sword descended with ravaging sword energy. It pinned onto the ground, looking just like a mountain. Buzz. The individual rays shot out just like real swords. The pain caused people to pull back. Poof. Next came a powerful flame. The blade started turning red. It could be due to the blood of its previous victims or just from being heated up. The terrible temperature came out in waves. The spectators became sweaty and thirsty as a result. Blaze blade heavenly sovereign. Someone looked up and saw an old man standing on top of the hilt. His eyes were fierce, the same with his facial features. He coldly stood there with the presence of an unsheathed sword. Putting his actual weapon aside, he himself was a terrible sword that had massacred plenty of people. The spectators trembled as his eyes swept through the field. He was obviously unhappy with Li Qie's comment. However, the latter didn't react to his intimidation in the slightest. Most stared at the old man with fear with the exception of the sword users. They had an expression of reverence. The sovereign used to be an amazing sword genius. His sword Dao used to be a popular topic. Thus, seeing him in person was an honor. Ra. Next came the visual phenomenon of an azure dragon emerging above. A terrible draconic aura swept through like a tempest and forced people back. Azure Dragon Ancient King. Everyone knew who it was right away, the strongest ancient ancestor of Skylight. They looked up and saw 8 ancestors carrying a palanquin. The one sitting down was a gray-haired old man. He wore a dragon robe and had a dignified bearing, looking just like a supreme ruler in charge of all living beings and domains. Though he was no longer on the throne, he still emitted the same regal aura. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate before him. Pop. Next came a golden sun again with a blinding radiance. Beneath the sun was an old man wearing a yellow robe with the same unbearable luster, looking just like a sun god. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor. His identity was obvious. Next to the sun was a silver moon, completely different from its friend. Nonetheless, the two seemed to be supporting each other. The crowd felt frozen while being illuminated by this silver light. Beneath the moon was the lunar god, seemingly descending from his palace. Just one wave of his hand could kill 1,000,000. Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor. The second master of Yin Yang has shown himself. Last was the sky turning black. It was filled with stars. Their lights eventually gathered on one person, an old man in black. He seemed capable of absorbing the starlights just like a black hole. Nothing would ever be able to escape from his grasp. The spectators felt as if his gaze could reap their soul. Star Ancient Ancestor. Someone shouted. 5 ancient ancestors have shown up, their auras terrified the audience. The armies and Li Qie suddenly became insignificant. These 5 were the true lords, or so the crowd thought. Terrifying. A junior understood why his senior said that these 5 were far more frightening than the armies. Their auras made this evident. The righteous Tao of the world forbids the existence of evil. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign sonorously declared. Enough, stop spewing this crap when you're old enough to be in the grave. Li Qie waved his hand and said, if you think justice is on your side, feel free to attack Ancestral City right now. Let's see how powerful your Tao is in there. Blaze Blade glared at him, unable to respond. Meanwhile, the spectators didn't dare to say a word. They weren't qualified to comment on these beings. Blood for blood, Skylight will flay you for killing our members. Azure Dragon Ancient King spoke while sitting on his palanquin. Don't worry, I'll give you the chance. Unfortunately, it'll just end with your country's destruction. Li Qie responded. Chapter 3508. The army's bloodthirst was palpable and overwhelming. The invincible aura of the 5 ancient ancestors loomed above the firmaments. Other cultivators trembled in their wake like insects. On the other side were Li Qie and his shadow, akin to a blade of grass being pushed down by numerous mountains. His back could break at any moment. The spectators couldn't help worrying about Li Qie due to the power of his foes. I would soil my pants already if I were in his shoes. An ancestor with plenty of experiences murmured. In fact, fleeing would be an acceptable option. Just standing up straight was impressive enough, let alone actually fighting them. This was the reason why people respected Li Qie's nonchalant and fearless attitude. They found him to be anything but ordinary, completely different from his average appearance. He looked quite extraordinary despite lacking a bright aura and divinity. His figure suddenly became as large as a giant whose head could touch the sky. Only someone of that stature would be able to stay calm before the great armies. He has already made a name for himself regardless of the battle's outcome. One expert said. Others nodded in agreement. They felt that Li Qie was far more impressive than Bai Jianshan regardless of their appearance and auras. Our fight will be to the death. Bai Jianshan stepped forward and roared. I'm afraid no one will be able to save you today. Li Qie chuckled. This was naturally a reference to the late princess who sacrificed herself for love. Bai Jianshan shuddered once before taking a deep breath. Yes, I will die in the case of defeat. Bai Jianshan said sternly, clearly having made up his mind. If he couldn't kill Li Qie after doing his best, then at the very least, he would be able to walk with the princess down on the Yellow River. Others approved of his determination. He was indeed worthy of being her fiancé. You can do it. Some fangirls remained positive without putting Li Qie down. Make your move already so she won't be lonely down there. Li Qie said. Begin the formation. Bai Jianshan commanded with a dignified voice. Start. The individual commander's roar echoed across the field. Boom. 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 The drums of war sounded heroic and intimidating, capable of crushing all foes. The soldiers became resplendent as their vitality soared to the sky. This manifested into a red ocean. They had prepared a supreme formation and were just waiting for Bai Jianshan's command. The terrible aura of the formation billowed in the air, resembling a great bird ready to tear the world asunder. True chaos energy and vitality mixed together and illuminated the world. Clank. 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 One star after another lit up. It was as if these stars that were sleeping deep in the crevices of space had awakened. Their lights connected and formed a ferocious bird. Do you know what that is? The spectators looked up at the sky and noticed the resemblance between the celestial formation and the army arrangement. Screech. The vitality and energy of the army focused onto the bird below while the celestial radiance infused itself with the bird above. Boom. The two primordial birds flew towards each other and immediately became one. Screech. A new creation emerged with wings blotting out the sky. Just one feather alone blocked out a reason. People's eardrums ruptured after hearing this sound and started bleeding. Some fell to the ground, unable to handle the pain. The birds and beasts also cowered, not daring to move around. This is the famous supreme formation in the legend? One powerful spectator asked. He felt the rays from this beast billowing across the land, akin to countless arrows shooting everywhere. According to the rumors, it's not from this epoch and was found in an ancient divine realm. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang found it and made it his own. A knowledgeable ancestor said seriously. Bai Jianshan was next to release all of his vitality without holding back. It soared into the sky like a beam. Holding back would be silly before Li Qie, so he mustered all of his strength. This beam struck the great bird, causing a harmonization. The ground trembled as rays of light erupted from Jianshan, seemingly tearing his body apart. They eventually became clearer to the audience, the lines of the supreme formation coursing through his skin. He's imprinting the marks of the formation onto his own body, connecting it with the army's power and the formations. One high elder became startled. That's reckless, just one wrong move and he'll explode. The big shots took a deep breath. Boom! Space was assaulted by an explosion. Ripples and pops made everything look ethereal. The spectators saw Bai Jianshan and the armies stacking upon each other as if the dimensions were inching closer. Jianshan was clearly standing there, but his physical form became hard to see. Chapter 3509. The spatial fluctuation naturally shocked the crowd, since if they were close enough to be affected, they would be reduced to dust. Just this fluctuation alone carried immense destruction. One could easily see how powerful Bai Jianshan was right now. Of course, this power came at a price. Just one mistake and he would implode before being able to kill Li Qie. The abilities of someone with two inborn talents. One ancestor became emotional. Only an inborn Dao physique can withstand this level of power. Someone else with a stronger cultivation can't handle it as well as Bai Jianshan. It's not just that, you have to take his ancient physique art into account too. It can accommodate anything and everything, including this endless force. An ancestor from a different sect had a deeper insight. These ancestors wouldn't be able to use the formation and the armies in this manner, unlike Jianshan. Grasp the universe, control the divine beast. Jianshan crazily roared and formed a mudra with both hands. Buzz. Terrible beams emanated from him along with deafening explosions. Space around him started shrinking at a rapid rate. It was as if he wanted to force all the dimensions into his palms. What power is this? Some sensed themselves being pulled into this space and hurriedly ran away from the battlefield. In the next second, this sucking force was solely focused on Li Qie. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qie's body was being twisted and pulled. His true fate was separated from his body and was pulled into the mudra. As space grew smaller, so did the massive bird in the sky. However, the materialization became more physical, as if a true divine bird was appearing. Its terrible aura only intensified instead of waning. The severing method from ancestral realm, I see. Quite smart to be able to use it in this manner. Li Qie chuckled and murmured to himself, having instantly recognized the origin of this supreme formation. Can Li Qie handle this? People saw that his body and essences were being dragged apart. After all, Bai Jianshan had the support of multiple armies behind him, quite a dreadful force to go against. He can do the impossible, a victory here shouldn't be surprising. One ancestor said while some girls still cheered for Bai Jianshan. Crack. People heard a breaking noise as if Li Qie's bones were crumbling from the pressure. Is he wounded? People exchanged glances of curiosity. However, a silver radiance flashed from Li Qie, followed by a loud explosion. Waves of a violet color emanated from him in an endless manner. Violet Marquis Corpus. Everyone recognized this phenomenon and became shocked. From silver carapace to violet Marquis. He chose to break through now during a battle? That's some insane confidence. Another smiled wryly. Most would choose isolated cultivation before breaking through. Others would ask stronger cultivators to keep an eye out in case of a mistake. Now, Li Qie chose the most dangerous time to break through as if he didn't care about interference. So this confirmed his previous cultivation realm, Silver Carapace. A wise master found this astonishing. The 5 ancient ancestors felt the same way. They speculated that Li Qie was hiding his power using a peerless method. Thus, he looked like a silver carapace. But now, the signs of reaching Violet Marquis made it too clear. Silver Carapace was his true realm prior. They became confused because how could a Silver Carapace defeat a genius at the sacred level? Not even the legacies of a phoenix could make up this gap. Alas, Li Qie actually carried out this task. This brat. The members of Celestial Trinity stared at each other. Since when is this possible? Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign had to accept this fact. Bai Jianchan was affected as well. He naturally suspected that he lost because Li Qie was hiding his power. That's the only explanation, that Li Qie was a big shot purposely taking him down. This certainly wasn't the case now. He, a genius at the Grand Dao Sacred Physique realm, lost to a Silver Carapace cultivator despite using a Dao Lord weapon. Alas, he didn't have time to think about this, no need to see confirmation. The only thing he needed to do was to focus everything on this next attack. Boom! The new violet energy erupted and empowered Li Qie. The wild empowerment of violet energy, triple the power. All cultivators knew about this. Those in this realm could use this eruption of power in order to boost their power threefold. However, in regards to this battle, not to mention 3, even 30,000 more times wasn't enough. The problem was, this threefold from Li Qie was different from other people. His chant created runes around him that culminated into a chapter of the Grand Dao. Evil energy manifested from this process along with phantoms and ghosts. A devil seemed to be born in his mind and heart. Is he cultivating the devil mantra right now? Some recognized it and speculated. Looks like it, the beginning part. Someone who has done so before spoke with uncertainty. Impossible, didn't he obtain the treasury of the great emperor? Any mantra from there is surely superior. The skeptic said. Only a fool would pick one of the 7 mantras over something from the treasury. Bai Jianchan himself was confused while channeling his spatial attack. He had to ask, this is devil? Indeed, might as well cultivate a mantra after reaching Violet Marquis. I have free time anyway. The chapter was finished by the time he spoke. This was one of the 7 laws of the Golden Age, Devil. Chapter 35:10. All cultivators including the 5 ancient ancestors became speechless and astounded. Breaking through to the next realm during a battle was shocking enough. Now, he was still cultivating a mantra? Worst of all, it was a terrible one too. It would be understandable for Li Qie to have a Dao breakthrough. After all, many brilliant geniuses loved using external forces to defeat bottlenecks. This could be quite effective. However, Li Qie was starting a new mantra right before the battle. Of course, some thought that this was understandable since it was Li Qie. They have seen how devilish he was, the impossible became possible with him around. It's just that, why did he pick devil? Only those who had no other choice would do so. The thing was common enough to be found randomly from street vendors. This wasn't the case for Li Qie since he had access to the best imperial laws. Even a fool would know which to pick. This was akin to having a supreme treasure along with a pile of trash, yet the guy picked the latter. This could only be the result of either foolishness or insanity. Alas, everyone knew that neither applied here. The 3 ancient ancestors have experienced numerous eras yet still couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for his choice. Maybe this actually suits him. One person had a helpless smile, an ordinary mantra for his ordinary self, a perfect match. Ordinary yet extraordinary. Some agreed with this particular perspective. Two ordinary things together became special, a miracle of sorts capable of breaking the current mold. Meanwhile, Bai Jianchan felt suffocated as if there was something stuck in his chest that couldn't get out. He cultivated a peerless ancient art along with top Dao Lord merit laws, not to mention his inborn gifts. He could be considered a deity among men, yet he still lost to Li Qia and his ordinary mantras. His brilliant talents and achievements were meaningless and weak before Li Qia. This was too much to take. Devil in the heart, devil in the world, I shall be the sole devil in existence. Li Qia smiled and chanted. Buzz. A strange energy moved around the world as if all evil affinities have awakened. Strangely enough, these evil affinities didn't seem malicious. They were part of the world, akin to the existence of night when there was day. Otherwise, the concept of day wouldn't exist. Everyone felt as if a devil had appeared in their heart as well. They could finally release their dark side. Thus, they hurriedly stopped breathing and focused up to protect their mind. The nonchalant yet domineering chant changed the atmosphere. It sounded like an ascension call, all needed to prostrate before him. Boom! Meanwhile, Bai Jianchan has finished gathering power. The massive bird in the sky was now small enough to be in his palm, turning into a seal. All of space and the inhabitants within felt as if they were within his grasp. Annihilate! He roared and sent the seal towards Li Qia. Rumble! The spatial area around Li Qia instantly collapsed, crushed by an unstoppable force. Dao laws and other affinities such as time weren't spared either. Boom! Li Qia was swallowed by a black hole before the spectators. This was only the beginning. All of the space nearby focused on the black hole. For those tough enough to survive being in the black hole, they needed to face this crushing force next. The seal then entered this focal point and exploded. It was as if an entire planet had detonated in there. The black hole blew up and a black flash engulfed the area. Boom! Numerous spectators were blown away. Some vomited blood due to injuries from the shockwaves. Their eyes were wide open, feeling as if they had been crushed by that attack despite not being the target. No one should be able to survive that series of moves. That has to be it. The area was a chaotic mess with the black hole gone. Black lights still blinded everyone like fog. The 5 ancient ancestors watched with bated breath. They refused to believe that Li Qia could have survived because the guy didn't put up a defense. Not necessary, Li Qia is still Li Qia. One ancestor quietly said. Buzz. The black lights suddenly condensed together into a figure. It's Li Qia. A spectator shouted. Bai Jianchan felt immense pressure after seeing this. He was sure that his move struck his opponent, but the guy was perfectly fine. His body seemed to be formless. You could destroy him and it would just come together in the next moment. Celestial Devil Break. Li Qia chuckled and started sucking the evil energy in the realms. Rumble. He grew into the size of a supreme devil looking down on all creations. Is that still Li Qia? All spectators were stunned, Bai Jianchan included. He was anything but ordinary now in this new form. He resembled a devil king capable of commanding the world. Other great devils had no choice but to pledge loyalty. Devil mantra, the astonished spectators immediately thought about this mantra. Chapter 35:11, Devil Mantra was common and has been passed around for years and years. Training it didn't mean turning into a devil or becoming evil. In fact, all 7 mantras were of the righteous and orthodox path. The word devil referred to the obsession of the mind, turning extreme emotions and thoughts into power. Thus, it was different from the other 6 and had a faster cultivation speed. However, Li Qia's style seemed to be different, an extreme manifestation in an immaculate manner. This might be the limit of Devil Mantra. Is this still Devil Mantra? Even the 5 ancestors couldn't believe it after sensing his tyrannical aura. Gods and kings would still need to kneel before him. People couldn't believe their eyes. This looked like the greatest merit law of a devil emperor, not a common mantra. Li Qiye's evil aura carried zero malice. This was the evil path of righteousness, comparable to other pure grand Dao and king's arts. He resembled a devil king that actually cared about the living beings. A Dao at the limit is always the correct and righteous path, no matter what it is. One ancestor became emotional. Break. Li Qiye declared, and the myriad Dao answered him. His single word turned into an eternal mantra. Clank. 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 The Dao laws twisted together to form a heaven-raising truncheon. Li Qiye immediately smashed it forward in an unstoppable manner. Bai Jianshan had no choice but to try and block it. He leaped upward and used his seal again, activate. The seal rushed forward with a blinding radiance, hitting the truncheon in the process. The resulting explosions forced the spectators to close their eyes. Boom! The seal was sent flying along with Bai Jianshan. Blood gushed from his mouth. Keep in mind that the armies were one with him, so, in that split moment, a massive shield automatically formed in front of him. This still wasn't enough to stop the blow. It crumbled like nothing. This resulted in the members of the army spewing out blood as well, truly a startling sight to behold. The spectators took a deep breath, feeling trepidation from the domineering attack. Bai Jianshan had the power of the armies and the ancient formation, yet still found himself inadequate. I don't know. He's just a violet marquis. One found it hard to find the right words for this situation. Among the armies were plenty of ancestor-level cultivators. The main shell was also a great genius at the sacred level. A violet marquis still defeated them all the same while using a common mantra. No one would believe this if they weren't here in person. Even those present thought that they were just seeing things, that this was a dream. He himself is a miracle. A powerful ancestor had no choice but to admit. The 5 ancient ancestors exchanged glances, not knowing where the problem was. Everything checked out on the surface level. What is going on? They wondered. Both his cultivation realm and mantra were obvious. He didn't use anything else for that last move, no external empowerment either. How can he be this powerful? It defies all logic. Another said. His previous actions could be justified in some ways. For example, using the phoenix flames back in fire domain or the phoenix feather. They were external help that was enough to defeat his foes. This wasn't the case here. In the end, the only conclusion drawn by a wise spectator was, he's Li Qiye, that's all, the breaker of common sense. Others smiled wryly in response, finding solace in this explanation. It didn't fit any other cultivator but seemed fine when describing Li Qiye. Ugh, Bai Jianshan strugglingly got back up. His vitality still churned, so he vomited more blood. What foul wizardry is this? He lost his composure, unlike the previous defeat. It's devil mantra. Li Qiye said flatly, the world is just too weak, that's all. Everyone fell into silence, including the 5 ancient ancestors. They had no choice but to accept his scorn. I see, I still haven't given up though, not till the last breath. Once more. Bai Jianshan laughed wildly and declared. He took out a treasure bottle. Buzz. Space shuddered by the power exuded from it. No. One ancestor from Yin Yang Gate shouted. The celestial trinity slightly frowned at this sight but didn't stop him. They gave him tacit permission. Pop. He broke the seal on the bottle and removed the cork. Boom. A beam of light with the shade of blood soared upward. It instantly changed the natural order consisting of clouds and winds. The divinity of a heavenly sovereign ravaged the realm and blew numerous spectators away. Just the opening of this bottle was already this impressive. What was the content? The true blood of an unstoppable heavenly sovereign. An ancestor gasped and revealed. Yes, heavenly sovereign Chan Yang's blood. A high elder with information on Yin Yang nodded, then added, He personally augmented it too. So it has some of his powers then. His friends stared at each other, bewildered. Chapter 35:12. The true blood personally blessed by the sovereign carried an unbelievable amount of power and charisma. This bottle was priceless, not inferior to any of Yin Yang Gate's heirloom treasures. Just one drop was extremely nutritious for the ancestors, let alone ordinary youths. The latter would gain more than a century of hard training by consuming it. Thus, the crowd salivated after seeing the bottle in Bai Jinchan's hand. It'll prolong life and increase cultivation. A high elder swallowed his saliva. Of course, no one here would dare to make a move on it. He was holding it with both hands to show the utmost respect. It clearly had a special significance to Yin Yang Gate. He had to make a choice today, but in reality, this was the only choice. This was a fight to the death for him. The ancestors from Yin Yang stared at the bottle with bated breath. Eventually, Jianshan made up his mind and drank the entire bottle in one gulp, not leaving a single drop. So risky. One ancestor shook his head, but it was too late to stop the boy. Insanity. The spectators were astounded, especially the ancestors from the large sections. He's courting death, he can't contain that sheer power. One ancestor took a deep breath. He won't do well after the battle in the case of victory. That true blood will destroy his Tao foundation, it can't be cured. Another big shot lamented. Most knew that this true blood was as nutritious as possible. It's just people couldn't handle the power within. Those capable would only use one drop or dilute it with other alchemy liquid. What Bai Jianshan did was simply insane. Boom! Jianshan's body seemingly erupted with thousands and thousands of rays, akin to countless detonating suns. The power swept through everything as if they were dried branches. Trees and debris flew chaotically along with weaker cultivators. Crack! Jianshan couldn't handle the surging true blood, so his bones started cracking. One could see gaps all over him. His internal organs were visible through some of them. Blood wildly oozed out of the gaps and stained his robe from top to bottom. Activate! He chanted while making a madra again to control the Grand Tao. His inborn Tao physique became resplendent. A suppress of him resounded as he tried to use his merit laws and Tao physique to contain the power of the blood. This seemed to be effective and the bright explosions subsided. Young Lord Bai, you can do it. A saintess raised her fist and cheered for him. This didn't last long because more cracks appeared a while later. His inborn Tao physique wasn't enough to stop the blood's power. Crack! Even his forehead cracked with blood gushing out. The forehead too, people blurted out. Serious injury to that place would spell doom for Jianshan before an actual fight. Defensive formation. An ancestor from Yin Yang changed the arrangements of the army, this time for the sake of protecting Jianshan instead of attacking. Rumble. The formation became one with the armies in a dazzling manner. Thick Tao chains shot to the sky and coiled around by Jianshan. They fused into him and became armor plates. Boom! A full set of heavy armor was attached. He could finally breathe easy despite loud clunks coming from within. He could finally use the blood's power now after stabilization. The Tao physique allowed him to close the cracks on his body. That's possible? The spectators became surprised. How unexpected! Surviving this tribulation will be immensely beneficial. The true blood has been turned into his own. If he could win this fight, his cultivation will soar and he'll be the next Tao Lord. The previous High Elder elaborated. This ancient formation is incredible. Other ancestors became envious. Only Yin Yang Gate possessed a formation of this level, one capable of saving Bai Jianshan from sure destruction. Bai Jianshan appeared completely different, having shed his mortal body and exchanged his bones. Flames emanated from him and swept through the azure. His vitality drowned out the 9 firmaments and the myriad realms. Boom! A mighty figure appeared behind him. The natural orders were present, chaos derivation, the yin and yang, the cycles of the six Tao. Jianshan also grew into a giant as a result. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. Others shouted and lowered their head in reverence. The image of the sovereign alone commanded respect. A while ago, Jianshan was already strong enough. Now, he had taken the next step and became a heavenly sovereign. Normally, one couldn't borrow external powers to reach the next realm. Thus, this was nothing short of a miracle. Eyes turned towards the 5 ancient ancestors. Bai Jianshan has reached their level now. Chapter 35:13, We'll settle everything with this battle. Bai Jianshan's voice echoed across the battlefield with an unquestionable prestige. People couldn't help but shudder or worse, becoming paralyzed on the ground. Make your last move. Li Qie chuckled with both hands behind his back. He stood there, seemingly eternal. The evil aura stemming from him wasn't oppressive, but people still found him unbeatable. Poof! Poof! Jianshan's hands lit ablaze with 2 different flames. The right one was of the scorching yang affinity while the left had a cold yin affinity. One could incinerate the world while the other froze it. Flames of the yin and yang? A spectator became curious. The 2 flames could easily destroy the fabrics of space and time just from slight contact. This was only the beginning. Pop! Jianshan suddenly grew more arms from the shoulders with the same type of flames. Which merit law is this? The crowd became surprised. Pop! 2 more pairs came out. 8 arms. They haven't seen this merit law before and couldn't recall this technique from Yin Yang Gate. We have a technique like this? Even the members of Yin Yang asked those nearby. No. To which the others answered. Yin Yang Annihilation, a forbidden technique from an emperor in the legends. Azure Dragon Ancient King was able to see the clues and became startled. That's right. The Trinity had a solemn expression. It's a forbidden technique created by the founder of Yin Yang Gate, one of the most frightening imperial arts. The immortal emperor himself only used it once. One ancestor recalled its tale. Retreat. He immediately told his juniors to run away from the battlefield. The others followed suit and exercised prudence despite being unaware of it. Yin Yang Immortal Emperor only used it once and destroyed everything within its scope. Other emperors would suffer grievous injuries. As for others, being crippled is the best possible result. The ancestor gazed at Bai Jianshan. I can't believe he actually learned it, it's enough to kill sovereigns. Another big shot had a solemn expression. Kill sovereigns? The strong experts shuddered after hearing this. Boom! Bai Jianshan reached forward with all 8 hands and sealed the area around Li Qie. The air itself seemed to be solidifying to everyone's horror. Yin Yang Annihilation. The flames in his hands soared towards the frozen space, instantly refining all the affinities in there. Only a void was left. The audience felt as if their soul was being refined into nothingness by this attack. The strongest cultivator with the greatest treasure still couldn't stop this attack. Someone with an impervious physique would still die. Damn! One ancestor shouted. Boom! Devilish beams shot out of Li Qie in order to stop the yin yang flames. Unfortunately, they were immediately refined as well. The flames continued rushing forward while howling just like a dragon raising its claws. A decent attempt. Li Qie smiled and used more lights. They came together to form a wall. Boom! The wall was refined as well by the unstoppable flames. Young Lord Bai, you got this. The fangirls shouted excitedly. No, Li Qie is in danger. A spectator shouted. The remaining lights were refined and Li Qie was engulfed by the yin-yang flames. He's dead? The crowd wondered, thinking that no one would be able to stop Bai Jianshan. Li Qie was strong enough, yet he might be dead right now. This move is insane, no wonder why it's a forbidden art. It can kill sovereigns while being at the lower realms. Someone took a deep breath. The flames still gathered together and ravaged that area, wanting to reduce the place into nothingness. Young Lord Bai, you're unstoppable, you're still the number one of the north. Bai Jinchan's supporters started celebrating. Boom! Unfortunately, they had to shut their mouth because a blast dispersed the flames. Li Qia's figure could eventually be seen through the smoke. He was still perfectly fine. This shouldn't be surprising. Some supported Li Qia because their knowledge was being broadened by his miracles. Li Qia's evil energy surged and created a domain around him. In the next second, it shot towards the horizon and created a path. Rumble. Images of gods manifested on the other end of the path. Chapter 35:14. The gods on the other side stood supreme, seemingly peering down on inferior beings while grasping the profundity of the Tao. Their divinity was omnipotent and rendered it impossible for monsters and demons to hide. Wait, isn't this divinization mantra? A spectator murmured. Everyone felt the same way, they thought that Li Qia was performing an ascension rite. Yes, that's the one. One ancestor carefully pondered before confirming. His confirmation made the crowd think carefully. Just a moment ago, Li Qia had just trained in devil mantra. Now, he used divinization. It showed that he had studied this art prior. Looks like he has a clear plan. Maybe his goal is to learn all 7. One expert murmured. If that's true, then I have to say that he is a unique genius without equals in history. An ancestor became startled. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this. The 7 laws of the Golden Age were actually basic mantras despite their title. People have tried in the past but didn't obtain amazing achievements from them. Later on, future generations branded them as useless, the most basic stepping stone of cultivation. There have been plenty of geniuses in history with notable contributions and merits. However, they usually had a great start with powerful mantras and merit laws. For example, Bai Jianchan started with a top mantra left behind by ancient Zen Tao Lord. This played a huge part in his success outside of his own talents. As for Li Qia, if he only trained in the 7 mantras yet still managed to crush Bai Jianchan, that would shock the world since it was nothing short of a legend. This comparison made Bai Jianchan look even worse. The 5 ancient ancestors found this unfathomable. How could Li Qia be so strong with these regular mantras? This was unprecedented. Boom! The gods and the great devil stood on the 2 sides of the Tao path and formed a brilliant duality, truly a feast for the eyes. He was both the lord of the devils and the ruler of the gods, the sole master of the cosmos. Boom! Bai Jianchan still didn't want to give up and used yin-yang annihilation. The flames lunged for Li Qia again. They incinerated everything along the way back to the void. The gods and devils should be subjected to the same fate. Li Qia only gave it a short glance before raising one finger, releasing a torrent of divine and devilish energy, a strange yet magnificent combination. The dual energies swept through the plains and shot forward. Boom! The ferocious yin-yang flames couldn't stop the waves and were reduced to smokes in no time at all. The all-refining flames seemed as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind versus the dual torrents. The latter didn't stop and continued forward. Block! Bai Jianchan and the members of the armies mustered all of their strength to seal space and time. This was proven to be futile. A great blast sent the mass flying. Bai Jianchan, who stood at the front of the formation array, suffered the most damage. He smashed into the ground, resulting in a deep pit. He lay in the pit, bloodied and broken. He couldn't move an inch right now since both his bones and muscles had been crushed from the impact. His eyes were empty and he didn't seem to be in pain. The crowd stared at this scene in astonishment. Even the forbidden art of an immortal emperor wasn't enough to deal with Li Qia. Also, their peerless genius was completely annihilated with a sad end. People couldn't help but pity him. Both the young and old have admired his achievements thus far. The previous defeat was devastating, but he still had the chance to turn the tides. Today, he had no chance to rise again before Li Qie. Even if he could leave this place alive, it would still be meaningless from his perspective. No, the disciples from Yin Yang couldn't accept this. Many had tears streaming down their cheeks. They viewed him as their pride and idol. Now, he was reduced to such a sad state. This was too much for them to take. Young Lord Bai, many girls screamed and wept for him. No one made fun of him, only sympathy and pity. They knew that they would have lost even worse when facing Li Qie. The 5 ancient ancestors had an ugly expression. Li Qie felt like a shadow looming over them, impossible to chase away. His power was one thing, but the thing they feared was his ability to break all conventions. The Celestial Trinity didn't make a move to help Bai Jianshan either. They naturally wanted to protect him but had to keep the reputation of Yin Yang in mind. Interfering meant besmirching their sect's prestige. "You've lost," Li Qie nonchalantly said while walking towards Jianshan. "Enough." Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign finally took action with a hand wave. Swords materialized in the air and poured down like a waterfall in front of Li Qie. They turned into a wall, stopping him from moving on. Li Qie answered with a finger flick, instantly crushing the wall. Chapter 35:15. The massive wall of swords stood no chance against Li Qie's flick. The crowd gasped after seeing this. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was an ancient ancestor with great attainment in the sword. He could be considered an apex existence. That sword wall should have been unbreakable, yet Li Qie took it down so effortlessly. The sovereign himself was alarmed. He has met numerous experts and sovereigns before, never someone as devilish as Li Qie. In the past, he would never think that a Violet Marquis brat could break his defense. He wouldn't waste his time looking at a junior of that level. Just one sword ray would have been more than enough to kill one, akin to stomping an ant. Alas, he had just experienced something this insane. Li Qie made it to Bai Jianshan's spot and looked down at him. "I've lost, take my life." Bai Jianshan's eyes finally had some signs of life as he spoke. His meridians and muscles were in shambles after that last blow, so he was completely immobilized. He had no emotion nor pain, having lost all physical feelings. His Dao heart was in pieces as well after this loss. He had nothing to say, not just because of the princess' death but also despair. There was no chance of defeating Li Qie. No, the spectating female cultivators mumbled with tears and sorrow in their eyes. The deity in the past was now laying there like a dead man. Others had nothing to say, feeling sorry for him. This was the end for Bai Jianshan, the last painting depicting his life. It was ephemeral, on the verge of disappearing like a mirage. His peerless talents and dual-inborn gifts couldn't compare to Li Qie's lowly cultivation and basic mantras. These special advantages seemed like a joke now. As long as Li Qie was around, he would always be a nightmare for Bai Jianshan. He would never be able to escape. Thus, a proud person like him would rather die than live a borrowed life like this. He was supposed to be the perfect man for Skylight Princess and the ultimate genius of Yin Yang Gate. Li Qie didn't care too much about the youth's sad state. "Fellow Daoist, please show mercy." Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor hurriedly stopped Li Qie. Some were taken aback by the polite speech at first, but after thinking about it, they found it to be reasonable. The Trinity used to be the Dao protectors of ancient Zen Dao Lord. The latter remained respectful of them after ascending. Other ancient ancestors might be half a status lower than theirs. Golden Sun's address meant that he considered Li Qie as his equal. "It's too late to talk about mercy." Li Qie shook his head. The direct response suffocated the crowd. Anyone else would be elated after being shown such respect by Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor. Moreover, there were still the armies and other ancient ancestors waiting. It was wiser to acquiesce and negotiate right now. Unfortunately, everyone could see that Li Qia had no intention of doing so. We have lost this battle. Golden Sun spoke with a solemn expression. We're willing to withdraw our troops. The feud and grievances will be forgotten. Also, if you are willing to spare our junior, feel free to state the demands. The crowd found this hard to believe, but the ancient ancestor really surrendered. It's unfortunately too late. Li Qia smiled, shouldn't have let it get this far. The 5 ancient ancestors' expressions soured after hearing this. They have rampaged their entire life and had to give up in public today to a junior. This pretty much ruined Yin Yang's reputation. Alas, this junior refused to give them face. The crowd thought that taking one step back here would be the correct choice and that Li Qia was being too overbearing. He was world-renowned after beating Yin Yang Gate in this battle, no need to ask for more. The members of the coalition glared at Li Qia. He was pushing it too far. Even Buddha would become angry at this point. Why is he forcing the issue so much? What's the point? One spectator murmured. Most felt this way, but the older experts chuckled. If Li Qia had lost, Yin Yang Gate wouldn't have spared him. They would kill him then attack Ancestral City. This had nothing to do with being overbearing, it's just that the victor had the right to decide. Young Lord Bai is dead, a keen observer noticed during this tense atmosphere. People immediately turned toward Bai Jianchan. Sure enough, he died a silent death with his eyes closed and a peaceful expression. He didn't look too bad outside of being completely stained with blood. This could still be considered a dignified death. He didn't ask for mercy nor said anything unbecoming of his prestige. There wasn't any struggling or hatred during his last moment. That's why no one noticed his departure from this world. No, his female admirers became drowned in sorrow. The scene became especially quiet while staring at him. This silence served as a way for them to send him to the other side. A peerless genius was now dead. At least he would be united with his Skylight Princess sooner. The old experts sighed and lamented his early death. He still lived a decorated life, losing to Li Qia didn't change this at all. Chapter 35:16. The experts from Yin Yang had nothing but fiery hatred for Li Qia. Bai Jianchan was too important to their sect. He could be considered their representative. Some had the urge to rush forward to avenge him. The 3 ancient ancestors' expression changed continuously. Bai Jianchan died in their presence, a truly humiliating development. However, they and their 2 allies were considering the pros and cons. Let's end this here today, fellow Taoist. Golden Sun ancient ancestor took a deep breath and said. What? One member of Yin Yang couldn't believe his own ears. Jianchan's death was unacceptable, truly disgraceful and humiliating. How could they be afraid of him now with 5 ancient ancestors and 3 grand armies? Nonetheless, they didn't dare to go against Golden Sun's wish. They had no choice but to swallow their anger and glared at Li Qia. The crowd thought that the lack of retribution was surprising. Most ancestors would never let this go after losing their top genius. However, a few contemplated and thought that this was a wise choice. After all, Bai Jianchan was already dead. On the other hand, Li Qia was unfathomable. Being aware of the difficulty and retreating was a good thing. Of course, not everyone could make this choice given the circumstances. Yin Yang Gate had a shadow looming over them now. People started staring at Li Qia, waiting for a response. No. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. It's too late to run. Since you have come, you'll be spending your last day here since I've already demanded your lives. No one will be able to change this outcome. The listeners suddenly smelled a thick stench of blood and a gruesome massacre. No one doubted Li Qia anymore after recent battles. The members of the coalition glowered at him. He made it sound as if they were completely helpless, truly exasperating. You're pushing it. Azure Dragon Ancient King shouted. He naturally wanted to avenge Skylight Princess, but if Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor wanted to back off, they would do the same. Indeed. Li Qie waved his hand and said, "But I'll be nice and let you have enough time to prepare for your death." He aimed this towards the 5 ancient ancestors, causing them to have an ugly expression. He treated them with such contempt even before the battle. "I've rampaged across the world for eras, and this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant." The hot-headed Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign laughed from being too angry. Any of these ancient ancestors could stomp the ground and cause earthquakes across the north. That's why Li Qie's attitude seemed too much. 5 ancient ancestors. One spectator said with doubt. Many here actually thought that he would be able to slay one ancient ancestor. Unfortunately, there were 5 of them working together. This force was beyond imagination. Does he think he's on the same level as Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang? Another expert quietly added. There was an overwhelming consensus stating that Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang was the true supreme of the North. He was the first name that came to mind when people thought about someone capable of killing 5 sovereigns working together. This didn't apply to Li Qie. "You're that confident, fellow Taoist?" Golden Sun's expression darkened, angry yet still maintaining his bearing. "You'll find out soon enough. Feel free to come one at a time or all at once, your choice." Li Qie smiled. The 5 ancestors naturally didn't like this contempt. "Ancient ancestor, we'll take him down. Our sect has never been afraid of death." One disciple from Yin Yang could stand this no longer. "That's right, we'll see who will get the last laugh." The army members roared, wanting to fight Li Qie to the death. "Very well, let's see what you can do." Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign soared to the air and shouted. He unleashed a simple thrust through the air, enough to crack the myriad realms. This technique-less thrust could defeat complicated sword moves since it had extreme speed. The crowd gasped in response because it was strong enough to pierce through a country, reducing it to ashes. All of its citizens would die as a result. A formless sword. An ancestor shouted in astonishment. "He has reached the apex of the sword Dao." Li Qie casually raised his hand in response. The deity sent down a great wall covered in runes and mantras. The sword struck the wall, resulting in destructive fiery sparks. Nonetheless, the wall successfully stopped the move. "He's so strong," the spectators were shocked to see Li Qie easily stopping that ultimate thrust. "This is still divinity?" Everyone became slack-jawed. This is how to actually use divinity. Others thought that the previous divinity mantra they have seen was fake. Numerous people have researched the 7 laws in the past but didn't come up with anything regardless of the methods. Now, Li Qie was using them to an unbelievable extent. Chapter 35:17, Li Qie defeating Bai Jianshan was more or less acceptable. After all, Bai Jianshan wasn't a real heavenly sovereign. However, Li Qie managed to stop a real one just now. "We're cultivating the wrong merit laws, right?" One soul wondered. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign found this astonishing as well. That move earlier wasn't his best, but it had killed inferior sovereigns before. The other ancient ancestors felt the same way. Their foe had an insane power. They started questioning his cultivation again. Alas, they actually saw him breaking through to Violet Marquis earlier. "Well done." Blaze Blade laughed and continued, "Activate." Boom. Flames oozed from his body and turned him into a giant. His sword had the same fire. They were special because they emitted a cold metallic presence. They looked more like the glimmers of metal rather than flames. His blade then became as red as molten metal. However, the thing melting wasn't his sword but rather, the divine wall. A hole appeared due to the high temperature. That formless thrust earlier couldn't take the wall down, yet the flames finished the task, a clear disparity in power between the 2 moves. His fire is stronger than his sword technique? But how? He's a sword master, not an alchemist. One person murmured. People knew that alchemists were masters of this disciple. Their true flames were truly destructive. However, Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was famous for his sword Dao. The whole thing was unexpected. That's why his title is Blaze Blade. Blaze is before blade. An old expert told them. So this is taken into account already. A listener said. It's more than that. An ancestor nearly elaborated. Rumor has it that when he traveled during his youth, he was lucky enough to see a sword Dao named Conflagration. This allowed him to create his own path. Conflagration, those who heard this title were shaken. So he learned this sword Dao before? Another took a deep breath. No. The ancestor shook his head. He wouldn't only be a heavenly sovereign in that case given his talents, a Dao Lord would be his current title instead. He simply saw a supreme master use it. Everyone has heard of this sword Dao before, Conflagration, one of the 9 in the Finality Sword series. Any of the 9 was unstoppable and known by all. He came up with something so amazing just from watching Conflagration. A sword user became excited. Wouldn't one become invincible after learning the actual thing? Clank. Meanwhile, Blaze Blade's sword managed to break through the wall and soared towards Li Qie. Boom. 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 Explosions came from the flames akin to the roar of fiery dragons. Li Qie was unperturbed, unlike the frightened spectators. He raised his finger again and the devil truncheon came downward, smashing onto the sword. The resulting explosion quaked the realms. Everyone saw stars and heard ringing in their eyes. They're gonna destroy the world. The spectators turned pale. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign staggered backward from the impact, nearly losing his grasp on the hilt. The spectators saw the runes of Devil Mantra embedded on that truncheon. Both Divinity and Devil Mantra have proven their might. Even Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign's sword Dao had a hard time keeping up with them. They wondered about the true strength of the 7 laws. If this was the case, then there was no point in learning Dao Lord mantras and high-level heaven laws. In reality, even the pseudo-atavistic golems that have awakened were watching this peerless development. The old man in the chicken soup restaurant had come out to watch the fight as well. Playing sword in front of the ultimate master, what a joke. He shook his head and said, Chan Yang himself would be kneeling right now, let alone 5 ancient ancestors. He sighed and thought that he was lucky for recognizing the supreme existence. Otherwise, he would be dead and ancestral city might be in ruins. Unfortunately, yin yang, skylight, and firmaments were too blind to see. Only destruction awaited them. You're really a Violet Marquis? Blaze Blade took a deep breath and asked. A while ago, he was annoyed at being looked down on by a junior. This wasn't the case since he realized that he was facing a terrible foe. This calmed him down. That's right. Li Qie shrugged. You're really using devil and divinity? Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor asked next. That's right. Li Qie answered again. The 5 ancient ancestors stared at each other. How could this cultivation realm and the mantras be so strong when used by Li Qie? Next move now, this is your last day so be sure to muster up everything you got. Li Qie smiled. No one doubted Li Qie any longer by this point, including the 5 ancient ancestors. They put on a solemn expression. It seemed that the outcome wasn't as clear anymore. This is great. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign laughed heartily. I've lived for millions of years, that's long enough to die in battle. Plus, killing an unmatched genius like you will be something to brag about. He had a bad temper but was still very straightforward and honest. Take this then. Li Qie chuckled and raised his hand. The devil truncheon smashed downward towards Blaze Blade. Boom! The myriad Dao, stars, and the fabrics of time and space disintegrated from the force of the smash. Chapter 35:18. The end of the world came with the devil truncheon to the horror of the crowd. People screamed and bellowed because the smash was truly dreadful. A heavenly sovereign would feel the same fear. This is the power of a violet marquis? One spectator said in disbelief. Watching this in person didn't lessen the ridiculousness. Go! Blaze Blade swung his sword horizontally in a defensive manner, unleashing a sword wall containing the force of 1,000,000 erupting volcanoes. The fire affinity combined with the Tao laws, culminating in numerous fiery shields for the second line. They stacked on top of each other for countless layers. This impregnable defense was 10 million miles of shields stacked in close spatial vicinity. One would need to penetrate all of them to get to him, akin to piercing the world. It was impressive that he could erect such a powerful defense in the blink of an eye. Someone could try for a lifetime and never be able to get through. However, the truncheon made short work of them. The layers collapsed immediately before its peerless momentum and ferocious force. The spatial fabrics of the world were affected by loud explosions. The spectators felt as if they were falling into void zones and reduced to dust. Boom! The shields went down, leaving behind the sword wall. Fiery sparks ignited and illuminated the area. This was akin to thousands of planets slamming into each other. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign staggered backward from the force. He then roared and released all of his vitality. His true chaos energy turned into the strongest sword intent. Hymns of the sword could be heard everywhere. He was fusing with his sword Tao in order to use his gigantic sword and stop the truncheon. The two weapons contested and ravaged the sky. Cracks appeared everywhere in the dimension. He barely managed to block the truncheon after infusing his sword with vitality and true chaos energy. However, he felt the immense pressure and started turning red. On the other hand, Li Chia looked relaxed and calm while pushing slightly down on the truncheon, a clear lack of effort. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was a well-known expert in the north. Those stronger than him could be counted on one hand. It was clear for all spectators that he was barely holding on against Li Chia. It wouldn't be long until the truncheon completely suppresses him. So strong. The powerful ancestors had a pale complexion while shuddering. In fact, they had been secretly gauging Li Chia's strength all along in the shadow. It turned out that they were still underestimating him. The genius's legs were trembling regardless of their background and status. They didn't have the courage to look straight at Li Chia. It wasn't long ago that people thought of Li Chia as a nobody. They believed that they could easily kill him. Now that he had shown his fangs, they realized how ignorant they were. They were nothing more than insects or even inferior compared to him. As for the top geniuses, they could no longer be considered as such in his presence. As long as he was around, they needed to keep their head low and always be stuck under his shadow. Thump. 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 The sovereign was forced back continuously. Everyone exchanged glances, including the other ancient ancestors. Brother Blaze Blade, I have your back. Azure Dragon Ancient King shouted. He had no choice but to take action because Blaze Blade might actually die at this rate. The five of them were on the same boat. Rah! He leaped into the air and turned into a massive five-clawed azure dragon. Its breath was filled with a tempestuous draconic presence. Normally, these big shots would never make a move against a junior, let alone working together. Unfortunately, they were riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Junior, take this. The ancient king roared. He still kept his status in mind and didn't want to ambush Li Chia, hence the warning. Clank. The claw cut through space with lightning speed, just a simple swing without any profundity. A terrible gap could be seen on the ground after a flash. It could tear through everything as if they were paper. This was more than enough to decimate a large city. Li Chia's flesh seemed feeble in comparison. They thought that he would suffer serious injuries. Watch it. A spectator warned him. In the next moment, Li Chia raised his other hand and a divine wall landed. It pulsed with divinity and runes. The claw left a deep hole on the wall, a testament to its sharpness. The ancient king didn't stop there and used his tail. Chapter 35:19. The tail whip of the dragon treated all obstacles as dried branches. Its target was the devil truncheon pressing down on Blaze Blade's sword. Boom! Blaze Blade managed to jump backward and escape the suppression. The ancient king stopped after seeing the effectiveness of his move and retreated with Blaze Blade. The two maintained a distance from Wuxia and exercised prudence. Their foe's power far exceeded their imagination. They didn't dare to be reckless now. It seemed that any of the five wasn't a match for Wuxia alone. They stared at each other with fear, accepting the tough reality. This lack of confidence would have been met with ridicule and scorn not long ago. But now, Blaze Blade's loss woke all of them up. This junior was simply too frightening. They had no choice but to fight him together since leaving wasn't an option given their status. They have to fight together. The crowd has been watching with bated breath. They had to admit that the five ancestors must work together as a team if they wanted to win. Going one by one meant dying to Wuxia. Who else in this world could force them to do this? Who'll win? Uncertainty struck the mass. They would have bet all of their money on the five ancient ancestors at the start of this battle. This was no longer the case. Polstone Saintess is the wisest. Someone added after a while. Many were surprised by her choice of breaking the marriage alliance with Yin Yang Gate. They thought that she was being too impulsive and irrational, a choice that could harm Yin Yang Gate. Now, it seemed that she knew how frightening Wuxia was from the very beginning. Not necessarily, it might not be her decision alone. Maybe a forefather from Ancestral is behind this. One ancestor said softly. After all, Ancestral City dropped all communications for a while, then the Saintess took over afterward. How could a junior take over when there was a sea of ancestors in charge there? This meant that there were powerful forefathers paving the way for her, most likely because of Wuxia. What's the delay for? All of you should come together. Wuxia nonchalantly said, proving his boredom towards this battle once more. The five ancestors didn't become angry and maintained a stoic expression. By this point, everyone found this arrogant attitude to be normal for Wuxia. The five clearly hesitated with this next choice. Surrendering to Wuxia now meant destroying their sect's prestige. This would negatively impact their dominion over the north. However, they had no confidence in winning because Wuxia was too devilish. Fight! Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was the first to speak. My old bones refused to bend towards a junior. I rather die in battle. He didn't speak that loud, but the words shocked the crowd. He had dominated for so long and had plenty of pride, too much to surrender to Wuxia. Many could sympathize with his choice. Fight! Star Ancient Ancestor also showed his stance and determination. The other allies solemnly nodded, making what was perhaps the most crucial decision in their life. None of them could bend their back towards a junior in public. Let's go. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor stared at Wuxia. His eyes were as bright as a glimmering blade. Good. Wuxia smiled. One side will not leave this place alive. Golden Sun declared. Sounds familiar. So be it, I'll let you have your wish. Wuxia replied. The crowd shuddered because Bai Jianchan also said something similar. His fate was known by all. Five ancient ancestors are far stronger than Bai Jianchan. A member of the crowd said, albeit without any confidence. Normally, these five should be able to defeat anyone, but it was a different story with Wuxia. We won't be holding back since this is a battle to the death, don't blame us for being ruthless. Azure Dragon Ancient King said. This was a preemptive attempt to keep their reputation. He told Wuxia first, so it was fine for them to use any means without being considered despicable. Feel free to do so, I won't laugh at you all. Wuxia smiled. Good. The five ancestors exchanged glances and nodded. They then gradually moved into position to surround him. The vanguard was Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign. The others were prepared to support him. It's starting. No one wanted to miss a single move from them. Meanwhile, the armies of the three sects arranged themselves into the supreme formation once more. They were tied up with the 5 ancient ancestors. If their ancestors were to lose, Wuxia would massacre all of them afterward anyway. Their only chance of survival was winning this fight. Chapter 35-20. On the surface, one side seemed to have the absolute advantage given their forces consisting of great armies and 5 ancient ancestors. Alas, no one was sure of anything. Only Wuxia seemed to be at peace, still as relaxed as ever. His attitude further intimidated both his foes and the crowd. Normally, someone like him would have an oppressive aura right now. The strange absence added to the suspense. Let's go. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign roared. Sword energy erupted around him in a deafening manner, culminating in a draconic sword Dao. It tore apart the sky vault. There seemed to be a million swords sweeping through and extinguishing the stars. He was exerting his peak state, looking invincible as he raised his sword. The swords of others resonated as well, affected by his sword Dao. Die. The sword Dao in the sky followed his command and rushed straight towards Wuxia. They circled around him, a section twirled together and formed a gigantic sword, wanting to pierce through him before being stopped. The rotation intensified and immediately crushed the ground underneath, leaving behind a crater. Rumble. The speed reached the point where the swords turned into a fiery maelstrom, ready to refine everything near Wuxia. The crowd shuddered in horror after seeing the total annihilation of the area, but it was only the beginning. Another section of the swords formed a massive grinder with numerous teeth. Even a star would be reduced to nothingness. Thus, Wuxia suffered a multi-pronged attack by both the maelstrom and the grinder. Only blood bubbles would be left of him if he were to be caught. Boom! Wuxia raised his hand to control the devil truncheon. It swung across the air, crushing numerous swords along the path. Clank! Clank! If this kept on, the grinder would have no teeth left, only broken bits. Rah! While Wuxia was assaulting the grinder, the Dragon King spewed out a torrent of draconic flame straight at him. This flame was formless but still possessed immense power. Space and time melted in its wake, as fragile as glass. Wuxia retaliated with a hand wave, creating another divine wall to separate the worlds. Boom! The flame slammed into the wall, fully stopped. Nonetheless, it raged on and continued to burn the wall with its extreme temperature. The outer layer of the wall began to melt. Break! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor took advantage of this. His sun poured down an endless stream of sunlight containing needle-like rays. They also had an extraordinary temperature capable of burning down everything. Zzz, thousands and thousands of holes appeared on the wall as a result. The crowd took a deep breath. Not to mention one person, even a sect would be destroyed before these 3 ancestors. Boom! The wall finally crumbled with the addition of the sun rays. The draconic flame and the sun rays rushed towards Wuxia in an apocalyptic and all-devouring manner. Go! Wuxia roared, and his 2 separate Grand Dao, one evil and the other divine, appeared before him to stop the incoming attacks. Boom! A deafening explosion caused a tsunami to ravage the nearby ocean. The gods and the devil successfully stopped the attacks. My turn. Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor joined the fray at this exact moment. His palms contained the power of the moon as he turned into a lunar god. The rays poured down with a texture resembling liquid mercury. The targets were both the gods and the devil, completely drowning them out. These entities had a silver layer completely covering them, similar to armors. Of course, this wasn't for protection. The layer instantly froze and weakened them. Break! Star Ancient Ancestor didn't waste time and roared, gathering cosmic lights to form an immortal sword. The cosmic sword could sever the 6 Tao and the reincarnation cycle. Since the devil and the gods were weakened by the lunar shackles, they shattered instantly before this sword. Boom! This gave ground for the draconic flame and solar rays to swallow Wuxia. At the same time, the cosmic immortal sword also struck the devil truncheon. Clank. The truncheon was blown flying with sparks scattering everywhere. The explosion shook everyone to the core as Wuxia was swallowed by multiple attacks, the draconic flame, lunar and solar lights, and the sword grinder. The latter started closing around him with insane speed and the grinding process began. Watch it. Some couldn't help blurting out after seeing the shocking destruction around Wuxia. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop it and was trapped within the grinder. I think this is finally the end. Many experts became emotional. All the spectators thought that this fight was brilliant and colorful. Being able to watch it was truly a fortune. 5 ancient ancestors went all out and displayed their might. Most weren't lucky enough to see this. Is he dead? Someone murmured while looking at the various powers surrounding Wuxia. Chapter 35-21. The oppressive powers left no room for Wuxia to escape. They intended on obliterating every last piece of him. The ancestors couldn't be blamed for being merciless. It was simply due to Wuxia's frightening nature. They had no way of knowing whether he was alive or not, so it was better to keep the attacks going. Wuxia can't survive this. This sentiment became pervasive. After all, even an impervious body would die in this case. The strongest heavenly sovereign might not be able to leave unscathed. Wuxia is only a violet marquis. One expert murmured. In fact, people would feel worse if Wuxia were to survive. That would only further add to his devilishness. No sects could ever function without fear from then on. A few ancestors didn't say anything because they have personally witnessed Wuxia's battles in the past. He always came up with a miracle during the most perilous moment. Thus, they wouldn't dare to comment on his survival until the very last moment. Well, the ancient ancestors are so strong. We can't compare to them. Another said with reverence. Though Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient Ancestor suffered a setback to Wuxia, this didn't mean that they were weak. Their opponent was simply too strong. Time passed by yet people were still completely focused. The 5 ancestors exchanged glances as well. They naturally hoped for Wuxia to be dead. No one should be able to survive the crushing forces for this long. Alas, intuition told them otherwise. They couldn't sense his death despite knowing that their moves had directly connected. Boom! Space suddenly quaked with ripples. Damn! The 5 ancestors realized something and became aghast. They immediately roared and unleashed more power. This proved to be futile. Rumble. The sword grinder was being pushed outward, inch by inch. A familiar figure eventually emerged. Wuxia. Everyone shouted this name, including the ancient ancestors. He was still alive, completely untouched. One could see the manifestation of 3,000 worlds before him. The devil and gods emerged once more. Living beings continued to reproduce and prosper in these worlds for what seems to be an eternity. They were all created with a single thought from Wuxia. All were under his control regardless of how powerful they were. In the next split second, the 3,000 worlds repelled the previous attacks, draconic flame, lunar and solar lights. The torrents couldn't get through them at all. This is society, right? An expert instantly made a connection with a particular mantra. Yes, it is. An ancestor replied after carefully looking at it. Another of the 7, some were surprised while others got used to it. How many has he finished? Another high elder wondered. Maybe he wants to do all 7? His friend speculated. This would be too illogical because most would move on to better mantras and merit laws, at least before today. I thought we could only cultivate 4 mantras. A genius couldn't help but ask. This was common knowledge regardless of one's power. He's Wuxia. His ancestor replied. This line seemed to be the only logical explanation for what they were seeing. Everyone smiled wryly after hearing it. They needed to stop judging him using conventional wisdom and start expecting the unexpected. The 5 ancient ancestors knew that this was society as well. They were on the verge of going crazy since they wanted to see some amazing supreme laws or mantras in the case of defeat. That would make death a little more palatable. However, Li Qie was only using the common mantras. To lose to these mantras would be infuriating. For example, a top master could die with his eyes closed after being slain by an ultimate weapon. On the other hand, to die to a vegetable knife? One would never accept this even after turning into a ghost. Boom! The inhabitants of the resplendent worlds offered their worship to Li Qie and empowered him. The sword grinder finally failed to stop Li Qie and got flipped over. This was the case for the other beams and rays as well. The 5 staggered backward and felt their vitality churning, paled. Everyone took a deep breath, speechless. They could see that these 5 ancestors couldn't suppress him. He was too powerful and devilish. This is all you can do? Li Qie chuckled and said. No one became angry anymore because he could say whatever he wanted now after proving his might. Who is he? This question popped up in the ancient ancestors' mind. They have traveled across the world for eras without seeing anything like this. They have met Dao lords but none was as monstrous as the unfathomable Li Qie. Chapter 35-22. The 5 ancestors didn't know what to do because Li Qie exceeded all expectations. My turn. Li Qie casually declared. Each word struck everyone's heart like a hammer, enough to make people's legs go weak and destroy their morale. This next move would naturally be earth-shattering, so the 5 became aghast as a result. Let's go. They hurriedly regained their wits and took action with haste. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was the first and raised both hands, activating his sword Dao. Sword energies filled the realms along with metallic clankings. Swords manifested into reality and formed an endless wall with supreme chains made of fire wrapped around them, serving to bolster the wall. It was large enough to connect the earth and the sky, separating Li Qie in the process. A great power could use their full force for 10,000 years and still wouldn't be able to break this wall down. However, this was far from enough for the 5. They needed something tougher to stop him. Go! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor poured down numerous dead stars to block behind the walls, using their weight as another augmentation. Seal! Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor joined in and sent down silver liquid on the wall and the stars. A complete infusion of the silver affinity created a mightier wall spanning across the world. People couldn't help but gasp before its colossal size. No one should be able to get through it. Ra! Azure Dragon Ancient King was next. He opened his mouth and spewed out draconic talismans and added them to the wall. Boom! The thing became filled with power and life. There seemed to be countless dragons within them now. Their draconic power was majestic and empowered the wall. Myriad Sun Cycle. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor then summoned numerous suns and imprinted them into the draconic wall. These fiery suns rotated inside the wall and spewed out endless solar true flame, adding one more layer of defense. They have done everything possible while mustering their greatest abilities, going as far as separating the dimensions, all this for the sake of stopping Li Qie's attack. Draconic Celestial Wall, someone named this line of defense. The spectators were shocked because this might be the most magnificent defense they have ever seen. If Li Qie can't take it down and the wall remains, the north will always be separated into 2 halves. Another said. This was indeed the case. No one else had the power to cross through the wall if Li Qie were to fail. At this point, the 5 ancestors poured all of their vitality and power into it, hoping that it would be enough. Alas, this was only a sliver of hope since they weren't confident in the slightest. Moreover, this action of theirs made it apparent that they thought that they were inferior to him in direct combat. A bit interesting. Let's see how long it'll last. Li Qie smiled and slowly raised his hand. Everyone watched with bated breath even though he didn't seem to be putting any force behind it. Nonetheless, the entire world was being lifted up with his hand. Buzz. The worlds rotated, the gods prostrated, and the Supreme Devil King lowered his head. Li Qie gathered the power of all of them into his finger. A tiny glimmer flashed around his fingertip. Nonetheless, everyone became horrified because it might be able to destroy the world itself. Boom! The glimmer turned into a shooting beam, extinguishing all in its path. The world shook violently, on the verge of crumbling down. After a loud explosion, one could see a hole on the wall with cracks emanating from it. Repair. The five immediately channeled energy into that spot. ZZZ, the silver liquid, golden sun, draconic runes, and sword Dao crazily repaired the cracks and hole on the wall. The damages were fixed at a rapid rate. However, the beam didn't stop and continued the onslaught. Rumble. The wall shook violently, still at extreme risk. We need to hold on. The Dragon King roared and channeled everything he got into the wall. He didn't need to say so because the rest was doing the same already. Chapter 35-23, Rumble. The five ancestors struggled to keep this going while the crowd watched in astonishment. A while ago, many were afraid that Li Qie wouldn't be able to break down the wall. This meant that the north would be separated forever. They thought that nothing could ever take it down. This notion was quickly dispelled after Li Qie started his finger strike, more than enough to cause considerable damages. The stark contrast took the crowd by a storm and rendered them speechless. The five ancestors themselves didn't know how to describe their current emotions. They mustered everything in order to build an impregnable wall. Alas, Li Qie's casual beam could outdo them. Crack. The cracks appeared again on the wall, more numerous this time around. The entire section looked like a cracked porcelain vase. Don't think it'll last much longer. A spectator commented. Meanwhile, the five ancestors were shaking because they were adding everything into the wall. This meant eventual depletion. After all, they weren't young anymore and lacked youthful vigor. The longer the fight, the worse it was for them. The spectators sympathized with the group, old, gray-haired men struggling with one foot in the grave. They once dominated and had no lack of prestige. This wasn't a familiar feeling for them. Nonetheless, they could tell that things were looking bad. Boom! Eventually, a deafening blast caused some eardrums to rupture. People saw the wall and all of the various affinities exploding to pieces. They scattered all over the air. The five ancestors were blown flying like shooting stars while vomiting blood from the shock waves. They flew for thousands of miles. Some smashed into the ground while others struck the mountains. One left a long groove from being pushed through the dirt. Their blood stained the ground. The five of them combined couldn't stop a single move from Li Qie. Jaws dropped to the ground from astonishment. Everyone forgot to breathe and lost the courage to move even an inch. A frightening silence took over. A while ago, they thought that Li Qie would lose to Bai Jianchan. Next, they also thought that the five ancestors had the upper hand. This group should be able to crush anything and anyone. Li Qie was no exception. However, the result was as clear as day. He easily took them down despite their best effort. There was no lack of prideful geniuses and experts in the audience. These men still needed to lower their head before the ancient ancestors. They thought that they would never be able to reach that realm in their lifetime. Now, these heroes have been defeated by Li Qie. The gap between them and Li Qie was insurmountable. Bai Jianchan didn't die an indignant death. An ancestor said softly. Most pitied and found his death regrettable. But with retrospection, the result was clear from the very beginning when he chose to oppose Li Qie. The latter declared his intention on hanging Jianchan's head on the gate of Ancestral. Many thought that Li Qie was being too arrogant and suicidal then. Now, the suicidal ones were by Jianchan and the Alliance. Li Qia was simply speaking the truth, yet the frogs under the well couldn't understand. Can't judge a book by its cover. Another ancestor had a dimmed expression. He thought that they were ants laughing at an elephant. Realizing this was quite embarrassing. Boom! The five eventually got out of the pits and holes, no longer looking as stately as before. They had wounds and blood everywhere along with dirt and mud, looking as sorry as can be. Of course, they no longer cared about appearances at this point. They all stared at Li Qia while shuddering with fear, aware that they have messed with the wrong person. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. He wouldn't spare them if they were to beg anyway. Escaping was futile as well since he could easily catch them. Plus, a monk might be able to run but not his temple. Li Qia could come to their sects instead. At that point, the place would become a battlefield first, then ashes. The only thing they could do right now was to stay in this place and fight to the death. It has been millions of years since they last felt this emotion, fear. Chapter 35-24. While the battle between Li Qia and the five ancient ancestors raged on, a time-worn existence woke up in the depths of Yin Yang Gate. This location was unbelievable, not adhering to the normal fabrics of reality. Only a vast space could be found with floating continents and meteors. After enough years, the place has become an independent domain, a great place to start a sect. It also contained thick chaos energy as if something used to be gestated here long ago. Deeper inside was a still continent with yin-yang affinities circling around it. From the yin and yang came billowing chaos. The place seemed to be the same for eras now. The most notable thing in this place was an ancient coffin too archaic for traceability. Inscrutable runes and paintings were embedded on the surface. No one could understand their true meaning. It was made from immortal stones, rendering the coffin priceless. It could seal someone and actually increase their lifespan, not just freeze it. Only Yin-Yang Gate could possess this type of coffin in the northern West King. An ancestor from there stood in front of the coffin and remained vigilant. He was once an influential ancestor, but his responsibility was to be the protector of this place. The ancestors eligible to stay here were extremely powerful. Plus, they also considered this an honor since the selection process was stringent. They actually gained greater status by doing this as well. The one on guard right now was meditating with his eyes closed. Creak. The coffin lid suddenly slid open. The sound made it clear that the lid was as heavy as Mount Tide despite the slow sliding process. The ancestor panicked because this hasn't happened for so long. He got on his knees and said respectfully, "Ancient ancestor?" The coffin opened fully, revealing the stars and yin-yang energies floating within. The coffin itself had its own dimension, seemingly crafted to carry stars. An old man slowly sat up, wearing a strange uniform from the olden age or perhaps the previous epoch. He had bright eyes and long eyebrows. The wrinkles didn't stop people from thinking about how handsome he must have been back in his prime. He simply sat there and could still control the cosmos, acting as its pillar. The world and the stars revolved around him. He opened his eyes and 3,000 worlds could be seen within. He didn't need to activate his aura and divinity. Just his natural presence alone was suppressive enough. One strand could intimidate other sovereigns. He was strong enough to accept the worship and tributes of all inhabitants. This was a supreme ancestor from another temporal period. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang, the strongest ancestor of the North. Many believed that he was unmatched in this region. His awakening would certainly shock all the experts and ancestors. There have been plenty of geniuses in history who went on to become heavenly sovereigns. However, they needed to lower their head before him. This was doubly true in Yin-Yang Gate. The most influential and powerful ancestors would still need to prostrate before him. Their invincible ancient Zen Dao Lord used to be Chan Yang's disciple. The ancestor on guard duty was panicking because he didn't know why the sovereign decided to wake up. Normally, he would continue to slumber unless the sect carried out a grand awakening ceremony or if they were facing a calamity. Who used the true blood? The first thing he did was frown and asked about the blood. He was powerful enough that each word became a suppressive mantra. The ancestor realized why now, the true blood. The sovereign had blessed it so he could tell when it was used. Ancestor, Jinshan took it with him. I last heard he was facing a powerful foe for a fight to the death. The ancestor didn't dare to lie. A powerful foe? Chanyang furrowed his brows. The ancestor knew that heavenly sovereign Chanyang thought highly of Bai Jianshan. That's why he made an exception and gave him an ancient physique art. Some ancestors in their sect thought that Jianshan could become a Dao Lord later too. I believe it is another junior, I haven't met him before. The ancestor truthfully said, Ancestor, please don't worry. The Celestial Trinity has awakened to help Bai Jianshan, the same with our army. Jianshan will slay the enemies and show the world our prestige. He's dead. The sovereign could sense this. What? The ancestor blurted out in response, really? How? His disbelief was justified considering the strength of their forces. It should have been easy for them to kill one junior or even attack and flatten Ancestral City. He wouldn't believe this if it came from someone else. However, this was Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang. How? Did he get help from Ancestral City? They went all out? The ancestor murmured in a daze. Just who is capable of doing this? The sovereign wondered. Yin Yang Gate was strong enough in the present day. Few dared to provoke them. From what I've heard, this junior came out of nowhere and earned the support of Ancestral City. Rumor has it that he has a Phoenix bloodline. This allows him to control Phoenix True Flame. The ancestor knew very little about this matter. Someone actually has Phoenix True Blood? The sovereign's eyes became bright enough to pierce through time. Someone like him still found this type of bloodline extremely valuable. Who is he? From which sect? He asked. His background is unknown. The ancestor shook his head. He came out of nowhere so no one knew anything about him. People call him by different titles, the son of miracles, a devilish monster, and fierce. Fierce? The sovereign's eyes shifted. Yes, this Li Chia brat is fierce and brutal. He killed 100,000 disciples from our sect. The ancestor revealed. What did you say? Say that again. The sovereign suddenly shouted, causing the stars nearby to shake. The ancestor's legs trembled in fear, not knowing if he had said the wrong thing. I said that this brat is fierce and brutal. He killed 100 disciples, he stammered. No, say his name again. The sovereign said with a serious expression. Chapter 35-25. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang's expression surprised the ancestor on guard. Who in the world could actually cause this? Ancestor, his name is Li Chia. He took a deep breath and answered. Li Chia. The sovereign shouted in disbelief. The ancestor became increasingly frightened and confused after hearing this. The sovereign was born in the 9 worlds. He eventually swept through 8 desolaces due to his incredible cultivation and power. His ancient physique was at grand completion, something unmatched by all. He had weathered storms and met numerous famous characters. In fact, a few Dao Lords would assume the position of a junior while meeting him. In fact, rumor has it that their ancestor had entered a forbidden zone and came out alive. Only Dao Lords dared to enter these places. Thus, he had virtually experienced everything possible in life. He wouldn't wince even if the sky was falling down. But now, just hearing the name, Li Chia, made him act so unnaturally. What does he look like? The sovereign took a deep breath and regained his wits, staring straight at the guard. I haven't seen him, ancestor. The disciples told me that he looks quite ordinary, a common appearance found anywhere. There's nothing special about him. The frightened ancestor hurriedly answered. ordinary appearance. The sovereign became emotional. He already had an ominous feeling after hearing this name because it reminded him of a certain person back in the previous epoch. This man was devilish beyond reason, the dark hand behind the curtains, a taboo existence not discussed by anyone. The name was already coincidental enough, but the appearance also matched. He realized that this might actually be the legendary figure, the person dubbed as fiercest or praised as Prime Emperor. These titles were all but forgotten by the future generation now for two reasons: the length of time and the taboo nature. No one dared to record anything about him in the records. In reality, some have treated him with disrespect and vilified him with inaccurate tales. They were met with swift retribution, their sects faced total annihilation. Because of this, fewer wanted to talk about him at all because they were afraid that their future generations might be dumb enough to disrespect him. He disappeared in the river of time but still had a firm grasp on this world in the shadow. This was still the case for millions and millions of years later. Others didn't realize it and lacked the ability to seek this truth. However, the sovereign could still feel this grasp. That's why he never talked about this forbidden existence with his disciples and descendants. He knew that his sect was powerful, but provoking this being meant destruction. Numerous supreme existences in 8 Desolaces would be more than happy to erase them from this world. It's him, it's really him, why is he here now? The sovereign sat back down on his stone coffin, completely lost in thoughts. He remembered that distant day in the past. The guy tore apart the sky and left. The shocking scene couldn't be forgotten by the lords in the audience that day. Today, the guy was back once more and caught Chan Yang off guard. He dug deep in his memories once more since he had forgotten about them. Ancestral realm was destroyed by Li Qie too. The ancestor became afraid while watching the sovereign sit there seemingly struck by lightning. This supreme ancestor has never been afraid of anyone. He marched into the forbidden zone with complete confidence as well. Many Dao lords have come to visit their ancestor. The latter always acted with dignity and elegance. Thus, this expression of shock could be considered unprecedented and unimaginable. The ancestor wouldn't believe it if he weren't here in person. The thing or person causing this must be monstrous. Ancestor, who is he? He eventually asked with a quiet tone. The sovereign didn't answer, for he was still occupied with thoughts. The battlefield outside of Ancestral was a tattered mess. The 5 ancient ancestors looked terrible with grave injuries. The crowd was overwhelmed with trepidation and fear. They found standing to be a difficult task right now. The 5 have lost after giving it their all. On the other hand, Li Qie stood there as relaxed as can be. Everything was beneath his feet now. A while ago, most considered him to be on the same level as a heavenly sovereign. This was proven inaccurate. Heavenly sovereigns like Blaze Blade were nothing compared to him. Despair and panic eventually reared their ugly head for the 5 ancestors. They had no ace card left to deal with Li Qie. Now, death would be the best possible outcome for them. If this is all you got, time to end this. Li Qie smiled. The crowd shuddered, some stared at the 5 ancestors as if they were corpses. This was nothing short of a death sentence. The 5 were used to controlling the fate of others. Now, the reverse was happening. So be it. To the death. Golden Sun shouted with determination. I have no regrets. Azure Dragon didn't mind. It's only death, there's nothing to fear. Blaze Blade powerfully declared. Once they made up their mind about death being inevitable, the fear suddenly went away. It's only death. The members of the audience were affected by their heroism and rising aura. How courageous. Start then. Li Qie smiled. Chapter 35-26. The 5 ancient ancestors have made up their mind about fighting. The spectators became more drawn in as a result, wondering what else they could do. Some thought that they had no chance because Li Qie was monstrously devilish, a complete reversal to the prior consensus. Can they turn the tides? One expert quietly said. This comment would have been considered disrespectful towards the 5 ancient ancestors. But now, no one would think that this was disrespectful. They were too busy considering the scary implications. They have one last chance by burning their longevity blood. One ancestor speculated. People thought carefully about the current situation. The 5 ancestors needed to have a real ace card while mustering the last of their vitality in order to win. There was only one chance. Unfortunately, the experts didn't think so. The 5 ancestors have used their top weapons and merit laws. It was difficult for them to suddenly reach the next height by breaking through their limits. Formation. Golden Sun ancient ancestor interrupted their rumination. His voice echoed across the plain. The 5 no longer gave a damn since they were ready for death. This was the case for the armies as well. Their determination ran strong, not to defeat or kill Li Qie but only to hope that he would stop here. That would be an acceptable result even after the last of them fall. Boom! The armies instantly formed a supreme formation. Massive runes appeared everywhere on the ground, looking complicated and profound. The vitality and grand Tao of the soldiers billowed like a tsunami next, capable of drowning everything. Surprisingly enough, they didn't pour into the 5 ancient ancestors. Boom! This influx of power still empowered the supreme formation. The arrays became resplendent and shot towards the sky vault like beams. Buzz! The beams continued shooting towards the far distance, separating into 3 main directions: Yin-Yang Gate, Skylight Country, and Firmament's Gate. What is going on? Others became confused. They're borrowing the power of their sects using a brilliant method. An ancestor understood the intent behind this. Sure enough, loud explosions traveled across the north, resulting in violent quakes. Yin-Yang Gate became filled with the 2 affinities. Draconic roars could be heard throughout Skylight, a testament to their regality. As for firmaments, sword Tao became as abundant as there are trees in a forest. Numerous divine swords rushed to the sky. The foundation of the 3 sections. Everyone exchanged glances after seeing the distant visual phenomena. Boom! The yin and yang rushed through 10 million miles in an unstoppable manner. Other living beings and sects became afraid while these things were crossing above their air space. The regal energy of Skylight condensed into a true dragon commanding respect from all. The various sword Tao of firmaments gathered into a single sword. It pierced through space with murderous intent. Few sects in the north can actually match them. Others were intimidated by these sections. It's here. The 3 powers have finally arrived. The ancient ancestors stared at each other, aware that this will decide everything. Go! They crazily roared and didn't hold back anything. Their grand Tao erupted and their divinity ravaged the realms like the gales during the end of time. This allowed them to open portals to welcome the powers from their sections. Rumble. They withstood the powers and began changing it into their own with their body serving as the vessel. These sect powers were monstrous. Ordinary experts had no chance of constraining them and would implode right away. However, these ancient ancestors were mighty and familiar with their sect powers. This process became as smooth as can be. Their new state shrouded them in an inferno. Their flames rushed to the sky and turned them into supreme beings. The crowd trembled with fear, numerous became paralyzed on the ground after seeing the sweeping auras. Activate! All 5 shouted and began burning their own true blood. Their empowered state jumped up another level. The fabrics of reality such as time and space started cracking around them. Just their auras alone were inflicting immense damage on their surroundings. The crowd's terror only grew after seeing this. This is probably their strongest form. Many experts concluded, aghast. Even if they were lucky enough to win, they'll definitely die soon after because of life depletion. Another ancestor sighed softly. The 5 were serious about fighting to the death. They simply wanted to stop Li Qie here and now in order to protect their sect. There was no doubt that this would be their last moment in life regardless of victory or defeat. Chapter 35-27. The power of the 5 ancient ancestors reached an apocalyptic level. The other inhabitants in 8 Desolaces were affected as well. People were scared out of their mind, feeling that their true fate was being directly injured by the auras. Boom! In the next second, Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor slammed his palm on the ground, creating a solar seal with an all-scorching heat. The ground started melting, the plains, mountains, and rivers turned into an ocean of lava. The liquid splashed high enough to look like erupting volcanoes. Raw! The azure dragon jumped into the surging lava, splashing the hot liquid everywhere. What is he doing? The spectators didn't understand why. Is he suiciding? Obviously not. A high elder understood the event and said, "It's a type of fusion." He didn't have time to elaborate because a clank could be heard. A sword rushed to the sky, certainly capable of splitting it apart, but showed restraint. It then flew into the lava as well. First was the Dragon King, now Blazeblade Heavenly Sovereign followed suit. They're really fusing? A few skeptics wondered. Clank. A deafening clank could be heard right afterward, causing people to shout and cover their ears tightly. This didn't help much because the sharp clank could penetrate anything. They looked up and saw a skeletal blade flying out of the lava. It consisted of long and thick macabre bones. The sword energy emanating from it caused people to have goosebumps. It had both sword hymns and draconic roars as if there was a dragon trapped within. A gigantic sword made from dragon bones? Everyone took a deep breath. Could it be that those 2 earlier have fused into this sword? Poof! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor added to the confusion by turning into a plume of fire, seemingly made from the essences of 1,000,000 suns. Just one strand would be enough to burn everything. The plume flew straight to the skeletal sword and lit it on fire. The 2 separate entities eventually joined into one. The sword had a red glow now akin to molten metal, no longer the white of bones like before. The spectators couldn't help thinking that the sword came from the 18 levels of hell, a dreadful tool of death. Rumble. Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor sent down a gigantic round moon. There were divine palaces and holy grounds on the surface along with legendary trees. The moon possessed unimaginable power, enough to smash the entire world into smithereens. However, as it drew closer to the ancestor's palm, it shrank in size until it became a jade ornament. He then disappeared from sight, replaced by a cataclysmic power. Boom! The tiny moon's power only intensified despite the size reduction. People were blinded by a flash for a moment. Once they could see again, they noticed that the jade moon was now embedded onto the skeletal sword. Buzz! Silvery strands of sword energy oozed out of the sword. One is enough to pierce through anything. It was a fascinating sight to behold, a crimson skeletal sword with a silvery glow. Anyone a bit cowardly would be scared stiff. What kind of sword is this? No one has seen something like this before, so they couldn't come up with a title. Activate. Star Ancient Ancestor roared and the sky suddenly sank. Everyone felt as if he was dragging a galaxy downward. A portal manifested up above and poured down celestial light. The day became night with countless flashing stars. Their starry light bathed the ancestor, who tried his best to absorb all of them. At this exact moment, the armies also controlled the supreme formation. The runes and arrays all rushed towards Star. Star became larger and larger to the size of a colossal giant. He opened his mouth and devoured all the stars. Boom! Flames of the celestial affinity engulfed him. They erupted and covered the entire northern region. Those in the distant lands could see this strange phenomenon. What is this transformation? The weaker cultivators had no idea. This is Myriad Dao Heavenly Physique, a form reserved for heavenly sovereigns. One ancestor said, at their realm, they could take in the Myriad Dao into their body. It becomes a vessel capable of storing immense energy. Everyone was in awe at Star Ancient Ancestor's state due to its sheer size. Their horizon was broadened since this was a form created by Space Dragon Emperor. This allowed heavenly sovereigns to compete against Tao lords. Most benefited greatly from watching the battles today, enough to last for their entire life. Chapter 35-28, The Heavenly Physique stood at the top of the Tao. Star Ancient Ancestor has reached an unimaginable size. Celestial lights exuded from him as if he was made from stars. Sure enough, people looked up and saw stars moving continuously within him. His body turned into a galaxy large enough to encompass 3,000 worlds. This form boosted one's power to the limit by fusing it with the various Grand Tao. From this, the user would be able to cause untold destruction with one hand wave. At this point, Star could stomp once and annihilate an entire country along with its inhabitants. Though people have seen large transformations before such as avatars, there was a clear disparity. The other ones were large in form, but this physique twisted the sky into one's body and morphed the myriad Tao into the veins and meridians. The myriad Tao served as fuels for his gigantic form. Each Tao released loud explosions and powers. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate before this powerful being. Some were paralyzed on the ground. Myriad Tao Heavenly Physique, the spectators murmured the name. This was the other path at the top of the Tao. When top geniuses couldn't become a Tao Lord, they would embark on a journey towards this form, one started by Space Dragon Emperor. Unfortunately, very few actually made it here. Thus, seeing it in person was a glorious event for those in the audience. Clank. Only one swordhymn could be heard. All the other swords, regardless of their quality and type, became silent, a sign of submission towards the skeletal sword. As he raised the sword, it emitted a frightening murderous intent, thick enough to become visible strands. Anything that got in contact with these strands would be reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even ancestors wouldn't dare to touch them. Other heavenly sovereigns also became intimidated. The massive ancestor looked godly enough, but with this sword, his terror reached the next height. Just one slash would be enough to prove his supremacy. The spectators hurriedly fled from the battlefield. Even those paralyzed on the ground started crawling or rolling away. They all knew how terrible this next attack would be. Just the remnant energy alone would reduce them to ashes regardless of their cultivation. Buzz. The ancestor opened his eyes and beams shot out like heavenly waterfalls. The Tao heart of the spectators became defenseless right away. Their soul left their body in fear, so they bellowed. Perish. He finally made his move with a vertical slash. It split the sky vault open and revealed a white shade. Most importantly, anything touched by the murderous strands immediately turned into smoke, time and space, the myriad Tao, or the cycles of nature. Shit! Some people screamed. Rumble. Li Qia retaliated by raising his hand. 3,000 worlds soared forward to stop the incoming slash. Boom! They were far from enough and immediately turned to smoke. Not even dust or ashes were left behind. The sword itself finally made contact with the ground, splitting the earth into two. The territory affected immediately dissipated. It was as if the whole region simply dispersed from existence, the mountains and rivers. Only emptiness was left behind. The spectators became frozen, thinking about their fate if they were caught in that area. Words couldn't describe its power. The most applicable example would be that if its target were Ancestral City, the entire sect would disappear from this world. Thus, this meant that one slash alone was enough to erase a top sect in the north. Its power was terrifying. I think he's dead this time. Many gazed at the empty expanse and didn't see Li Qia. They saw his 3,000 worlds evaporating and the slash made direct contact with the ground. It would be strange if he were to survive that dreadful attack. I would have nothing to say if he were to survive. He would be the most devilish man in the world. An expert murmured. Others agreed with this statement. One ancestor nodded. If he survives this / everyone should just go to sleep, no need to compete or try to become a Dao Lord or anything, it'll be none other than him. Most spectators thought that Wuxia had no chance of surviving due to the might of the / However, they held on to a sliver of hope for a miracle despite the low possibility. Buzz. Chaos suddenly emanated from the damaged void. This heralded the reconstruction of the world. Everything returned to the origin, the myriad living beings returned along with the Tao orders. This chaos light illuminated the void and chased away any broken affinity. The mountains and rivers appeared once more as if time was being reversed. The crowd couldn't help being stunned. Eventually, a figure emerged. Wuxia, it's Wuxia. They were mentally prepared for this possibility, yet they still screamed all the same with their eyes wide open in astonishment. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.